I am the god of light. I create a divine civilization. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction, so please don't attempt real magic. The results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 426: Arrival in Dian. I am Wang Don, and I respectfully welcome my Lord of Light. More than half a month had passed since the succession ceremony. At this moment, Wang Don, the head of the Wang family, was kneeling respectfully before the door of a side room. Beside him was only his accompanying old steward, Elder G. Just then, the door of the side room creaked open. A young man dressed in white, holding a paper fan and with tassels at his waist, gracefully stepped out. This young man was tall and slender, with a straight nose, handsome features, and a slightly fair complexion, exuding the noble air unique to royalty. Wang Don, Ji Shen, I am very satisfied with this avatar of yours. The young man who referred to himself as myself was naturally the god of light, Wu Wei, whom Wang Don had mentioned. Wu Wei's existence as an ideology residing in the ring was not a long-term solution. In order to smoothly enter the immortal palace, he needed a legitimate identity. When he raised this need, Wang Don, who had already reached the level of a saintly believer, immediately set about it. Furthermore, Wang Don's personal steward, Ji Shen, was also converted into a true believer during his interactions with Wang Tian. Later, after receiving a meeting and favor from Wu Wei, his faith level soared to the level of a fanatical believer. He personally handled everything from finding an incarnation for Wu Wei to arranging a suitable identity. The aging Ji Shen worked almost day and night, personally traveling throughout most of the greater Yanzhou. Fortunately, in just over half a month, Wang Don and Ji Shen received good news. It turned out that Wang Don had a distant cousin named Wang Dong. However, Wang Dong's cultivation family was only an insignificant minor force among the many cultivation families in Greater Yanzhou, and it was only by virtue of the Wang family's influence that it was able to establish itself as a small family. To this day, Wang Dong's father's strength is only at the 8th level of the nascent soul stage. As the eldest son, Wang Dong's strength is even worse. He remained at the 5th level of the golden core stage for over 80 years. Later, his father spent a fortune using elixirs to force him to reach the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. But this was Wang Dong's limit. Because Wang Dong was weak and sickly from childhood, with extremely poor talent, in the common parlance of the cultivation world, he was a good-for-nothing, a sickly ghost. However, Wang Dong wasn't entirely useless. His only advantage might be his handsome appearance, coupled with his sickly and melancholic temperament. Countless young women and beautiful women in his country were infatuated with him, often willing to die for him. Wang Dong himself also wanted to live a better life, but after finally reaching the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, his physique and lifespan not only didn't increase, but instead completely drained his vitality. Not long after his advancement, he became bedridden, almost dying, and even his own father could only abandon him with tears in his eyes. It was at this moment that Wang Don and Elder Ji happened to find him. The two pretended to be passing by, then, as the heads of the main family, demanded to take him back to Mu'ayan Valley for treatment and recuperation. Wang Dong's entire family was naturally grateful, but unfortunately, Wang Dong himself couldn't hold on and breathed his last on the way back to the main family. Once his life force was severed, his soul vanished and returned to the origin of the universe. Even Wu Wei, a god, was helpless. Otherwise, he could have used divine arts to improve his constitution, temporarily sharing a body with him until his purpose was achieved, then returning the body to him. Unfortunately, the seriously ill Wang Dong died too quickly, and Wu Wei was powerless. However, this wasn't a major problem for Wu Wei. What he needed most was a legitimate identity as a cultivator. So, upon returning to the main Wang family, after analyzing and disposing of Wang Dong's corpse, Wu Wei used divine power to clone Wang Dong's body again. Biochemical technology was a unique specialty within the Bright Civilization. Using Wang Dong's genetic sequence, cloning a body suitable for Wu Wei's consciousness was not difficult for him, even without an incarnation pool. 3 days later, Wu Wei reappeared before Wang Don and the old steward Ji Shen, posing as Wang Dong. Rise, Wu Wei said, raising his hand with elegant and noble movements, his natural bearing seemingly innate. From now on, my identity is Wang Bian's distant cousin. We will address each other as cousins. Remember not to reveal my true identity. My lord, I, Wang Bian Jishan, understand. Wang Bian and Old Ji exchanged a glance and quickly bowed respectfully. Wu Wei raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, cousin, I understand. Wang Bian quickly corrected himself, his cautious demeanor bordering on humility. Just kidding. The cousin standing in front of him now is the god of light, whom he worships and believes in from the bottom of his heart. Even though this is just an avatar of the god of light, a god is a god. Even if it is just a wisp of consciousness, it still represents the god himself. This old man misspoke, a slip of the tongue. Seeing this, the old steward Ji Shan, following Wang Bian's lead, quickly and respectfully corrected himself, addressing him as young master Wang Dong. You should be more natural in your attitude from now on. Wu Wei nodded, then continued, I have had some grudges with the Immortal Palace in the past, as I think you understand. If it weren't for the sincerity of you two, I would never have bothered with the lives of you cultivators again. However, since I'm here, I might as well help you out. Also, I want to seek some justice from the Immortal Palace. No, cousin, Elder Ji and I will definitely obey your will. Young Master Wang Bian is right. From now on, the Immortal Palace is the enemy of the young master and me. We will definitely cooperate fully with young master Wang Dong's arrangements. Wang Bian and Elder Ji, one young and one old, had solemn expressions and made firm vows, their shared hatred for the enemy coming from the bottom of their hearts. In reality, the conflict between the old god of light and the Immortal Palace was nothing more than a struggle for mutual benefit, with the old god of light being the loser. However, viewing things from different perspectives yields different results. Therefore, from Wu Wei's perspective, the Immortal Palace was portrayed as a treacherous and unscrupulous group driven by self-interest, which led to the complete break between the God of Light Kingdom and the Immortal Palace. After learning this past secret, Wang Bian and his old steward Ji Shan's faith in the God of Light became even stronger, and they almost scorned the arrogant and condescending immortal cultivators of the Immortal Palace. After all, fratricide over treasures was commonplace in the cultivation world, but they never expected a top-tier sect like the Immortal Palace to engage in such underhanded tactics. It was truly hypocritical. Rather than be exploited by the hypocritical Immortal Palace, Wang Bian and old Ji Shan preferred to serve under the benevolent and tolerant God of Light. At least the seed of resentment against being controlled by the Immortal Palace had already been planted in the hearts of all cultivators. Otherwise, in a situation where all high-level cultivation resources were controlled by the Immortal Palace, and all outer disciples had to join the Immortal Palace to advance further after reaching the 10th level of the Immortal Realm, and were completely dominated by the Immortal Palace, almost every cultivator who had achieved some success was filled with resentment. This was also the small opportunity that Wu Wei had discovered in the cultivation world these days. With a small opportunity, perhaps he had a chance to shake up the entire Immortal Palace. Wang Bian, Ji Shan, I understand your intentions. Wu Wei glanced at them with slight approval, then withdrew his divinity and, adopting the air of a young master with shallow power, waved his paper fan. This young master wishes to visit your market. Have a servant lead the way. Yes, cousin. After a while, in the azure sky, a large blue bird with a red crest and long tail feathers, carrying two young men, swooped down from the cloud-shrouded Muayan mountain. This blue bird was a gale sparrow with a bloodline of an azure phoenix. The two young men sitting on the gale sparrow's back were Wu Wei, dressed in white and exuding nobility, and Xiao Sanzi, a servant in a blue robe with a somewhat honest appearance. Although Xiao Sanzi was merely a servant beside Wang Bian, the head of the Wang family, his status in the outside world was not low. In the ordinary world outside, he was the third prince of a small country. During his years with the royal family, his strength had reached the 5th level of the Golden Core stage. In a few more years, after he bid farewell to the royal family and returned to his own country, this strength and experience would be enough for him to become prominent. Even if he didn't inherit the throne, becoming a powerful prince was almost certain. In this world, ordinary people and cultivators seeking immortality, though complementary and coexisting, had vastly different social standing. As for Wu Wei, having finally transformed into Wang Dong and gained a legitimate identity, he naturally wanted to explore this world. Young Master Wang Dong, look! Ahead lies Yunayang City, a major city directly under our royal family. The swift-winged sparrow, riding the clouds, soon pointed ahead, its expression filled with pride. Following the direction, Wu Wei peered through the clouds and indeed saw a magnificent city nestled against the mountains and beside the water. This city lies at the foot of the Muayan Mountains, only a little over 100 miles from the ancestral home of the Wang family, Muayan Valley. Speaking of Yunnyang City, it differs somewhat from ordinary human cities. Firstly, it is a city established and controlled by cultivators, exclusively for cultivators from Dianzhou and other regions to exchange ideas, rest, and engage in trade. Currently, the master of Yunnyang City is the Wang family, the most famous cultivation family in Dianzhou. The Wang family possesses a magnificent city lord's mansion in the city. In half a month, the Wang family patriarch, Wang Yan, will arrive at the mansion to receive the homage and gifts from cultivation families throughout Dianzhou. Yunnyang City truly lives up to its reputation, Wu Wei, atop the Gale Sparrow, replied with a carefree air, waving his paper fan. They were now closer to Yunnyang City. Looking out, the majestic city walls, dozens of meters high, the thick, sturdy watchtowers and battlements, and the magnificent buildings within the city truly showcased grandeur and beauty to the fullest. Before long, Wu Wei and his companion arrived at their destination. To blend in with the local customs, Wu Wei had the swift-winged sparrow land at the city gate. Upon landing, the swift-winged sparrow flapped its wings and instantly shrank in size, becoming like a tiny sparrow, nimbly hopping onto Wu Wei's shoulder. This was the unique characteristic of spirit beasts in the cultivation world. Nourished by spiritual energy, these spirit beasts, through generations of reproduction, not only possessed unique abilities but also intelligence far surpassing that of wild beasts and demons from other civilizations. Therefore, spirit beasts, spiritual veins, spiritual plants, and various minerals were all extremely precious resources to the outside world. To protect these precious resources, one needed absolute power. The Daotian sect possessed extremely strong control over its territories. With the formidable strength of the Daotian sect, it's absolutely impossible for outside forces to invade its territory. However, if they approach it from an internal perspective, they might be able to find some opportunities. This is something Wu Wei has been doing since inheriting the Kingdom of Light. This city of cultivators is truly magnificent. Wu Wei collected his thoughts, looked around, and stepped towards the majestic city gate. Halt! Just as Wu Wei took a step, 2 rows of guards clad in retro armor walked out from both sides of the city gate. Among these 2 rows of guards, the 2 strongest commanders had already reached the 5th level of the Golden Core stage, while the other dozen or so guards were all at the 4th level of the Foundation Establishment stage. Don't underestimate these guards. Compared to a large cultivation family like the Wang family, they are indeed insignificant. However, if you look at the ordinary people's countries in the Great Yanzhou, each of them is a top-tier expert. Especially the 2 commanders, whose strength had reached the 5th level of the Golden Core stage, were fully qualified to establish a cultivation family. With their seniority and status, in an ordinary country, everyone would call them ancestor. However, this was a cultivation city directly under the royal family. Although cultivators and ordinary people lived in the same world, they were on completely different levels. Therefore, the status of these guards here was naturally very different from that in ordinary countries. What are you all doing? Before the 2 rows of guards could get close, Wang's servant, Zhao Sanzi, immediately stepped forward and glared at them. Open your eyes wide and take a good look. Who is this young master? This kid was a prince of a country and a servant under the head of the royal family. In addition, he also had the strength of the 5th level of the Golden Core stage. No matter what aspect, these guards could not compare to him. This is. The 2 rows of guards were all stunned. They did not recognize Wu Wei, but they recognized Zhao Sanzi, the servant of the royal family. Even the servants of the Wang family treated him with such respect. Aside from the few remaining direct descendants of the Wang family, they couldn't imagine who else in this great Yanzhou would receive such treatment. Wait! Suddenly, a guard captain seemed to realize something and quickly pulled his companion aside for a whispered conversation. The companion's expression immediately changed. Who else could this white-robed young man be but the eldest cousin whom the Wang family patriarch, Wang Yan, had personally escorted back to the Wang family ancestral land a few days ago? To be honest, they couldn't understand why the Wang family patriarch would respect this cousin so much. But if even the Wang family patriarch, The governor of Great Yanzhou treated him with such respect. How could they, as servants, dare to be negligent? Young Master Wang Dong. The two commanders carefully confirmed, and after receiving confirmation, they hurriedly led 2 rows of guards to bow deeply to Wu Wei. Young Master Wang Dong, we were blind and didn't recognize you. We were very rude just now. Please forgive us, please forgive us. The hierarchy is particularly prominent in the cultivation world, and it's one of the ways cultivators maintain their status. However, this excessive enthusiasm made Wu Wei somewhat uncomfortable. So, he imitated the manner of a playboy, casually waving his paper fan to signal the guards to quickly step aside. Wu Wei, in disguise as Wang Dong, was originally a carefree and unrestrained young master, so Wu Wei could act as he pleased without any flaws. You're smart enough to know your place, young Master Wang Dong. This way please. Xiao Sanzi glanced at them from the side, then immediately bowed and led the way. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and escort young Master Wang Dong on his tour of Yunnan City. The two commanders hurriedly formed, quickly selecting a squad of guards to escort Wu Wei on his tour. With these dozen or so fully armed guards by his side, he would definitely be the most conspicuous person wherever he went. Why would Wu Wei need to feel uncomfortable? He immediately glared at them coldly, then strode into the city like a young master on a sightseeing trip. The 2 rows of gate guards dared not linger, standing humbly by the gate, seeing Wu Wei off until he was lucky enough to finally straighten up. Meanwhile, Wu Wei, accompanied by Xiao Sanzi, strolled happily into the city. A feeling of being transported to another world immediately washed over him. Chapter 427 The Secular World of Cultivation. Stepping through the city gates and into the streets, a bustling, vibrant scene unfolded before Wu Wei's eyes. The buildings within Yunnan City were mostly constructed of wood, with tea houses, taverns, pawn shops, workshops, and clinics lining the main streets. These meticulously crafted buildings, with their intricately designed eaves and bracketed brackets, possessed a classic, antique beauty, and compared to the ancient architecture Wu Wei remembered from Earth, they carried a greater sense of weight and history, weathered by time. At the foot of the shops, numerous vendors set up stalls. These vendors used carts, wooden tables, or even simply spread a piece of cowhide on the ground to sell their wares. The variety of goods they sold was far greater than that in the shops. Common items such as talismans, elixirs, artifacts, and tools could all be found here. In addition, there were spiritual plants, spiritual fruits, antiques, snacks, and pastries, a dazzling array of choices. In short, almost anything that could be sold for a little money would be for sale here. As for authenticity, that depended on one's discerning eye. The streets were bustling with people, porters bent over by heavy loads, laborers driving carts to deliver goods, merchants hurrying along, and men and women strolling and pausing. A single glance was enough to clearly see the antiquity and wealth of Yunnan City. Its liveliness was interspersed with tranquility and peace. However, one thing surprised Wu Wei. While Yunnan City had a very large population, cultivators were surprisingly few among the dense crowd. Wasn't this a city famous for its exclusive cultivation community? Why were cultivators so rare? Seemingly sensing Wu Wei's confusion, Wang's servant, Xiao Sanzi, quickly interjected, "Young Master Wang Dong, do you feel there aren't as many cultivators here as you imagined?" "That's right," Wu Wei replied. "In our great Yanzhou, there are very few people with cultivation aptitude to begin with, perhaps only 1 in 1,000 or 100. Those with exceptional aptitude are even fewer. Furthermore, these exceptionally talented cultivators often go into seclusion, sometimes for 10 or 8 years, or even decades, without ever venturing out. Even when they do occasionally emerge, it's just a quick purchase before they disappear again. Therefore, the number of cultivators we see in Yunnan City is significantly less than that of ordinary people." "No wonder," Wu Wei casually replied. Thinking about it, it was indeed true. Cultivators were like high-ranking nobles or pure-blooded individuals in other civilizations. They occupied the very top of the social hierarchy. The entire civilization, along with all its races, served this small group. Not to mention the upper-level cultivators with exceptional aptitude, undoubtedly the noblest of nobles, their numbers even more scarce. In the vast Yanzhou, with its hundreds of millions of inhabitants, less than 1% possess the aptitude for cultivation. Those like Wang Yan, the head of the Wang family, and other patriarchs of cultivation clans, who have reached levels 8 or even 9, are extremely rare. These high-level cultivators naturally don't venture out easily, Even if they need to purchase supplies, they delegate it to their servants. This is why, despite the vastness of Yunayang City, cultivators are surprisingly few. Powerful cultivators like Wu Wei, who have reached the 6th level nascent soul stage, are rare, reclusive masters. Undoubtedly, the entire city is built to serve cultivators. Many shop owners and employees are also cultivators, but their strength and talent are too low. They can only do men's shops and work for large families. Come on, let's go inside, Wu Wei called out, fanning himself with his fan, and led the way into the city. Xiao Sanzi quickly followed behind, introducing the city's attractions and the unique features of each shop. Young master, I can tell at first glance that you are a cultivator of exceptional talent. How about it? Want to see this piece of top-grade ice profound iron? It's absolutely the best material for forging divine weapons. TCH, you dare to flaunt a piece of ice profound iron? Young master, look at this spirit grass of mine, it's definitely 500 years old. Genuine 5-element spirit talismans, young master, take a look, they're absolutely essential for home and travel emergencies. 3 talismans for 1 spirit stone, buy 10 and I'll give you 2 more. Brother, let's talk in private. I have a bottle of top-grade conquering pills here, just 1 pill, guaranteed 2. As Wu Wei strolled around, more and more shopkeepers and vendors began to notice him. Although these shopkeepers and vendors couldn't discern Wu Wei's cultivation level, his low-key and reserved demeanor, his white robes and paper fan, both top-grade magical artifacts, clearly indicated he was a cultivator from a prominent family. For these peddlers who might not make a sale for a year but live off it for 3, and who would practically call a wandering cultivator their father, these young masters on vacation were absolute gold diggers. These young masters were not only incredibly wealthy but also usually shallow in their understanding. A good ripoff could recoup their losses in 3 years, or even the next 10. Sure enough, the courtesans playing the zither in the brothels, upon hearing the commotion, flocked to the windows, eagerly calling out, "Young master, come up. Let me play a tune for you. Young master, come sit here, I won't accept your spirit stones. Young master, I'm the best in Yunayang City." The flattery grew louder and more blatant, even making Xiao Sanzi, who was standing beside Wu Wei, blush and feel awkward. A young master from a wealthy family was a hot commodity in Yunayang City, considering that most of these merchants and courtesans were ordinary people or low-level cultivators with limited talent. On the path of cultivation, they had virtually no hope. Compared to other cultivators, their lifespan was only a little over 100 years, with the longest being no more than 200. Therefore, encountering a young master like Wu Wei meant that if they could make a good fortune, their future would be much more comfortable. The courtesans, willing to pay anything to be with Wu Wei, naturally hoped to use him to rise to power. Even being taken back by Wu Wei for a few days was better than spending their entire lives in a brothel. It's lively, but a bit noisy. The items sold on the street naturally didn't meet Wu Wei's standards. Whether it was talismans or spiritual herbs, the spiritual energy contained within was pitifully small. As for the spiritual plants, spiritual objects, and minerals, even if given to Wu Wei for free, they would feel heavy in his hands. And those courtesans, could they compare to his maids and holy consorts in the divine kingdom? There was nothing he could do. Wu Wei was a god who possessed a star lake. The things sold in Yunayang City of Diansahao naturally didn't meet Wu Wei's standards. So Wu Wei deliberately put on a cold expression, subtly revealing his formidable strength at the nascent soul level. The surrounding merchants instantly felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, each one hurriedly kneeling and kowtowing, then obediently retreating to the side, not daring to make a sound. In the world of cultivation, powerful cultivators are absolute authorities, even able to control life and death over lower-level beings. Take the small place of Diansahao, for example. Here, a golden core cultivator is revered as an ancestor, so a nascent soul cultivator is practically equivalent to a monster. Few dare to provoke a nascent soul monster. The whole world suddenly became quiet. Without the merchant's disturbance, Wu Wei could stroll around more freely. Just then, a ragged little boy found half a discarded flatbread by a trash can on a street corner. Overjoyed, the little boy picked it up and ran into the alley behind him. However, his shoes, with his toes sticking out, were so worn that he tripped and fell after only a few steps. Finding the flatbread seemed to bring him such immense joy that he forgot the pain in his scraped and bleeding knees. He got up, still beaming, and ran into the alley. "Little Sanzi, who is that child? Wu Wei called to his servant and pointed to the alley where the little boy had disappeared. "Oh, just a little beggar. That kid's got guts, isn't he afraid of getting caught?" Xiao Sanzi followed behind Wu Wei, explaining dismissively, "Beggars aren't allowed in Yunayang City. If these vermin offend a certain lord, it's a grave offense. So, if these vagrants are found entering the city guards will punish them severely." Wu Wei nodded thoughtfully, then waved his paper fan. "Take me to see." "Ah. Young Master Wang Dong, you want to go to that kind of place?" Xiao Sanzi's young face was full of trouble. "That kind of place is dirty and smelly, not suitable for your status." Wu Wei's brows furrowed suddenly, and the servant immediately agreed in fear. "Young Master Wang Dong, this way, I'll take you around right away." To Wu Wei's surprise, the alley the little boy had just walked through actually led to a crack between the city wall and the mountain, from which one could go directly outside the city. In fact, there were several such paths leading into the city within Yunayang City. Refugees from outside the city weren't necessarily forbidden from entering, as long as they were hired or led by someone from within the city for a transaction, they could enter. However, those who sneaked into the city without a legitimate reason were considered troublemakers affecting the city's appearance and would immediately be cleared and expelled by the city guards. Reaching the outside of the city via these paths, Wu Wei discovered that the magnificent Yunayang City also had such a filthy and chaotic side. Where the city wall met the mountainside, there were makeshift shacks everywhere, the ground overflowing with sewage and filthy mud. The refugees living in these shacks included men, women, and children, but all were emaciated and listless. Seemingly because of Wu Wei's expensive clothes and his imposing presence, these refugees' thin, sunken eyes filled with fear. After a brief moment of stunned silence, they spontaneously knelt on either side, making way for him. These refugees lived at the very bottom of society. Any cultivator could trample them to death at will without bearing any criminal responsibility. These lowly people have lived around Yunayang City for generations. They farm and gather here, and occasionally hunt in the mountains. They sell whatever they find at the city gate. Xiao Sanzi pinched his nose, looking around with disgust, then gently advised, "Young Master Wang Dong, you've seen it all, shall we go back? It's too dirty here, don't get your shoes dirty." Wu Wei didn't speak. This place unconsciously reminded him of the slums he had seen before. Perhaps no one could have predicted that the seemingly pristine and otherworldly world of cultivation would be in such a state of chaos underneath. In fact, behind any glamorous civilization, there exist these dirty and chaotic places. It is precisely these dirty and chaotic parts that support the entire vast civilization system. "Follow me." Wu Wei walked inside on his own, and Xiao Sanzi could only follow helplessly, constantly fanning his nose as if he would be suffocated by the stench if he relaxed for even a moment. Not long after, the little boy reappeared in Wu Wei's sight. In front of a half-collapsed shack, the little boy, limping, cheerfully offered half a flatbread to a frail woman with withered hair. The woman tremblingly took the flatbread, swallowed hard, and was about to take a bite when she noticed Wu Wei, dressed in white and exuding an air of nobility, had already walked up to them. In an instant, both the little boy and the woman froze on the spot, their eyes filled with fear. After a long while, the little boy stood there blankly, trembling as he stammered, "Mother, I didn't steal, slap." Before the little boy could finish speaking, the woman raised her hand and slapped him across the face. "Sir, young master, my child is young and doesn't understand. Please forgive him, please forgive him." The woman kowtowed repeatedly in fear, begging for mercy. She also grabbed the little boy, demanding he kowtow and apologize as well. The little boy, tears streaming down his face, knelt helplessly, but stubbornly held back his tears, remaining silent. In this world, cultivators ruled everything, and even the slightest disrespect would often bring consequences these refugees couldn't bear. Even a child understood this. "Your child didn't steal, I can vouch for that," Wu Wei replied gently, softening his tone. He then looked at the somewhat stubborn but sensible little boy. "Your mother seems quite ill. Do you want to save her?" The little boy nodded heavily. "All right." Wu Wei took out a small statue of the god of light from his storage equipment and handed it to the little boy. "As long as you sincerely pray to this statue, the god will surely respond." "Really?" The little boy, realizing that Wu Wei seemed to have no ill intentions, cautiously asked with some doubt, This deity is not a deity, but a god representing the light of the world." Finally, at Wu Wei's prompting, The little boy knelt down and immediately began to pray devoutly to the statue of the God of Light. Sure enough, as the little boy prayed, the small statue of the God of Light slowly began to glow with golden light. Under the illumination of this thin layer of golden light, the little boy's mother began to recover at a visible speed. In no time, this previously weak woman not only regained her strength, but even her cracked skin and dry, yellow hair returned to healthy color, making her look as if she had suddenly become 7 or 8 years younger. This stunned not only the little boy and his mother, but also all the onlookers. It came true. Our prayers really came true. My God. Is there really such a thing in this world? That God of Light, the God of Light, really will protect us refugees. In an instant, the refugees in this area were all in an uproar. Even Xiao Sanzi, who hadn't taken it seriously at all, was astonished. Only Wu Wei smiled silently. He was joking, with the God of Light standing right next to him. How could such a small prayer not come true? Thank you, great God of Light. Thank you, young master. Thank you, God of Light. Thank you for healing my mother. The woman, now fully recovered, immediately kowtowed to Wu Wei with her child in gratitude. Many of the refugees around followed suit, kneeling and praying. For these refugees who had long lived at the bottom of society, any glimmer of hope or benefit would be grasped with all their might. This is all thanks to the God of Light. As long as you sincerely believe, you will surely receive divine protection. Wu Wei glanced around and took the opportunity to loudly proclaim. Sure enough, one faith channel after another began to connect with the statue, and finally the statue connected with Wu Wei himself. In the blink of an eye, one eye after another scattered throughout the slums began to light up under Wu Wei's light. These eyes were naturally Wu Wei's followers. Wherever his followers were, that was the area covered by Wu Wei's divine radiance. And these lowly refugees, insignificant in the cultivation world, were the solid levers that Wu Wei used to leverage the Immortal Palace's position. As long as you sincerely believe in the God of Light, you will surely receive a response and protection. However, you must all remember that this matter must never be known to any cultivator, otherwise you will bring about your own demise. Wu Wei warned loudly to those around him like a prophet, especially the last word, deathly demise, which weighed heavily on the hearts of every refugee. Even Xiao Sanzi, the servant who witnessed the whole thing, felt his heart tighten and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The consequences were indeed severe, but this was the only chance these refugees could receive blessings. Therefore, even if it meant risking their lives, they would still take the risk. Young Master Wang Dong, I am a cultivator, and I also saw a miracle. You say I might. Xiao Sanzi was sweating profusely. He was someone who had seen a miracle. If you were to be killed, wouldn't he be finished if he wasn't careful? If you don't go around spreading rumors, how could you be killed? Wu Wei glanced at him and coaxed him gently. However, you can also pray to the gods. As long as your heart is sincere enough, your future will be limitless. Really? Young Master Wang Dong, I'm a cultivator, can I also believe in gods? Of course you can. Young Master Wang Dong, Young Master Wang Dong, wait for me. As Wu Wei and the servant left the slum where the refugees lived, seeds of faith were finally quietly sown in the world ruled by cultivators in Dian's Hao. Chapter 428 Immortal Palace. Forward. While Wu Wei, disguised as Wang Dong, was traveling among the lower levels of the mortal realm under the jurisdiction of the Immortal Palace, broadening his horizons and secretly searching for seeds of light, systematically spreading the faith in light, on the other side of the distant universe, in the Kingdom of Light, the Kingdom of Light was no longer the desolate and ruined place it once was. Its population had reached millions, and life flourished everywhere. Countless winged angels flew through the sky, far more powerful than in the prime of the old God of Light. Vast fields of sacred crops stretched like an endless ocean, bathed in boundless light, absorbing the power of holy light to develop into plump, sacred grains of wheat. Through repeated improvements to the wheat varieties, the sacred wheat was now of a very high grade, forming a tiered quality system. The best quality sacred wheat was supplied to the high-ranking members of the Kingdom of Light, containing enough immense sacred energy to sustain their daily needs. Furthermore, the vast, ocean-like lake teems with countless fish and shrimp, many of which contain traces of vital life force. Such traces of life force are negligible to the top-tier powerhouses of the Divine Kingdom, but for the vast majority of ordinary citizens, they are undoubtedly divine delicacies. Consuming them over time can gradually alter the quality of one's soul, leading to advancement. Now, the threshold for becoming an angel is increasingly high, and many ordinary citizens work with utmost enthusiasm, accumulating merit to exchange for high-grade sacred wheat and ingredients imbued with vital power, all to reach the angelic threshold and provide more service to the great God of light. Becoming an angel does not signify the end of the advancement process. They will strive even harder to accumulate merit, aiming to ascend to the rank of archangel, archangel commander, or even higher. The entire divine kingdom, under the hierarchical advancement system, has been unleashed boundless power, and every citizen is filled with ambition and anticipation for the future. From holy believers to death, and then to ascension to the divine kingdom and obtaining a sacred body, it is only the beginning. This is yet another change in the atmosphere of the divine kingdom, from the time of the old God of light. Meanwhile, within the majestic temple bathed in sacred light, the highest seat representing the God of light lay empty. In the subordinate divine position, Holy Consort Catherine sat regally, her extraordinary aura like a shining star in the sky. As the grand administrator of the divine kingdom, the central guard, and the renowned marshal of the Light Legion, all these accolades added to Holy Consort Catherine's prestige. Her authority, accumulated over centuries, made her second only to Wu Wei in the divine kingdom's power. Even marshals maintained a respectful demeanor towards her in formal settings. Wu Wei's main consciousness was currently on vacation in the cultivation civilization of Dian's Hao. Although he could transmit his consciousness at any time, since Catherine was handling the trivial matters, he was too lazy to do so. Holy Consort, St. Luke bowed, we have fully entered the territory of the demon civilization, and the two sides have already engaged in several small-scale skirmishes. Although the demon civilization is only a level 3 civilization, it is supported by a level 5 civilization. I am worried that if we annihilate that demon civilization, it will attract strong attention from the level 5 demon civilization. Marshal St. Luke, Katerina said calmly, that direction is your primary attack direction. All strategic and tactical arrangements are your responsibility. But remember, our great God of light is fearless. My Lord's request, the key is to steadily expand the level of faith. The darkness before dawn is merely a prelude to the all-encompassing light. Our great Lord of Light once said that when we pull back our fists, it's not out of fear of the enemy, but to prepare for a more powerful punch next time. Praise be to our Lord. The Holy Consort is absolutely right, St. Luke said with a face full of agreement. Now, our Lord's goal is the immortal palace. What we should do is to quickly accumulate more believers for our Lord, train more loyal warriors, and find more treasures. As for that mere third-level demon civilization, it's nothing more than an ugly rat we're playing with. St. Luke. After reporting the strategy, St. Angel Doris bowed slightly and said, Holy Consort, our strategic plan for the Aesop galaxy has been fully implemented. The radiance of our Lord has spread throughout the entire Quinn star cluster, and the great power has begun to spread to other star clusters in this planetary system. Angel, you have done well, Catherine praised. I believe that with your efforts, the radiance of our Lord will surely illuminate every inhabited planet in the Aesop galaxy. Holy Consort, the vigorous spread of our faith and light has already attracted the attention of the overlord of this planetary system, a level 4 power called the Jujin Technology Federation. The civilizations are paying attention. They've sent envoys to warn us to stop spreading our faith in other star clusters of this planetary lake, or they'll take severe measures, Angel said solemnly. We ask for guidance from the Holy Consort on how to respond. We spread our faith in light so that every life has the opportunity to choose its own faith and the right to bask in the light, Holy Consort Katerina said calmly. We welcome any friend, but we are not afraid of any enemy. Yes, I understand. A sharp glint flashed in Angel's eyes, as if she had made up her mind. One grand strategy and tactic after another was discussed in this magnificent temple. Seemingly casual decisions actually concerned the life and death of some level 3 civilizations, even level 4 civilizations, and the ultimate fate of hundreds of billions, trillions, or even hundreds of billions of lives. This is the foundation of a powerful civilization, and the source of the power of Wu Wei's current civilization of light. Time passed. 2 years went by in the blink of an eye. In the vast and boundless void of the universe, a tall and majestic azure flying boat sailed silently. Its hull was beautiful and sturdy, resembling a giant whale swimming proudly in the ocean from afar. As its name suggests, this flying boat had a distinctive name in Great Yan's Hao, the Flying Fish Boat. Under the jurisdiction of the Immortal Palace, the Flying Fish Boat was a small to medium-sized ocean-going vessel, roughly equivalent to a destroyer in other civilizations. This warship of the cultivation world, capable of traversing the void of the universe, was hundreds of feet long, shaped like a fish. Its hull, primarily constructed of spirit wood, featured 3 tiers of fin-like buildings, each with parapets and crenellations for firing and defense in wartime. At the stern of the flying boat, a large banner of the royal family of Great Yanzhou still stood. At the top of the banner was a lookout tower, bearing the name of the royal family of Great Yanzhou. These characteristics are enough to prove that this flying boat is the flagship of the Wang family, soaring out from Yanzhou. Although it is only a small to medium-sized flying boat of the destroyer class, it is an extremely valuable asset to the Wang family now, and a symbol of their status as the lord of the state. In the territory ruled by the Immortal Palace, only the lord of a state is qualified to build his own starship fleet and represent his state on missions to other regions. The Wang family of Yanzhou is no longer able to build a flying fish boat capable of traversing the universe and interstellar space. The only flying fish boat they have left is a legacy from Wang Bian's great-grandfather. Your Majesty, no need for formalities, cousin, this is all I have. I am truly sorry to have troubled you. The elegant young man who walked out of the cabin at this moment was Wang Bian, the lord of the Wang family, dressed in a blue robe and with a humble demeanor. Although he had been with Wang Dong, the incarnation of Wu Wei, for more than 2 years, he still couldn't help but feel a sense of awe whenever he addressed him. There was no way around it. Once you reached the level of a fanatic or higher, you would be filled with unwavering and fervent faith in Wu Wei, the god of light. Moreover, Wang Bian was a saintly believer, even more pure and perfect than a fanatic, so his reverence for Wu Wei was entirely heartfelt and reached the depths of his soul. It's alright, all of this is only temporary. As long as your heart is turned towards the light, your future will definitely not be limited to this. In front of Wang Dong, a young man dressed in white, with tassels at his waist and a paper fan in his hand, gazed contentedly at the distant stars. Undoubtedly, this fair-skinned, handsome young man, exuding royal nobility, was Wu Wei, incarnate as Wang Dong. Receiving Wu Wei's promise, Wang Bian felt a surge of warmth and quickly expressed his gratitude. I believe that as long as I follow you, our Wang family and all the hard-working people of Yanzhou will surely forge an infinite future. Faced with a believer's reverence, Wu Wei merely smiled slightly and casually raised his paper fan. Although his demeanor and movement seemed frivolous, in the eyes of these believers, they exuded a power that commanded utter submission. In fact, it wasn't just Wang Bian, the patriarch of the Wang family. Over the past 2 years, his personal steward Ji Shan, as well as all the Wang family members and servants, had gradually transformed into devout believers, with several reaching fanatical levels. This was not only due to Wu Wei's personal dissemination of faith, but also to the efforts of Wang Bian and Elder Ji. One was a holy believer, the other a fanatical believer, both possessing inherent faith amplification. With the addition of the God of Light, Wu Wei, influencing the members of this low-level cultivation family was naturally effortless. Especially as the Wang family members and servants gradually learned of the miraculous deeds of their patriarch Wang Bian and the numerous benefits of believing in the God of Light, the seeds of faith in their hearts quickly took root and sprouted. After all, these people had almost no future on the path of cultivation, but believing in the God of Light offered limitless possibilities. Anyone in this situation would probably rush to try it. Coupled with 2 years of continuous influence and edification, the Wang family members' faith level increased daily, gradually growing into the unwavering devout believers they are today. This was also a result of Wu Wei's increased investment of divine power in the early stages. After all, if he wanted to establish himself in the cultivation world, he needed a group of loyal followers who would fight to the death for him. These Wang family members, directly under the leadership of the family head Wang Bian, were undoubtedly the best targets. Besides the Wang family members, the vast majority of ordinary humans in Yanzhou were also gradually transformed into believers in the light under Wu Wei's deliberate influence. The hundreds of millions of people in Yanzhou were mostly ordinary people, with poor farmers, laborers, and migrant workers making up the vast majority. These farmers, laborers, and migrant workers living at the bottom of society were destitute and helpless, spending their entire lives, even several generations, toiling like ants at the bottom, their surplus value supporting the upper class and those cultivators generation after generation, never able to rise above their circumstances. But Wu Wei, who quietly came to this planet, gave them another choice, to believe in him, the God of Light, and thus gain an opportunity to change their lives. Such an opportunity was invaluable to generations of impoverished people living in darkness, and they would gladly give their lives for it. Thus, within just 2 years, the clandestine faith in the God of Light spread throughout the populace of Day and Tao. Those arrogant high-ranking members of the Immortal Palace probably never dreamed that Wu Wei, who had secretly infiltrated the region, had already subtly transformed the entire Day and Tao into his own territory. Cousin, after another half-day's journey, we'll reach the vast and boundless outer nebula sea. There, clouds churn and stars surge, a truly magnificent sight. Wang Bian excitedly approached Wu Wei from behind, reporting respectfully, "Actually, I've never been there myself, I only heard about it from my late father." According to him, to reach the outer nebula sea, one must break through the void and travel through the outer void. I heard that as we journey, the entire galaxy will unfold before our eyes. At this moment, the planet of Day and Tao had become an insignificant dot behind the spaceship, and Wu Wei and the others were getting further and further away from that star system. Now, hearing Wang Tian's words, Wu Wei could roughly deduce that their group was about to reach a spatial node and would soon pass through a spatial tunnel to reach another star system. However, the Wang family had indeed fallen into decline for too long. Apart from Wang Bian's deceased father and the old steward Ji Shan, almost no one had ever traveled through the spatial passage by spaceship, and no one had even left the Day and Tao star system. Not a single mistake, not a single post, not a single content, not a single book, not a single bar. Not only was Wang Bian excited, but the old steward Ji Shan, leading dozens of Wang family members, also went up to the upper deck of the flying fish boat. The flying fish boat used spirit stones and rune technology to form a spiritual energy barrier on its surface, resembling an energy shield from a technological civilization. Under this almost transparent spiritual energy barrier, pressure, temperature, air, and other factors remained constant. Those within it didn't need protective clothing and could move freely on the flying fish boat's deck, a unique method of cultivation civilization. Now, strolling on the flying fish boat's deck, it was indeed a good place to observe the void of the universe. Young Master Wang Dong. The old steward Ji Shan, leading dozens of Wang family members, immediately knelt before Wu Wei after entering the deck, respectfully paying their respects. In their eyes, Wu Wei, in disguise as Wang Dong, was not only the young master who had come to save their entire clan, but also a supreme deity. Therefore, whenever they paid their respects, they were filled with heartfelt reverence, surpassing even the unparalleled palace master of the Immortal Palace in some respects. "Rise, all of you. Just treat me as your young master outside, and don't attract unnecessary attention," Wu Wei said, raising his hand. His natural charisma was captivating, and all the Wang family members present were filled with heartfelt admiration and awe. Yes, we understand, Elder Ji led his men to their feet, but the respect in their eyes remained undiminished. This was unavoidable. Once their faith reached a certain level, their reverence for the gods would be genuine and unchangeable. Undoubtedly, this group of men and women from the Wang family were all at the level of fanatical believers. They were the core followers Wu Wei had cultivated in Yanzhou, the foundation for his further infiltration of the Immortal Palace. "Gentlemen, our purpose this time is to enter the Immortal Palace." Wu Wei slowly swept his gaze over the group of believers before him and began to speak. However, as a renowned sect throughout the world, becoming an inner or outer disciple of the Immortal Palace is extremely difficult. Especially for inner disciples, perhaps only 1 in a million will be selected. At this point, everyone present, including Wang Bian, became solemn. What kind of ancient and revered sect is the Immortal Palace? Currently, in the entire Purple Cloud star system, the vast star system ruled by the Immortal Palace, only the Immortal Palace remains the eternal ruler of everything. The Immortal Palace is like a star in a star system, all things in the system revolve around it. They are governed by it, influenced by it, and prosper or perish because of it. Therefore, all living beings in the entire Purple Cloud star system strive to enter this legendary sect, the Immortal Palace, as their lifelong goal. Once they can enter the Immortal Palace, no matter what their origins, whether poor or rich, become important the moment they are successfully selected. Because becoming a disciple of the Immortal Palace completely rewrites one's life, and even the fate of one's family and friends. It's no exaggeration to describe these selected disciples as transforming from sparrows into phoenixes, or carp leaping over the dragon gate. The Immortal Palace's influence in this star system is immense. This ancient immortal sect only opens its gates every 300 years to recruit a new batch of disciples. At that time, the previous batch of high-ranking disciples officially graduates, either joining the Immortal Palace or returning to their territories to manage affairs on behalf of the Immortal Palace. This model of cultivating and managing disciples is a crucial means for the Immortal Palace to reserve talent and control the entire Purple Cloud star system. It can be said that anyone who successfully enters the Immortal Palace and receives its prestige will at least become a ruler of a star region. The ancestors of the Wang family of Great Yanzhou rose to prominence in Great Yanzhou through this very method. Therefore, whenever the Immortal Palace opens its gates to recruit disciples, all cultivators in the entire Purple Cloud star system are abuzz with excitement. The Purple Cloud star system is extremely vast, encompassing 5 major star lakes and the star cluster directly under the Immortal Palace, with a total population exceeding 1 trillion. Among them, tens of billions possess the aptitude for cultivation. Of these tens of billions, hundreds of millions meet the Immortal Palace's initial recruitment standards. However, from these hundreds of millions of cultivators who meet the initial standards, the Immortal Palace will ultimately retain only a few 100,000 elites. It truly is a selection process of 1 in 1,000, 1 in 10,000. Of these lucky ones, even fewer will be fortunate enough to enter the inner sect. In the end, only 1,000, or even several hundred, will have the opportunity to become inner sect disciples personally selected by the 12 chief elders. As for the true disciples who advance to a higher level, it's even rarer. 1 in tens of millions, or even several selection cycles, might not be possible. This is equivalent to one person competing against the population of an entire city for a single spot. Such terrifying competitive pressure is enough to drive most participants to the brink of collapse due to the overwhelming pressure. Furthermore, in each selection of disciples, many participants succumb to excessive pressure, succumb to anxiety, and suffer mental breakdowns, ultimately losing their precious lives prematurely. This doesn't even take into account the brutal competition among the contestants during the selection process. Even after such a long period of hardship, Wang Bian and the other members of the Wang family still possess the courage to participate in the selection. It must be said that their character, under Wu Wei's tutelage, has become remarkably resilient and outstanding. Cousin, rest assured, entering the Immortal Palace this time is of great significance to you. I, Wang Bian, swear in the name of the Wang family head that I and all the Wang family members before me, even if it costs us our lives, will ensure your entry into the Immortal Palace. Young Master Wang Dong. We are willing to swear on our lives to ensure your entry into the Immortal Palace. The young family head, Wang Bian, stood solemnly, and he and the group of Wang family members behind him stood in solemn silence, creating a somber atmosphere. According to the selection rules of the Immortal Palace, only young cultivators under 300 years old with a strength reaching the 10th level of the Immortal Realm are eligible to participate in the selection of inner disciples. Young cultivators with a strength between 8th and 10th level are eligible for the selection of outer disciples. The Great Yanzhou and the Wang family have long since declined. This year, only Wang Bian possesses the qualification for inner disciple selection. The remaining dozens of Wang family members, along with 100 or so Great Yanzhou cultivators inside the flying boat, are mostly at level 8 or 9. These men and women can only participate in the outer disciple selection. As for Wu Wei's avatar, Wang Dong himself, he has quietly raised the strength of this avatar to level 8, the integration stage, just meeting the standard for outer disciple selection within the past 2 years. Therefore, in the eyes of these Wang family members present, the Great Yanzhou Wang family has almost no advantage in this year's Immortal Palace selection. This immense pressure, knowing it's impossible yet still doing it, weighs heavily on the hearts of the young Wang Dong and the other Wang family members, almost suffocating them. Everyone, please relax, Wu Wei said casually, shaking his paper fan. Since I'm taking you all to the Immortal Palace selection competition, I'll naturally guarantee that every one of you will be selected. He wasn't joking. These steadfast believers were crucial spies Wu Wei was about to place within the Immortal Palace, and losing even one would be a huge loss for him. However, the plan to enter the Immortal Palace was fraught with difficulties at every step, especially this first step, which seemed impossible. Therefore, he had to find a way to ensure that all these uncompetitive believers were selected as disciples of the Immortal Palace. Chapter 429 All my people must be awesome. Wang Ziming, accept this extraordinary 2-element steps, it will perfectly compensate for your lack of movement skills. Wang Jin, you are strong and powerful. This white light axe is for you. Wang Yaner, take this emerald feather robe for self-defense. One after another, Wang family disciples were called forward by Wu Wei. Wu Wei gifted them corresponding equipment or cultivation techniques based on their individual strengths and weaknesses. As the saying goes, if you lack strength, make up for it with equipment. If Wu Wei forcibly increased their strength, causing so many people to suddenly become powerful, it would inevitably arouse suspicion from outsiders. Therefore, giving them specific cultivation techniques and equipment can make up for their deficiencies in certain aspects. As for where Wu Wei's cultivation techniques and equipment came from, he had joined forces with the Lanling family to wipe out the Daotian sect in his early years, which provided him with a large number of ready-made immortal artifacts and cultivation techniques. Back then, the Daotian sect was a renowned level 4 civilization throughout the entire Star Lake, and the immortal artifacts and cultivation techniques seized from their treasury were all of superior quality. Aside from selling a batch to the Lanling family, Wu Wei stored the remaining treasures in the Divine Kingdom's treasury for his subordinates to analyze and study. Over the past 2 years, Wu Wei had collected quite a few items in the Divine Kingdom, and now giving some to the Wang family members whose strength was only level 8 or 9 was more than enough. Little Sanzi, this mind clarity manual is a good thing. Take it and study it carefully. Wu Wei's gaze swept across the crowd, landing on his personal servant standing in the corner. He then flicked his finger, sending a jade pendant containing the cultivation technique to the servant. Me too. The young servant, who had followed Wu Wei for 2 years, burst into tears and knelt down with a thud. Young Master Wang Dong, you helped me break through my limitations and advance to the 8th level of the integration stage, giving me the qualification to participate in the outer sect of the Immortal Palace. This is already an immense favor. You have now bestowed upon me such a precious cultivation technique. I have no way to repay you. The young servant's voice trembled, his expression sincere, as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Not only him, but many of the Wang family members present also knelt down at the same time. Young Master Wang Dong, please accept our bow. Thank you for your kindness. Without you, we would not be where we are today. We, the Wang family, are willing to serve you with our lives for generations to come. Although these cultivation techniques and immortal artifacts were insignificant to Wu Wei, they were like rare treasures to these low-level cultivators. Many people could not accumulate such a thing in their entire lives. With Wu Wei's help and support, they and their entire families would receive immense blessings. Amidst these expressions of gratitude, the believers' faith level immediately rose, and their devotion to Wu Wei became increasingly sincere and steadfast. Wang Dian, I have high hopes for you. This precious Dao Dian Zhuan Miegong was hard-won, and now I present it to you. As Wu Wei spoke, he raised his hand and handed a high-quality jade slip to Wang Dian, the head of the Wang family. Wang Dian knelt on the ground, raised his hands, and solemnly accepted the jade slip. Wang Dian then scanned it with his divine sense and immediately sensed the immense power contained within. Knowing this was no ordinary item, he was deeply moved and immediately knelt down, expressing his overwhelming gratitude. My lord, no, cousin, I, Wang Dian, will diligently cultivate and practice it, and I will never let you down. The Dao Dian Zhuan Miegong was indeed extremely precious, said to originate from the inheritance of an ancient immortal sect. Even within the former Dao Tian sect, it was a top-tier cultivation technique. The Dao Tian sect's supreme elder, Dao Tian Venerable, had cultivated this technique and ultimately reached the 13th level of the Golden Immortal Realm. Wu Wei's acquisition of this technique was no easy feat, but Wang Dian, this holy follower, was now extremely important to him. He held a crucial position in his strategic plan for the Immortal Palace, so he was determined to bring this follower into the inner circle of the Immortal Palace. As for Wu Wei himself, he utilized the cultivation technique and immortal artifact left behind by another young talent of the Dao Tian sect, Venerable Liu Feng. Venerable Liu Feng's heavenly profound key control technique, also from an ancient lineage, had reached a high level of proficiency. His mind moved at will, radiating a sharp and domineering aura. Combined with the immortal artifact, the wind tracing fan, he was virtually invincible. This immortal technique, primarily focused on cultivating divine sense and controlling ki and wind, was perfectly suited for Wu Wei, whose divine sense was powerful, to imitate and use. Otherwise, other complex immortal techniques would have been a huge challenge for Wu Wei, who was only cramming at the last minute. To avoid revealing his true abilities and to control the technique more easily, choosing the heavenly profound key control technique was undoubtedly the most convenient approach. Finally, Wu Wei also rewarded his loyal old steward, Ji Shan. Ji Shan was too old to participate in the Immortal Palace's selection, but if Wang Bian successfully became an inner disciple of the Immortal Palace, Ji Shan could serve as the Wang family head's personal servant, accompanying him into the Immortal Palace. This was crucial, so Wu Wei directly raised Ji Shan's cultivation level from the high-level 9th stage of the Tribulation Transcending Realm to the 10th stage of the Immortal Realm. Having an additional level 10 immortal servant would be incredibly helpful to Wu Wei and the others in the future. Crack! Wu Wei's divine spell ended, and the heavenly lightning struck. No one had expected that the highly respected Elder Ji would actually break through the tribulation stage in his twilight years and successfully advance to the coveted level 10 immortal realm. The longing and envy of those around him were palpable. Their faith in Wu Wei, the god of light, also grew even stronger. After all, the benefits of worshipping the god of light were readily available, far more tangible than the unattainable immortal palace. Thus, under everyone's watchful eyes, the old steward Ji Shan successfully passed the tribulation and advanced. As the thunderclouds gradually dissipated, the old man Ji Shan was moved to tears, weeping bitterly. He never imagined that he would actually break through the shackles that had plagued him for over 200 years and advance to the level 10 immortal in his lifetime. Thus, the biggest knot in his heart was finally broken. Reborn, his lifespan not only increased by 200 or 300 years, but his soul and state of mind also became more refined. Even his faith level surged, briefly breaking through to the saintly believer level. This scene surprised Wu Wei slightly, but gaining another saintly believer was undoubtedly an extra benefit for him. After initially reorganizing the team, the flying fish boat carrying Wu Wei and the participants from Day and Tao finally reached the spatial node. A bright light suddenly shone in the void, followed by a massive vortex of churning clouds, seemingly capable of swallowing the entire universe, gradually unfolding before everyone's eyes. The flying fish boat, hundreds of feet in size, appeared like a leaf in a storm before this enormous vortex, small and fragile, as if it could be crushed and shattered at any moment. Is this the passage to the outer sea of nebulae? Is this the outer void? How can it be so magnificent? Wang Bian and the many Wang family members behind Wu Wei were all seeing such a spectacular scene for the first time, and they were all dumbfounded and amazed. They never imagined that the passage to other star systems would be so grand and vast. In this vast and boundless universe, their Great Yanzhou was simply a drop in the ocean, and they, the Wang family members from Great Yanzhou, were truly insignificant in the entire universe. Reinforce the spiritual energy shield, and keep the flying boat moving at a constant speed. After admiring the magnificent scenery of the vortex, the shipwrights under the deck of the family head Wang Bian gave the order to continue moving forward. Thus, the flying fish boat slowly entered the vortex. If the universe is compared to an ocean, these spatial passages are like a highway built in the ocean. As soon as they entered this passage, everyone present immediately saw the legendary magnificent churning clouds on both sides of the passage, and countless surging stars rushing backward behind them. The flying fish boat carrying everyone traveled through this spatial passage for a full day. When they emerged again, they had arrived in a completely new star system. The scenery and the density of spiritual energy in this star system were completely different from the original Day and Tao. The many Wang family members on the flying fish boat whispered among themselves, discussing their new experience which they hadn't yet fully digested. However, at that moment, 3 more imposing and massive ships slowly emerged from the spatial vortex behind them. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Before the 3 large ships even got close, a vulgar voice rang out from the middle ship, "You broken ship in front, get out of the way! Don't block our young master's path! If you damage our young master's flying boat, can you afford to pay for it?" The people on the Wang family's flying fish boat immediately turned to look behind them. They saw that the 3 large ships had already sailed to their vicinity. Judging from their hull shapes, although all 3 were flying fish boats, they were significantly larger. Unlike the Wang family's simple and unassuming flying fish boats, these 3 ships were covered in heavy bronze armor, equipped with ramming bows, and mounted menacing steel crossbows on both sides. Even the 3-story decks were surrounded by heavily armored guards with long swords at their waists. At first glance, these 3 imposing ships resembled 3 heavily guarded armed warships, exuding a menacing aura. In comparison, the Wang family's flying fish boats looked like ordinary civilian vessels, The difference between the two was truly worlds apart. It's the Shi family of the Great Shang. As the three ships drew closer, a sharp-eyed member of the Wang family immediately spotted a large, bluish-gray flag raised at the stern of one of the ships, with a large Shi character prominently displayed in the center. The Shi family of Dashuang Prefecture enjoys immense prestige within the star cluster where Dian Prefecture is located. This is not only due to the family's vast wealth and influence, with businesses spanning almost all 16 prefectures of the star cluster, but also because the family head, the patriarch, and the eldest son, Shen Yunfeng, have all reached the 10th level of the immortal realm. It can be said that the Shi family is a renowned cultivation clan throughout the entire star cluster. The patriarch is currently in seclusion, attempting to break through to the 11th level of the true immortal realm. Once successful, the Shi family will officially become the leader of the entire star cluster. In fact, even now, the Shi family is already the leading force in their star cluster. No one dares to obstruct their actions. Only the Wang family of Dian Prefecture, with Wu Wei's support, barely escaped being annexed by the Shi family. However, the Wang family of Dian Prefecture is now practically defunct, barely surviving for nearly 200 years, relying on the remaining prestige of their ancestors. Compared to the current Shi family of Dashuang Prefecture, they are worlds apart and utterly incomparable. It should be Shi Yunfeng. Wang Don, the current head of the Wang family, frowned slightly as he looked at the three large ships belonging to the Shi family. 3 flying fish boats, could it be? Within the Immortal Palace, flying fish boats were usually only possessed by immortal-level cultivators. Now, the Shi family of the Great Shang dynasty had dispatched 3 incredibly imposing flying fish boats at once. Could it be that the Shi family already had 3 offspring who had reached the 10th level of immortality? Before Wang Yuan could ponder further, the 3 imposing ships had already approached. These 3 ships completely surrounded the Wang family's flying boat. At this moment, a young man dressed in a sky-blue brocade robe with ornate patterns, exuding an air of grandeur, slowly stepped onto the deck. It was none other than Shi Yunfeng, the eldest son of the Shi family of the Great Shang dynasty. Shi Yunfeng possessed striking, sharp eyebrows and a tall, elegant figure. As a young master from a prominent family, he was indeed handsome and charismatic. However, his narrow, sharp eyes were filled with an intimidating arrogance, as if in his eyes, those less powerful and less wealthy than him were nothing more than a group of impoverished commoners. Around Shi Yunfeng gathered a group of servants, one of whom, an old servant with gray hair and a fawning, obsequious face, was the very same one who had just stood at the bow of the ship and loudly hurled insults. At this moment, the servile old servant leaned close to Shi Yunfeng, glanced down at the boat, and sneered, "Hey, I thought it was someone so blind as to block our young master Yunfeng's way, but it turns out to be this bunch of country bumpkins from the Wang family. Insolence." Before the servile old servant could finish speaking, Ji Shan, the old steward beside Wang Don, immediately shouted, "Shen Si, you outsider servant, how dare you? My Wang family patriarch is here, how dare you be so arrogant? The hierarchy in the cultivation world is strict, and insubordination is an absolutely unforgivable crime. But how much prestige does the Wang family still have? And how many great families would fear them? How, the Wang family? You?" The servile old servant Shen Si was about to retort with a cold laugh, but the moment his gaze fell on the old steward Ji Shan, the cold laugh that had not yet blossomed froze on his face. "Old man, you, how could this be?" Shen Si, the old servant of the Shi family, stared wide-eyed like copper bells, his heart trembling with astonishment. Ji Shan, the old steward of the Wang family, was about the same age and strength as him. In their youth, as stewards of 2 rival families, they had often clashed. But now, they were both so old, maintaining their strength was already a feat of diligence. How could they possibly have improved again? Moreover, this wasn't just a simple improvement in strength, but a complete leap to a whole new level. You must know that below level 10, everyone is immortal, and there is an insurmountable chasm between level 9, the tribulation transcending stage, and level 10, the immortal realm. But what was going on with this Ji Shan? How could this old man, half buried in the ground, have advanced to the level 10 immortal realm? How could this be possible? Chapter 430 Conflict. Not only was the old servant Shen Si dumbfounded, but even Shi Yunfeng himself and his surrounding guards were awe-stunned, their expressions filled with disbelief. Yet, the truth was undeniable, they couldn't help but believe it. At this moment, on the Wang family's flying fish boat, the old steward Ji Shan stood solemnly, his expression dignified and imposing. Especially striking was the still lingering aura of tribulation lightning emanating from him, a sharp and menacing force, like a gleaming sword suspended in the air, its edge fully revealed. HMPH. Shen Si, the path of cultivation is inherently defying the heavens. My advancement to the 10th level of the immortal realm is a blessing from heaven upon my Wang family. On the contrary, you, at your age, are utterly oblivious to your place as a servant, truly bringing shame upon us. Old Master Ji, loyal to his master, immediately glared and roared, I advise you to quickly prostrate yourself before my Wang family head and apologize, or don't blame me for showing no mercy. Previously, Old Master Ji's words might have carried little weight in front of these outsiders, but now he was a genuine 10th level immortal. The words of an immortal are often considered unquestionable truths to mortals. Moreover, Old Master Ji had only recently advanced, and the residual power from his tribulation hadn't yet dissipated. His angry roar was enough to make the many servants of the Shi family present tense and unable to look him in the eye. Shen Si, the old servant of the Shi family, as the target of Old Master Ji's imposing presence, turned deathly pale. Under the oppressive aura of an immortal, he was naturally unable to resist. Moreover, the Wang family now not only had its patriarch Wang Yan, a level 10 immortal, but even its old servant Ji Shan had advanced to level 10. With 2 level 10 immortals in the Wang family, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly even if he had a lot of courage. However, he couldn't just bow down to the Wang family like that, so he had no choice but to slink back and cower behind Shi Yunfeng, the eldest young master of the Shi family. Shi Yunfeng's face was unfriendly. His servant being bullied was equivalent to his entire Shi family being bullied. If he backed down at this moment, where would his Shi family's face be? But before he could react, arrogant shouts came from the 2 large ships on either side. Old man, how dare you? A mere servant dares to be so insolent before the young master of the Shi family? Quickly bow your head and accept your punishment. These 2 shouts were extremely domineering, and 2 powerful auras of level 10 immortals surged up like a tide, instantly making the surrounding atmosphere heavy. The people on the Wang family's flying fish boat felt immense pressure and immediately looked to their left and right. Sure enough, 2 more dissolute young masters stepped out from the 2 large Shi family ships on the left and right. The one on the left was dressed in white, with a white jade pendant at his waist. His face was fair and smooth, and his features were exceptionally handsome. In particular, his long, narrow peach blossom eyes were filled with a sly, effeminate light, as if he were born to seek pleasure. No woman who fell into his gaze could escape his grasp. The man on the right was noticeably taller and more muscular. He wore a dark ink-colored robe, his skin slightly darker, but he was equally dashing. Compared to the man on the left, his demeanor was significantly more direct. Behind him followed a group of beautiful women, and in his arms were 2 charming young girls. As they approached, their playful laughter and giggles caused the girls' skirts to slip down almost halfway. These 2 girls were quite uninhibited, their delicate shoulders were exposed, seemingly unconcerned, as if the greedy gazes from the surrounding men were the highest compliment to their beauty. Elder Ji is the head steward of my Wang family, you have no right to interfere, said Wang Yan, the current head of the Wang family, stepping forward and looking directly at Shi Yunfeng and his 2 companions. Shi Yuanhao, Feng Jingshu, I didn't expect you 2 to have broken through the tribulation transcending stage and reached the immortal realm. Congratulations. Wang Yan's gaze moved from Shi Yuanhao on the left to Feng Jingshu on the right. Feng Jingshu, if I remember correctly, you are the eldest son of the Feng family of Daong Prefecture. Why are you now using the banner of the Shi family of the Great Shang Dynasty? Shi Yuanhao was the cousin of Shen Yunfeng, the eldest son of the Shi family. The Shi family was large and powerful, and naturally, it had a bunch of lazy and spoiled young masters, and Shi Yunhao was one of them. However, among the many sons of the Shi family, Shi Yunhao was considered to have some talent. Even though he spent his days indulging in pleasure and romance, his strength and cultivation could barely meet the expectations of the clan elders. But based on Wang Yan's understanding of him, with his temperament and still unstable foundation, it was impossible for him to advance to the 10th level immortal realm in a short time. But now, this Shi Yunhao had actually reached the 10th level, which surprised Wang Tian. Could the Shi family truly be so wealthy and powerful that they could use resources to create a level 10 immortal? Or is there some powerful figure guiding them from behind? The person who surprised Wang Tian the most was Feng Jingshu on his right. Daong Zhao, Dian, and Dashuang were all located in the same star cluster, and the ruler of Diaozhao was Fang Jingshuo's family. However, the Fang family of Diaozhao had always been considered lower middle tier in that star cluster. In recent years, with the Shi family's continuous growth, the survival space and profits of lower middle tier cultivation families like the Fang family of Diaozhao had been constantly squeezed, and their overall strength had declined. However, like the Wang family, no matter how much they declined, the Fang family of Diaozhao, like the Wang and Shi families, was still the ruler of a province and a renowned cultivation family of the same level. As the eldest son of the Fang family, Fang Jingshuo held an equal position with Wang Yuan and Shi Yunfan. But now, why was Fang Jingshuo's flying boat using the Shi family's name? Moreover, given Fang Jingshuo's womanizing nature, his strength was far from reaching the level 10 immortal realm. Now, this Fang Jingshuo not only reached the level 10 immortal realm but also invoked the Shi family's name, which Wang Yan found utterly perplexing. How, Wang Yan, do you think I'm just another useless piece of trash who can't advance even after 100 years? On the left side of the flying boat, Shi Yunhao, a contemptuous smile on his lips, strode to the edge of the deck. Perhaps you, Wang Yan, have some talent, but your Wang family is far too poor, no different from those second-rate families in remote, impoverished areas. Cultivating immortality requires resources. With your Wang family's capabilities, how could you possibly support young Master Wang? Otherwise, your father wouldn't have taken such a risk and lost his life in vain. Mentioning his deceased father, Wang Yan's face immediately darkened. However, Shi Yunhao remained smiling, his expression feigning sympathy but actually mocking. At this moment, Fang Jingshuo, standing on the right-hand flying boat, also walked to the deck with a chuckle. Wang Yan, as you can see, I am now a member of the Shi family. No, to be precise, our Fang family and the entire Great Yongzhou are now a member of the Shi family. Become a member of the Shi family. Wang Yan couldn't help but frown in confusion. How could your ancestors make such a decision? You are clearly the rulers of Great Yongzhou. Why would you condescend to be dependent on the Shi family? Don't you have any shame? Condescend. Fang Jingshuo's gaze turned cold, then he laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, Wang Yan, you overestimate yourself. Look at your own situation. What kind of trash are your Wang family descendants? You dare to call yourselves rulers of a province? It's laughable. The Shi family will be the leader of all our states, and our entire star cluster will be under their leadership. Rather than stubbornly resisting and waiting for our demise, it's better to submit to the Shi family as soon as possible, so we can cooperate with them to break through the star cluster and enter the Star Lake. As he spoke, Fang Jingshuo roughly hugged the beauty in his arms. What's wrong with submitting to the Shi family? My cultivation and all this wealth and glory were given to me by the Shi family. Without the Shi family, where would my Fang family be today? Truly shameless, Wang Yan gritted his teeth, his face looking rather ugly. The current situation was extremely unfavorable to his Wang family. If he hadn't been unwilling to abandon the glory of his ancestors and hadn't struggled to hold on until now, his Wang family would probably have become a lowly vassal of the Shi family, just like the Fang family. Now that the Shi family and his Wang family had clashed again, that Shi Yunfeng would definitely take advantage of this opportunity to bully the weak and regain the face he had lost. But now, the Wang family's flying fish ship is completely surrounded. The combined strength of all the Wang family members is probably less than 30% of their opponents. This situation is dire. The old steward, Ji Shan, the Wang family members, and the dozens of young cultivators from Diansao gathered in the cabin all wore solemn expressions and remained silent. They knew all too well the past between the Wang family and their rival, the Shi family. Now, in this part of the starry sky where they didn't even know their exact location, the Shi family, along with the Fang family, had completely surrounded the Wang family. The final outcome was obvious. A heavy, oppressive atmosphere began to spread through the hearts of all the Wang family members. Oh? How? It seems the Shi family is indeed very powerful and wealthy. Just as Wang Yan and the other members of the Wang family were under pressure, Wu Wei, who had been standing behind Wang Yan, had somehow appeared beside him. Hey cousin, are the Shi family and the Fang family both very rich? This question made Wang Yan slightly taken aback, but he still answered honestly in a low voice, cousin, now, let alone the Shi family, even the Fang family is not as powerful as our Wang family was in its heyday. The entire star cluster looked up to our Wang family. The Shi family and the Fang family are far from being comparable to the Wang family of that time. Wang Bian wanted to say something more, but Wu Wei shook the paper fan in his hand, interrupting him. There's no need to dwell on the past. We need to look forward. How much wealth do the Shi family and the Fang family have now? Wu Wei had no interest in the Wang family's past glory. What mattered was the fact that the Shi and Fang families had gathered before him in this remote star field, a huge gain for Wu Wei, who struggled to communicate directly with the divine kingdom. After all, cultivating immortality was incredibly resource-intensive. How? So this must be the rumored cousin of Wang Yan, young Master Wang Dong. On the other side, Shi Yunfeng, the eldest son of the Shi family, standing on the large ship in the middle, couldn't help but sneer smugly upon seeing Wu Wei. He had heard for the past 2 years that Wang Yan, the patriarch of the Wang family in Dayanzhao, had welcomed back a distant cousin, Wang Dong. The entire Wang family treated him with utmost respect, especially Wang Yan himself, who treated Wang Dong with even greater deference than his own brother. Thus, rumors circulated that this Wang Dong was actually the illegitimate son of the previous patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Yan's father, and Wang Yan's older brother. Furthermore, it was rumored that Wang Yan's father had left behind a considerable inheritance and true teachings for this illegitimate son, Wang Dong. Given the strict hierarchy of elders and the decline of the Wang family in the cultivation world, Wang Xianke secretly welcomed his elder brother, Wang Dong, back to the main family, hoping to consolidate the family's remaining strength and achieve its revival. However, rumors circulated that while Wang Dong held a high position and possessed great wealth within the Wang family, he was a dissolute and useless individual with extremely poor cultivation talent. His current level 8 cultivation was said to be entirely due to the resources left by his ancestors, lacking any real ability. In the cultivation world, besides talent, a cultivator's true abilities are equally valued. These true abilities include perseverance, temperament, character, and the ability to apply knowledge to new situations in practical combat. Practical combat ability, in particular, is crucial in the cultivation world. On the path of cultivation, one inevitably has to contend with heaven and earth, and with surrounding spirit beasts, alien races, and even cultivators from other factions for limited resources. Therefore, an individual's practical combat ability, as well as their ability to continuously improve their cultivation and even their real skills for passing on their lineage in the future, have become another important criterion for major sects, in addition to initially assessing talent. Unfortunately, according to rumors, Wang Dong is a spoiled brat with little ability, and all he can bring to the Wang family is some false cohesion. Now, having personally witnessed Wang Dong's frivolous and undisciplined demeanor, Shi Yunfeng is even more certain of this speculation. So, on the deck of the large ship, Shi Yunfeng looked down like an emperor and approached Wu Wei, saying, "Brother Wang Dong, you certainly have a good eye. How can the status and wealth of my Shi family of the great Shuang dynasty be compared to that of a small Wang family? What do you say? Brother Wang Dong, why don't you join my Shi family and become a member? Shi Yunfeng, guarantee that it won't be long before you become the next head of the Wang family." The ambition of the Shi family of the great Shuang dynasty has long since swelled, and now it is no longer concealed at all. In the eyes of the Shi family, becoming the leader of the star cluster was inevitable, but a small star cluster was no longer enough to satisfy their appetite. Their goal was the entire Star Lake, even the true disciples of the Immortal Palace, and the council elders with incomparably high status. The Wang family in front of them was just a small pebble on the Shi eldest son's path to growth, insignificant and trivial. That's right. Brother Wang Dong, what future can you have staying in this dying Wang family? Why not join the Shi family with me? Look at me, I get whatever I want now, living a carefree life, isn't that great? Fang Jingshu, the eldest son of the Fang family, glanced at Shi Yunfeng, who was holding a beautiful woman in his arms, and then helped to win him over. Young Master Yunfeng has already spoken. Before long, the next head of the Wang family will be you. Brother Wang Dong, what are you still hesitating for? As long as you join the Shi family, you will be guaranteed endless wealth and glory in the future. Fang Jingshu and Shi Yunfeng were childhood friends who had grown up together. The two were birds of a feather, and he naturally understood Shi Yunfeng's purpose in trying to win him over. If Wang Dong is willing to pledge allegiance to the Shi family, then the Shi family will essentially have a proxy within the Wang family. At that point, eliminating Wang Yan and the others, and directly installing Wang Dong as a puppet family head to control the entire Dayanzhao on behalf of the Shi family, would be far more time-saving and efficient than having the unfamiliar Shi family members forcibly rule the region. As for Wang Dong after becoming a puppet family head, that's even simpler. In their eyes, with Wang Dong's current strength and aptitude, he has at most 100 years of youth left. By then, the Shi family will have already conquered the entire star cluster, and his value will have been exhausted. Chapter 431 Inspector of the Immortal Palace. Absurd. How dare you interfere in the affairs of my Wang family? Faced with such blatant coercion from the Shi and Fang families, Wang Dong, the head of the Wang family, could no longer contain himself and glared at them, shouting, "Cousin Wang Dong is of great importance to our Wang family. Forget the position of family head, even if it meant taking my life. I, Wang Dong, wouldn't blink an eye. Can you do that? That's right. How dare you outsiders interfere in the affairs of our Wang family? You Shi family members are meddling too much? Our young master Wang Dong will never leave the Wang family. You outsiders can only dream about it." Dozens of Wang family members on the deck stood united with Wang Yuan and Elder Ji, their anger palpable. Although their strength was ordinary, their reckless spirit showed no intention of backing down. This left the Shi and Fang families slightly taken aback. "Oh? Cousin, don't let their poverty fool you, the Wang family has a lot of ambition deep down." At this moment, the pale-faced young master Shi Yuanhao, standing on the large ship on the left, smiled with a hint of surprise, then whispered to Shi Yunfeng, "Judging from the reactions of these Wang family members, the rumors might be true. That Wang Dong probably really does possess quite a few valuable heirlooms passed down from the Wang family." Shi Yunfeng nodded calmly. If Wang Dong were truly just an ordinary distant relative, the Wang family would never value him so much. Unless he truly possessed the wealth passed down from the Wang family's ancestors, as rumored. After all, the Wang family was a renowned cultivation family that produced a level 12 celestial immortal. Who knew what kind of treasures that deceased celestial immortal ancestor had left to the Wang family? Realizing this, Shi Yunfeng immediately tried to win him over again. "Wang Dong, whether brother Wang Dong wants to join our Shi family is also not up to you. Brother Wang Dong, please consider it carefully. As long as you are willing to join our Shi family, all my promises will stand. In addition, our Shi family has a way to help you reach the 10th level of the immortal realm, something the Wang family cannot provide." Upon hearing this, the Wang family members felt a little heavy-hearted. It seemed that the Shi family did indeed have some powerful figures backing them. The fact that Shi Yuanhao and Fang Jingshuo could advance to the 10th level of the immortal realm within 2 years was enough to show that the Shi family was not simple. Now, the Shi family was confident that they could train an immortal, which meant that the Shi family's power far exceeded everyone's imagination. Although Wang Yan and the Wang family members were confident that Wu Wei, the god of light, would not leave them, what if the Shi family, with its great wealth and power, attracted this god away? After all, their Wang family had always been under the protection of this god, and apart from their loyalty, they had not offered any tribute. The Shi family is truly powerful and wealthy, even their arrogance is astounding. Wu Wei casually shook the paper fan in his hand, inwardly wanting to laugh. This Shi Yunfeng, who hadn't seen much of the world, actually wanted him, a dignified level 4 civilization god of light, to become a vassal of the Shi family. Such a huge appetite, wasn't the Shi family afraid of choking themselves? But it wasn't surprising that Shi Yunfeng would act this way. Everyone would be tempted by profit, including Wu Wei himself. Moreover, the Shi family had long held a superior position in that star cluster, and over time, they naturally developed an arrogant and disdainful attitude. Enough, enough. Wu Wei closed his paper fan and slowly raised his gaze. "I only wanted to hijack your 3 ships, but I didn't expect you 3 to have so much inner turmoil. This is quite unexpected." "What did you say? You want to hijack our 3 ships? Haha, cousin, brother Jingshuo, did I hear that right? Has this Wang Dong lost his mind? A mere level 8 nascent soul stage trash like him actually wants to hijack our ships." Shi Yunfeng in the middle, Shi Yuanhao on the left, and Fang Jingshuo on the right were all stunned by Wu Wei's words. Even the Shi and Fang family members on the 3 large ships burst into laughter after a brief moment of shock. Let alone Wang Dong, who was only level 8, even if you added the Wang family patriarch Wang Yan and the old steward Ji Shan, who had just reached the level 10 immortal realm, they would definitely not be a match for the Shi and Fang families. With such an absolute advantage, for Wang Dong to actually say he wanted to rob them, what else could it be but a sign of mental instability? However, The laughter from the scene didn't last long before it abruptly stopped amidst an eerie atmosphere. It was a chilling aura that sent shivers down Shi Yunfeng's spine, as if some immense disaster was about to befall them all. Yet, Wang Dong below remained nonchalant and motionless, filling Shi Yunfeng and the others with apprehension and suspicion. "Cousin, there's definitely something wrong with the Wang family," the cunning and effeminate Shi Yuanhao immediately warned. On the other side, Feng Jingshuo shoved aside the beauty in his arms and leaped onto the ship's edge like a predator pouncing on its prey. "Brother Yunfeng, strike first." Shen Yunfeng, a shrewd man, knew he couldn't give his opponents any chance to react. He immediately leaped up, shouting in a low voice, "These Wang family members are stubborn and courting death. Follow me." In an instant, a powerful killing intent, like a burst dam, surged and spread throughout the entire star field. On this side, the Wang family also unleashed an unusually tenacious momentum. Though outnumbered and unaware of Wu Wei's true abilities, each member held firm to their beliefs, showing no weakness, and prepared to fight, even sacrifice themselves for Wu Wei. In an instant, two intense and swift killing intents began to surge violently through the star field, making the surrounding environment seem cold and desolate. Just as the two sides were about to clash, Wu Wei slowly raised the corners of his mouth, and an incomparably vast and powerful divine power began to slowly condense within his body under the guidance of his will. But at that very moment, a majestic, aged voice suddenly resounded throughout the star field. "Insolence!" This voice, like a thunderclap, seemed to be filled with a terrifying power that shook the heavens and earth. The Shi family, the Feng family, and the Wang family were all deeply shaken by this overwhelming power containing divine might, their spines trembling and their internal organs shaking. They immediately stopped what they were doing and stood frozen in place. Just then, a colossal figure, seemingly reaching to the heavens, gradually appeared before everyone's eyes. This was an elderly man exuding an invisible, oppressive aura. He had white hair and a youthful face, wore a glass hair crown, and a plain white cloak embroidered with star patterns. His eyes, like torches, were fixed intently on the four flying fish ships below. Moreover, his body was enormous, probably tens of thousands of meters long from bow to stern. Before him, the four flying fish ships appeared as small and fragile as toys. The immense pressure he exerted was like a mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts. The members of the Shi, Feng, and Wang families present all felt their backs tighten, cold sweat beating on their skin. The feeling of dread they felt was like that of a weak child facing a relentless storm at sea. Shi Yunfeng, the eldest son of the Shi family, pays respects to the inspector. Shi Yunfeng, the eldest son of the Shi family, immediately knelt on one knee, his demeanor humble and subservient. Fang Jingshuo, eldest son of the Fang family, pays respects to the inspector. I am Shi Yuanhao, nephew of the head of the Shi family. I was unaware of the inspector's arrival and have failed to greet you properly. Please forgive me. On either side, Fang Jingshuo, with his darker complexion and athletic build, and Shi Yuanhao, with his fair skin and handsome features, both immediately led their respective groups to respectfully kneel down. Their tense and panicked expressions, like mice before a cat, demonstrated the immense power and authority of this immortal palace inspector in their eyes. Wang Dan, the current head of the Wang family, pays respects to the inspector. Wang Dan, along with his family, respectfully bowed to the elderly man standing suspended in midair. Although their true allegiance lay with the god of light, Wu Wei, they had no choice but to show respect to this immortal palace inspector. Within the immortal palace, the power structure extends far beyond the sect leader, outer sect elders, and inner sect elders. Due to the sheer size of the immortal palace, which controls 5 major star lakes and one directly subordinate star cluster within the entire purple cloud star system, 2 subordinate power structures exist alongside the core sect structure. One of these is the administrative organization comprised of cultivation families. This organization extends from the star lakes down to each state, that is, each inhabited planet, with its highest level directly subordinate to the immortal palace. It manages the vast territory and immense population of the purple cloud star system on behalf of the immortal palace. Beyond this administrative organization, there is another oversight body, the inspectorate, currently appearing before everyone. The inspectorate is a veritable oversight body, handling everything from the smallest details to the cultivation families within the state and the elders, deacons, and disciples of the immortal palace. Upon discovering any serious violations of discipline, the inspectorate has the authority to take immediate action, even mobilizing the Immortal Palace's directly subordinate combat forces for action. The Inspectorate's jurisdiction is also divided into 5 major star lakes and 1 directly subordinate star cluster, with an overseer appointed above them, who in turn reports directly to the Immortal Palace's Elder Council. Thus, the inspectors typically hold extremely high positions both within and outside the Immortal Palace, and must possess exceptional character and strength. By the Immortal Palace's standards, the highest-ranking overseer must be at least a level 13 golden immortal and a highly respected inner sect elder. Lower-ranking inspectors, on the other hand, must reach the level 12 celestial immortal and be equally virtuous and capable outer sect elders. Therefore, the inspector appearing before them was none other than an elder of the Immortal Palace, possessing strength at the 12th level celestial immortal realm. The 12th level celestial immortal realm was far beyond the comprehension of Wang Yan, Shi Yunfeng, and the others. Faced with such overwhelming power, they felt like gazing at the night sky. The more they looked, the more powerless they felt. However, while this strength was impressive, in Wu Wei's eyes it was still slightly lacking. Truly worthy of the supreme divine power of the great elephant has no form, heaven and earth have no action, this junior truly admires it. On the deck of the flying fish boat, Wu Wei also bowed respectfully to the inspector suspended in the void, then patted Wang Yan beside him with a smile. "Cousin, don't be so nervous. This senior has no ill intentions towards us, his true form isn't here. His true form isn't here." Wang Yan was slightly taken aback, and even Shi Yunfeng and the others on the periphery were stunned. The inspector before him was a living, breathing figure, with flowing silver hair, piercing eyes, and an aura of celestial power that seemed tangible. Yet, Wang Dong claimed that the inspector's true form wasn't even there. How could that be? Boy, you can see through my Dharma body aspect. This time, it was the inspector's turn to be stunned. He had sensed a murderous aura emanating from a special node in his subordinate star field, which was why he had used his divine power to descend and investigate. Upon arriving in the star field, he found the Shi family and the Wang family locked in a standoff. As for this boy, who was only at the 8th level of the integration stage, he hadn't even noticed him. Yet, this insignificant character, whom he usually wouldn't even bother with, had actually seen through his Dharma body aspect. This truly surprised him. However, he had come here to handle the matter, and immediately raised his imposing manner, coldly snorting, "So what if my true form isn't here? If I wanted to come here, thousands of miles would be nothing to me." This inspector wasn't boasting, having reached his level of strength, let alone possessing supernatural abilities like Dharma manifestation and shrinking the earth to an inch, combined with special magic treasures, he could truly fold space, achieving short distance traversal of the void. Under his Dharma form, none of the younger generation dared to question him, and Wu Wei wouldn't clash with him at this moment, simply standing confidently in place. Seeing the entire scene stunned by his presence, the inspector lowered his imposing gaze and said in a deep, threatening voice, "According to the laws of the Immortal Palace, any Immortal Palace disciple participating in the selection process who is found to have engaged in unauthorized private combat within the Immortal Palace territory, regardless of whether their neighbors are harmed, will be permanently expelled and disqualified from the selection." HMPH, you audacious brats, what just happened? Confess now. With the inspector's final, overwhelming shout, everyone present trembled. The previously arrogant Shi Yunfeng, Shi Yuanhao, and Fang Jingshuo were now sweating profusely. They never expected to run into the inspector in this remote area, inwardly cursing their bad luck. They knew that if the inspector caught them doing something wrong, they would be completely expelled from the Immortal Palace system. This devastating price might not be too great for the already weakened Wang family, but for the Shi family, their future would likely be over. Faced with this immense pressure, Shi Yunfeng, Shi Yuanhao, and Fang Jingshuo broke out in a cold sweat, remaining silent for a long time. However, just then, Wu Wei, aboard the flying fish boat, raised his arm high. "Senior Inspector, I confess. I'll confess everything I know." The inspector frowned slightly, but his gaze still fell on Wu Wei. "All right, kid, you speak first." Wu Wei, upon receiving the order, respectfully bowed to the inspector. However, as he bowed, a sly smile inadvertently crept onto his lips, a scene witnessed by Shi Yunfeng, Shi Yuanhao, and Fang Jingshuo on the periphery. Upon seeing this, the 3 men's hearts sank. Oh no, this was going to be a disaster. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, It means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 432 Extortion. Having received the Immortal Palace Inspector's permission, Wu Wei raised his head again, his face now filled with grief and indignation. He then embellished the story, recounting how the Shi family's failed attempt to annex the Wang family had led them to the current pursuit and murder. He portrayed Shi Yunfeng and his group as a group of rebellious, unruly, and arrogant young scions. Of course, this story was 3 parts truth and 7 parts fiction, but through Wu Wei's artistic embellishment, which stemmed from his extensive reading of novels, it became entirely sincere, vivid, and full of genuine emotion, even touching to some extent. The Shi family members, including Shi Yunfeng, were awe-stunned, speechless and dumbfounded. They had certainly seen smooth-talking, slanderous people before, but they never expected Wu Wei to be so eloquent and to slander them to such an extent. If they hadn't personally experienced this event, they themselves would have almost believed it. If things continue like this, they'll never be able to clear their names, even if they jumped into the river Styx. Senior Inspector, please do justice for our Wang family. The Wang family members, naturally taken aback by Wu Wei's fabricated story, quickly recovered. The family head, Wang Don, knelt first, pleading with the inspector to uphold justice. It's true. That's exactly what happened. The Shi family has always been controlling, they've gone too far. We beg the inspector to investigate thoroughly and do justice for our Wang family. Following Wang Don's lead, one Wang family member after another began to realize what was happening, kneeling and pleading for the inspector to handle the matter impartially and uphold justice for the Wang family. Especially under Wang Don's leadership, they all displayed superb acting skills. This commotion turned Shi Yunfeng and the rest of the Shi family green with fear, and even the Fang family members who had joined the Shi family were somewhat panicked. The inspector is like a judge, enforcing rewards and punishments on behalf of the Immortal Palace. If the inspector truly believes Wang Dong's words, wouldn't the Shi family and the Fang family, who have joined the Shi family, be in big trouble? Although the Shi family is very powerful in this star cluster, compared to the Immortal Palace's power to rule the entire galaxy, they are just a drop in the ocean, a tiny ant. Nonsense, utter nonsense. Shi Yunfeng stood up abruptly from the deck, glaring fiercely at Wu Wei and the Wang family. He then bowed to the inspector, saying, "Senior Inspector, things aren't as they say. Please see the truth." Yes, yes, yes. Senior Inspector, you can't listen to the side of these lowly people. They're no different from street thugs, just spouting complete lies. Shi Yuanhao from the large ship on the left also quickly stood up, chiming in, "How could our Shi family be so arrogant and bullying? It's a misunderstanding. All of this is a misunderstanding. The reason my Fang family is using the Shi family's name is because the Shi family is tolerant and humble. My Fang family willingly became a member of the Shi family, absolutely not like what those Wang family members say. I can testify to that." On the large ship to the right, Feng Jingshu, having abandoned his previous carefree and dissolute demeanor, adopted a benevolent attitude, cupping his hands in greeting to the inspector. He then pointed at Wu Wei below, his expression fierce, and said, "If our Shi family is truly as despicable as this fellow Taoist Wang Dong claims, then let him produce the evidence. Otherwise, these members of the Wang family are slandering us and should be punished." The Shi family members naturally rushed to deny and retort. However, before Feng Jingshuo could finish speaking, Wu Wei on the Wang family's flying fish boat in the middle sneered and shook his head. "Evidence? Feng Jingshuo, are you out of your mind? The evidence is conclusive now, what evidence do we need?" Feng Jingshuo never expected to be treated like a fool by a mere level 8 loser. He choked on his breath, his dark-skinned face turning bright red. "You, Wang Dong." Feng Jingshuo glared at Wu Wei, his face full of malice. "If you have any evidence, produce it now, or don't blame me for being impolite. Hell, look at your aggressive posture, and your heavily armed flying boats. Tisk-tisk, if it weren't for the timely arrival of the senior inspector, you might have wiped out our Wang family." Wu Wei pointed around. 3 large ships of the Shi family were arranged in a triangular formation, completely surrounding the Wang family's flying fish boat, a clear show of force. As he spoke, Wu Wei turned to the inspector who was floating in the void, cupped his hands in a salute, and once again cleverly implicated the inspector, The senior inspector saw all of this clearly. If this isn't evidence of an ambush, what is it? Shi Yunfeng, Shi Yuanhao, Feng Jingshuo, and the others felt their hearts sink, almost spitting out blood. The three of them immediately cursed inwardly, thinking that this Wang Dong was truly a despicable person. Just moments ago, it was clearly Wang Dong who had been the one shouting that he wanted to ambush and kill them. Now, he's turned the tables and accused them of trying to kill the Wang family. This feeling of being falsely accused is incredibly unpleasant. Of course, they outnumbered him, and they genuinely intended to take advantage of the situation to eliminate the Wang family, this group of troublesome individuals. On the edge of such star clusters, places are often sparsely populated. If they could quickly eliminate the Wang family's useless members, the spiritually rich region of Day and Tao would easily fall into their Shi family's hands. They could then arrange for a few servants to clean up the battlefield, and it would all be done without anyone noticing. But they never expected that the elusive inspector would suddenly appear, not only ruining their plans but also putting them and their entire family in danger. This made the three of them suspect that Wang Dong knew the inspector was nearby and deliberately staged this whole thing. As the leader of this group, Shi Yunfeng knew that things were definitely going to get out of hand if things continued like this. He quickly took a deep breath and patiently explained to the inspector, "Senior, the matter is like this." But before he could finish speaking, the inspector, who was floating in the void, waved his arm and forcefully interrupted him. "HMPH, I've seen everything. What explanation do you have? If you have anything else to say, come with me to the Immortal Palace's prison." As a superpower that rules an entire star system, the Immortal Palace naturally has many rules. Unless you have an extraordinary background and strength, it's best to obediently follow the rules of the Immortal Palace. No, that's not how it is. "Inspector, we're innocent. Please see the truth." The Shi family members panicked immediately, and in the blink of an eye, everything fell into chaos. The Immortal Palace's directly subordinate prison, was it a place that ordinary people could go to? Once inside, even those without guilt would be skinned alive, let alone the Shi family, burdened with the crime of murdering their colleague. Once there, the entire Shi family's future would be ruined. Meanwhile, the Wang family was also amazed by Wu Wei's ability to shift blame. They never imagined that the usually arrogant Shi family would suffer such a humiliation. "Your Excellency, Inspector, please take a look." Forced into a corner, Shi Yunfeng finally produced a jade tablet, held it high above his head, and offered it to the inspector in the void. The inspector casually waved his hand, and the jade tablet floated lightly into his grasp. Hiss. The inspector glanced at it casually and immediately gasped, "The celestial venerable Honghu of the Tongming sword? Boy, what's your relationship with the celestial venerable?" The celestial venerable Honghu of the Tongming sword was no ordinary figure in the Immortal Palace. Not only does the immortal venerable Honghu possess a powerful golden immortal realm of level 13, but he is also one of the 9 inner sect elders who have established a palace and represent the Immortal Palace in recruiting disciples. Furthermore, he is the most respected member of the Immortal Palace Elder Council, second only to the Immortal Palace head and the 2 reclusive supreme elders. His influence among the Immortal Palace elders is extremely high. Even the Inspector General feels uneasy when encountering this high-ranking figure. To be honest, our Shi family is a collateral relative of the Immortal Venerable. Shi Yunfeng seemed reluctant to publicize this, so his voice was not loud, but he clearly conveyed the information. Upon hearing this news, the Wang family was in an uproar. Wang Tian's expression immediately changed, and he secretly transmitted his voice to Wu Wei, saying, "Cousin, no wonder the Shi family is so domineering and ruthless now, and able to cultivate 3 level 10 immortals so quickly. It seems that all of this is inseparable from the Honghu Immortal Venerable behind them." Wu Wei did not reply. Although his expression remained calm, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He really hadn't realized that the Shi family's background was so profound. A Honghu Immortal Venerable with the Tongming sword was equivalent to the top combat power in his divine kingdom. Even the supreme elder of the Daotian sect, the Qingshan Venerable, who had reached the level 4 civilization, was no more than that. Even Wu Wei dared not underestimate such a person. Moreover, in the cultivation world, family power is the main line of power in the entire civilization, and the cohesion between families is far stronger than in other civilizations. People in the cultivation world generally have a much longer lifespan than in other civilizations, and the more exalted an immortal's strength, the longer their lifespan will be, and they will also have more descendants. These descendants multiplied generation after generation, thus establishing a cultivation family. If this lineage were likened to a plant, then the powerful and revered immortal ancestor would be like the crown, while his descendants would be like the roots and stems, intertwined and growing ever stronger beneath the soil. These descendants, hidden beneath the soil, would naturally nourish the immortal ancestor, becoming the most solid part of his overall strength. Of course, immortal ancestors serving in certain large sects would be extremely wary of any favoritism or corruption within their own family. If an immortal ancestor were to use his power for personal gain or bend the law, once this became known, it would not only severely damage his personal reputation but also ruin his future within the large sect. However, favoritism are commonplace in the cultivation world, which is dominated by families, but they usually happen in secret. The fact that Shi Yunfang directly invoked the name of the immortal venerable ancestor is a last resort. HMPH. So what if you are a descendant of immortal venerable Honghu? Since you are suspected, you must come with me. Upon seeing the jade tablet representing immortal venerable Honghu, the inspector hesitated slightly but did not back down, though his attitude softened considerably. Senior Inspector, this matter is indeed just a misunderstanding, not what you imagine. Seeing that the inspector had no reaction, Shi Yunfang's face was almost extremely gloomy, but helplessly, he gritted his teeth, lowered his proud head, and put on a sincere expression. Alright, I apologize to the Wang family. It was our Shi family that acted arrogantly and offended the Wang family, which caused some conflict. Wang Dong, we were very rude just now, please forgive us. As he spoke, he took out a series of shimmering high-grade spirit stones from his storage belt. These 100 high-grade spirit stones are compensation for delaying your journey. Please accept them. 100 high-grade spirit stones neatly stacked on the tray immediately attracted everyone's attention. Spirit stones containing pure energy have different names in other civilizations, such as magic stones, magic crystals, and spirit energy stones. However, there is no doubt that no matter what they are called, spirit stones of the same size contain almost the same amount of energy. Therefore, spirit stones are a universal currency among civilizations throughout the universe, and their value is extremely high. According to Wu Wei's understanding of the market in various trading markets across the universe, a single high-grade spirit stone is worth around 2,000 star coins. Its price may fluctuate depending on location and market supply and demand. But regardless of fluctuations, a base price of 2,000 star coins per stone is absolutely exorbitant. Furthermore, the energy contained within a single high-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 2,000 points of divine power. With a slight conversion, Wu Wei can obtain 2 drops of precious divine liquid. 100 high-grade spirit stones are equivalent to 200 drops of divine liquid. This is the divine power replenishment he desperately needs in this alien realm. Moreover, even the smallest amount is still valuable. Why not take it? The abundant energy spread throughout the star field along with the light of the spirit stones. For a moment, almost the entire Wang family was dazzled. Many of them had never seen such a large quantity of spirit stones in their lives. On the contrary, under the warm, bright light of the spirit stones, the Shi family members' faces turned ashen. Fang Jingshuo's slightly dark complexion turned a deep purple with rage, while Shi Yuanheo's pale face was flushed red, looking as if he was about to vomit blood. But now, the situation was irreversible, no matter how aggrieved they felt. If they didn't back down now, once they were taken back to the Immortal Palace's confinement hall, even the Honghu Immortal Venerable couldn't save them. Even if they were found innocent, this ordeal would mean losing the Immortal Palace's disciples. They couldn't afford such a loss. That despicable Wang Dong, they would make him pay later. Cousin, Wang Bian took a deep breath, paused slightly, and whispered to Wu Wei, so many high-grade spirit stones, then, should we continue to sue? Wu Wei rolled his eyes at him, thinking, with so many spirit stones, why bother suing? How many high-grade spirit stones can your entire Wang family possibly accumulate? If it weren't for his decision as the god of light to invest heavily in and support your Wang family in the early stages, you bunch of poor cultivators would still be starving. However, as a deity, he had to maintain his divine demeanor, so he also transmitted his voice, saying, the Shi family has a powerful background. If this stalemate continues, they might not face much punishment in the end. So, we might as well take this opportunity to earn some spirit stones that we desperately need. Furthermore, we must enter the Immortal Palace. If the Shi family is truly a descendant of that bright sword Honghu immortal venerable, breaking ties with them now would be disadvantageous for us. Although these spirit stones were nothing to Wu Wei's wealth, for the Shi family, and especially for the Wang family, it was an astronomical sum. Seeing the Shi family's grim expressions, Wu Wei felt a surge of secret pleasure. "Cousin, I have learned a lot." The young Wang Yuan understood the reasoning after a moment's thought, so he respectfully bowed to Wu Wei and stepped aside without saying another word. At this moment, Wu Wei stepped forward, glanced at the 100 high-grade spirit stones, and smiled with relief. "Young Master Yunfeng, you're too kind. I'll accept these spirit stones." With a wave of his hand, Wu Wei collected all the high-grade spirit stones into his storage ring, and Shi Yunfeng and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although they were extremely aggrieved, at least they had paid to avoid further trouble. After all, participating in the Immortal Palace's selection of disciples was the most important thing right now. The enmity they had incurred with the Wang family could be avenged later. Seeing that Wu Wei had already collected all the spirit stones, Shi Yunfeng and the others didn't even want to look at him again. They bowed to the inspector and prepared to leave this place of trouble. Just then, Wu Wei suddenly called out to them, "Wait!" Shi Yunfeng and the others almost instinctively tense up, turning to look at Wu Wei, who casually pointed to the flying fish boat behind him. 100 high-grade spirit stones are indeed enough to shut us brothers up. But all of us Wang family members and servants on this boat saw it with our own eyes. How will they calculate that? PFFT. Shi Yunfeng, overwhelmed with pent-up frustration, immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. If the inspector hadn't been present, he would have been furious and wanted to immediately slap this incredibly annoying guy with only level 8 strength to death. Not far away, the elderly inspector, who had witnessed the entire incident, twitched his eyelids, thinking to himself that in all his years, he had never seen such a greedy junior. This Wang Dong was indeed weak, but his abilities were considerable. How many Wang family members and servants were on an entire flying boat? How many spirit stones would they have to pay? This enormous sum was painful even for him, a level 12 celestial immortal, let alone for the younger generation like Shi Yunfeng who had just left their families. Most importantly, he, the inspector, had actually been involved in this clandestine settlement. If it weren't for the sake of the celestial venerable Honghu of the Tongming sword, how could he have so easily allowed them to settle privately? But since it was a private settlement, he could only pretend he hadn't seen anything and leave it at that. Sigh, just thinking about this huge sum of money made him feel a silent sorrow for the Shi family. Chapter 433 The Disliked Inspector. However, this inspector did take a few extra glances at Wu Wei. He felt that although the young man's cultivation was mediocre, his courage and on-the-spot planning were extraordinary. Moreover, he was quite good-looking, young, handsome, and elegant, seemingly possessing a powerful confidence that was rare among young people. The more he considered him, the more pleasing he became, feeling that the young man possessed a very unique aura. This was understandable, although Wu Wei's physical body wasn't powerful. He had been the god of light for many years. For a long time, he had wielded divine power, able to decide the life and death of a third-level civilization with a wave of his hand, and controlling hundreds of billions of intelligent beings. Such a person, while perhaps not shining like a firefly in the darkness, even with a weak avatar, desperately trying to conceal it, could hardly completely hide his extraordinary aura. "Young man, your name is Wang Dong, right?" the inspector asked amiably. "Are you confident about participating in the Immortal Palace disciple selection this time?" Wu Wei, unsure what the inspector was implying, simply chuckled and said, "This time, I'm mainly accompanying my cousin Wang Yuan to broaden his horizons. With my skills, I'm afraid I won't even pass the outer disciple test." The Shi family members couldn't help but cast strange glances at Wu Wei again, and began to mock him, saying things like, "This kind of trash is making a fool of himself. He should just go back to Dianzhou and become a king. If my cousin is trash, then what are you?" Wang Yuan couldn't help but chime in, "I wonder who it was that obediently paid out a large sum of compensation just now." The entire Wang family followed Wang Yuan's lead, launching a verbal attack on the other side. The two sides were having a great time exchanging words, but this angered the inspector, who snorted angrily, "You little brats, shut up." An invisible wave spread outwards. Like an invisible mountain, the pressure was so immense that everyone could hardly breathe, and the two flying boats fell into deathly silence. Then, the inspector spoke to Wu Wei with a gentle smile, "It's all right if you're not confident. With my abilities, I can help you advance to the tribulation transcending stage in a short time. Plus, with my status and position, making you an inner disciple won't be a problem. Wow. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief at the inspector's words. This. Wu Wei rubbed his nose, asking helplessly, Senior Inspector, we're not related, how can this be? It's alright, the inspector laughed heartily. I found you quite to my liking, lad. As long as you're willing to become my disciple, I'll provide you with top-grade pills and cultivation techniques. Become a disciple. Although Wu Wei already had a bad feeling, after hearing it clearly, he still couldn't help but gasp. Thinking to himself, I've been so low-key, only level 8. Compared to other young talents, I'm far inferior. Not to mention, the Immortal Palace controls a vast galaxy, with countless young talents within its sphere of influence. How could this old guy, a level 12 expert, have taken a liking to me at first glance? This gave him a headache. A level 12 celestial immortal was already a top-tier figure for these small families and insignificant individuals. But who was Wu Wei? He was the mighty god of light, with a large number of level 12 subordinates, including several divine consorts and marshals, all terrifying level 13 beings. He could easily defeat this inspector with just one of his wives. How could he possibly become his disciple? While Wu Wei thought this way, it didn't mean others thought the same. Countless envious, jealous, and hateful eyes were fixed on Wu Wei. What merit did this kid possess to earn the favor of the mighty inspector? If this opportunity fell into their laps, they would be willing to sacrifice 100 years of their lifespan. No, 200 years. It's a pity that all of this benefited this kid. Sigh, now that he has a powerful backer, we can't afford to offend him so easily anymore. We need to mend our relationship. Many people weren't already thinking about the future. Under everyone's gaze, Wu Wei forced a dry laugh and said, Senior Inspector, this humble one is of meager talent and might disgrace your reputation. What? Wu Wei's words exploded like thunder in the minds of everyone in the Shi family. What? What? This person is a celestial immortal, a legitimate inspector of the Immortal Palace, with such a noble status. He's even offered to take a disciple. Shouldn't they be bowing down and clinging to this golden thigh? Has Wang Dong gone mad? Everyone stared at Wu Wei as if he were an idiot. Even the inspector himself changed his expression instantly. He never expected that accepting a disciple from a small family, which should have been a blessing for the other party, would be so politely refused. Refused. The words politely declined echoed repeatedly in his mind. Hey boy, are you making fun of me? The inspector's aura turned serious, an atmosphere of anger spreading, weighing on everyone as if impending doom. Wu Wei shrugged helplessly. I say, Senior, taking on a master and taking on a disciple are the same principle as marrying. There has to be mutual consent, right? What was Wu Wei's status? Speaking politely to him here was partly because he didn't want to reveal his identity while plotting his grand scheme. Secondly, although the inspector's strength was low, he seemed pleasing to the eye, at least he had handled the matter impartially just now. Frankly speaking, with Wu Wei's current status, even level 12 alien powerhouses wouldn't have the opportunity to pay him a visit, and he already had dozens of level 12 angels under his command. Therefore, Wu Wei's attitude was casual, neither arrogant nor humble. Fine, fine. Kid, you win. This inspector wasn't exactly a vicious and unreasonable person. He said with a hint of embarrassment, I was just mentioning it casually. Since you don't want to become my disciple, that's fine too. Wu Wei nodded secretly. This inspector had the strength of a celestial immortal, but he didn't have much of an arrogant and domineering attitude. He was quite a rare character. He slightly changed his overall view of cultivation civilization. Not everyone is domineering, ruthless, and self-centered. Then thank you for your consideration, Senior. Wu Wei was also more polite to him, secretly thinking that if he had the chance to let this inspector go when he destroyed the Immortal Palace one day, it wouldn't be a bad idea. This conversation between the two attracted the attention of the Shi family members. There was envy, jealousy, hatred, and mockery. This kid named Wang Dong really hadn't seen the world. He wasted such a great opportunity. HMPH. I'm too lazy to bother with you. The inspector snorted coldly, about to leave, but then hesitated, feeling somewhat unwilling. He turned back and asked, Boy, I'm also a little curious. What kind of master do you really want to take as your teacher? This. Wu Wei thought for a moment, then rubbed his nose and said, Never mind, I'd better not say. You have to tell me, otherwise I'll use my connections to make sure none of the young talents of your great Yansahao pass the test. The inspector chuckled coldly. This senior wants to hear the truth. Nonsense, do you think you can fool me with lies? Alright, alright. Wu Wei considered for a moment, then said seriously, if I absolutely have to take a master, I think it should be at least level 14, right? Actually, his true thought was that even level 14 might not be enough. After all, given the speed of his divine kingdom's development, there would be a ton of level 14 experts in the future. At the very least, he'd need level 15 or 16. But he couldn't bring himself to say it, afraid of making the inspector laugh himself to death. What? Even Wu Wei's halved request still elicited a burst of laughter, with countless mocking glances directed at him. Even the inspector couldn't help but chuckle, finding it absurd, and said, "Boy, your audacity truly exceeds my imagination. Level 14? Don't you know what level 14 represents? That's a Tai Golden Immortal. My immortal palace controls billions of stars, making us a galaxy-level overlord. Within our sect, only the Supreme Elder and the Palace Master are Tai Golden Immortals. You wouldn't be planning to take the Palace Master and the Supreme Elder as your masters, would you?" As soon as the inspector finished speaking, the Shi family members immediately changed their tune, laughing wildly in agreement. "Arrogant and ignorant brat, you probably don't even know what a level 14 is for, do you? Fine." Wu Wei shrugged, too lazy to argue with those ants. Level 14 was indeed powerful, but not powerful enough for him to look up to. Besides, he firmly believed that it wouldn't be long before he had more than one level 14 under his command. Cousin, are you really going to take the Palace Master as your master? Does it have to be level 14? Wang Yuan asked weakly. He knew his cousin's background, of course. Such a powerful person, if truly determined, could certainly take the Palace Master or a Supreme Elder as his master. We'll see, Wu Wei replied indifferently. If it's a beautiful female master, level 13 will barely suffice. A hush fell over the surroundings. Many people looked at him as if he were an idiot, especially Shi Yunfeng, who sneered, "Wang Yuan, I thought your cousin was a hidden talent. But I didn't expect him to be such a complete blockhead. I've heard that among the elders of the Immortal Palace, Fairy Yaoi not only has a cultivation level of 13 golden immortals, but is also the most beautiful woman in the entire Immortal Palace. It seems that Wang Dong's goal in becoming a disciple is Fairy Yaoi." Ha ha ha, the crowd burst into laughter again. "Shi Yunfeng, how dare you insult my cousin?" Wang Bian was furious and wanted to attack without hesitation. You must know that Wu Wei's position in his heart was supreme and could not be defiled in the slightest. Enough, enough, he's just an insignificant little character. Wu Wei stopped the two sides from continuing the conflict. Let's set off to take care of important business as soon as possible. Cousin, you should broaden your horizons. Our goal is the entire Starry Sea. Yes, cousin. Wang Bian was deeply impressed and excitedly said, I will definitely not let you down. Under Wang Bian's command, the flying fish ship smoothly detached from the current course and continued its journey towards the vast Starry Sea. As for the Shi and Feng families, although they still harbored resentment over this matter, they could only exchange a sinister glance with each other and leave dejectedly because the inspector was nearby. This grudge was bound to be avenged. They would be in for a beating during the selection of disciples for the Immortal Palace. As the three families' fleets departed, the inspector's enormous avatar reappeared in the universe. Watching the departing fleets, he seemed thoughtful, then coldly snorted, Boy, although I have a good temper, I am not one to be bullied at will. Fairy inviting the moon, is it? I'd like to see how miserable your death is. Chapter 434 The Power of the Immortal Palace. Wu Wei had no idea that the inspector had secretly planted a spy for him. As the flying fish boat passed through one special teleportation point after another, he arrived at one entirely new cultivation world after another. Within the Purple Cloud Star River, where the Starry Sky Palace was the largest ruling power, there was undoubtedly a vast world centered around the development of cultivation civilization. Moreover, the cultivation civilization in the Star River had reached its peak. At least 90% of the Star River consisted of various cultivation civilizations, which, through sects, clans, and other means, became vassals of the Starry Sky Palace. As for purely technological civilizations, they were extremely rare, and most were quite backward, only able to survive in the cracks between cultivation civilizations. Then there were civilizations that believed in becoming gods, which were strictly forbidden in the Purple Cloud Star River, regarded as heretical and suppressed along with the demonic path. Such civilizations, let alone develop, even struggle to survive. Even so, Wu Wei witnessed the prosperity and power of the cultivation civilization. Behind each teleportation hub lay a thriving cultivation world, with powerful true immortals and even celestial immortals presiding over it, as well as a vast number of commoners at the bottom, forming stable pyramid societies. Wu Wei's journey broadened his knowledge and allowed him to experience the unique and powerful charm of the cultivation civilization. Of course, with his unique abilities, he also participated in auctions and bargain hunting, amassing quite a few valuable items. While these things were nothing to Wu Wei, who possessed a divine kingdom, they were still a source of enjoyment. He continued his journey, stopping and starting, traversing countless teleportation channels. 5 years later, the flying fish boat finally arrived in a unique star field. Upon exiting the teleportation channel, the first thing he saw were 3 enormous stars blazing with crimson light. Each of these stars was incredibly large and scorching, with endless crimson energy spreading in all directions. In terms of sheer size, the sun, which Wu Wei knew so well, was like a sesame seed next to a basketball compared to any of these 3 stars. "Cousin, this is the Purgatory Star region," Wang Bian exclaimed excitedly. "Our family genealogy records that a powerful race, the Purgatory Demons, was born in this star region a long, long time ago." As Wang Bian narrated, Wu Wei gradually understood what the Purgatory Demons were all about. It turned out that this galaxy wasn't originally called the Purple Cloud Galaxy, but the Purgatory Galaxy. The absolute rulers here were the Purgatory Demons, and all other races and civilizations trembled at their feet. Until one day, a powerful cultivation civilization appeared in the Purgatory Galaxy and waged a life-or-death war against the Purgatory Demons. It was a war that lasted for 100,000 years, and ultimately the cultivation civilization emerged victorious, becoming the new overlord of this galaxy. The Purgatory Galaxy was renamed the Purple Cloud Galaxy. The remnants of the Purgatory Demon clan had long since fled to an unknown location, and their remaining forces within the Starry River had been wiped out. Only a few Purgatory Demons with mixed bloodlines remained, imprisoned by the Immortal Palace and released to serve as trial stones for newcomers. On the scorching, broken plain between 3 enormous stars, many demons with Purgatory Demon bloodlines live, the very pieces in this Immortal Palace location selection competition. Above the Purgatory Plain, nestled between those 3 colossal stars, floats a vast and majestic celestial palace. This palace, spanning tens of thousands of miles, is home to countless rare birds and beasts, and is overseen by numerous powerful immortals. This is the Immortal Destiny Star Lake Palace, one of the 5 great star lakes of the Purple Cloud Star River, and also one of the core branches of the Immortal Palace. All the young talents of the Immortal Destiny Star Lake, once qualified, must report to the Immortal Destiny Palace to enter the first round of selection. After being reviewed by the guide, Wu Wei's flying fish boat was led to a secluded courtyard on the outskirts of the Immortal Destiny Palace, a place shrouded in ethereal mist and overflowing with spiritual energy. It seemed like a very good arrangement. The spiritual veins and scattered spiritual energy of this courtyard surpassed even the ancestral home of the Wang family in Dianzhou. However, in reality, this courtyard was just an ordinary one of countless others within the Immortal Destiny Palace. The group of young talents from Dianzhou were merely a drop in the ocean, insignificant individuals. Their presence within the Immortal Destiny Palace was like a stone dropped into the sea, causing not a ripple. "Cousin, I found out everything," Wang Bian returned to the courtyard, excitedly saying, "This time, there are 7 million participants in the Outer Disciple Assessment, and 100,000 in the Inner Disciple Assessment, the fewest in the last 3 sessions." Wu Wei frowned slightly, pondering. Leaving aside the enormous number of Outer Disciples, the sheer number of Inner Disciple participants was staggering, 100,000. This is just one of the assessment points for the 5 major star lakes of the Purple Cloud Star River. If the young talents of the other major star lakes were similar, then at least 500,000 young level 10 immortals would participate in the assessment this time. In fact, this is a minimum estimate. Compared to the other star lakes, Immortal Destiny Star Lake is a remote and impoverished star lake, ranking at the bottom in terms of both cultivation resources and environment. Even so, The foundation of Immortal Destiny Star Lake is not to be underestimated, making Wu Wei feel immense pressure. With the current strength of Wu Wei's divine kingdom, its overall strength is estimated to be only comparable to the entire Immortal Destiny Star Lake. Although Wu Wei had repeatedly exaggerated the overall strength of Immortal Misty Palace before, it seems that he still greatly underestimated Immortal Misty Palace. Immortal Misty Palace is not only a level 5 civilization, but also a level 5 civilization that has dominated the Star River for a long time. Its profound foundation is probably beyond the current Bright Divine Kingdom's reach. The task is arduous and the road ahead is long. Wu Wei couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He was fortunate to have managed to infiltrate the Immortal Palace's territory beforehand, gaining a general understanding of its strength. Otherwise, if a real war broke out, he would suffer greatly. Moreover, this was only the Immortal Palace's apparent strength. A cultivation civilization like it, with its accumulated history spanning countless years, undoubtedly harbored countless unknown powers. Before this, Wu Wei's secret arrival within the Immortal Palace's sphere of influence was merely a casual deployment of pawns, intending to play a role at a crucial moment. But now, thinking back, he realized he had underestimated the Immortal Palace. The old God of Light's defeat was not unjust. With the Immortal Palace's overall strength, they could probably only spare one hand to casually deal with him, yet they utterly thrashed him. If the old God of Light hadn't kept a trump card, the current Kingdom of Light might already be gone. Of course, everything now belonged to Wu Wei. Unfortunately, Wu Wei would never thank the Immortal Palace. Instead, he viewed it as a formidable enemy. The two sides had long harbored irreconcilable conflicts, and ultimately, only one could survive. Wu Wei's greatest advantage now lay in the coverts while the Immortal Palace remained in the open. After a moment's thought, Wu Wei elevated the Immortal Palace's threat level to the highest level. From previously making random moves, he now had to carefully consider how to infiltrate the Immortal Palace's upper echelons. Firstly, to obtain more precise intelligence. Secondly, to stab the Immortal Palace in the back at the most crucial moment. Interesting. A long-dormant fighting spirit surged within Wu Wei. The difficulty of this massive challenge, the Immortal Palace, also ignited his interest. Immortal Palace, oh Immortal Palace, let me, Wu Wei, give you a good lesson. Wang Don, there are still more than 2 years until the Outer Disciple test, right? Wu Wei said unhurriedly. Have all the young talents of our great Yanshao go into seclusion for a while. I also need to cultivate properly. Yes, cousin. Wang Don respectfully withdrew, his expression full of anticipation and excitement. He could also see that the great God of Light was finally about to take a big step. Wu Wei returned to the secret room that each courtyard had, using his spiritual power to envelop the room. After checking that there were no problems, he returned his main consciousness to the God of Light Kingdom. Subsequently, less than 10 days later, Wu Wei's main consciousness returned to the secret room of the Immortal Fate Courtyard. When his body awoke from its slumber, a confident smile appeared on his face. During this time, Wu Wei did not return to the God Kingdom for a vacation. This time, he completed 2 things. The first was to find the complete set of cultivation manuals of the Pure Yang Immortal sect, although the current 9 Dragons Immortal was somewhat reluctant to hand over the complete Pure Yang Immortal sect inheritance. However, with his father-in-law's intervention, Zhilong, who is now nearly a Golden Immortal, immediately backed down and obediently handed over the inheritance. Only after receiving the inheritance did Wu Wei understand why Zhilong had been so reluctant. The inheritance had exceeded Wu Wei's expectations. It was actually a cultivation path to the 15th level Immortal Emperor. Before this, Wu Wei had always heard that the Pure Yang Immortal sect was a 6th level civilization. But 6th level civilizations were incredibly rare, each one something Wu Wei could only look up to. Even the Bright God Kingdom, which had now grown to a 4th level civilization, was nothing more than an ant that could be crushed at any moment in front of a true 6th level civilization. Even the currently powerful Immortal Palace was only a 5th level civilization. That kid Zhilong is quite lucky. He actually managed to get a complete 6th level cultivation civilization's inheritance. He's truly living in a treasure trove without realizing it. Wu Wei was very satisfied with the Pure Yang Divine Art inheritance he had obtained. He guessed that even his Bright God Kingdom's inheritance was most likely only a 6th level civilization's inheritance. In this way, the Pure Yang Divine skill became highly valuable for Wu Wei to learn from. No wonder the kid Jilong's face was so dark, like I'd stolen his wife. Wu Wei couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of Jilong's bitter face. That old rascal was counting on this inheritance to one day turn his life around and surpass Wu Wei. Now that Wu Wei had even stolen the foundation of his inheritance, he probably had no hope of ever turning things around again. Chapter 435 Breaking Through the Heavenly Gate. However, Wu Wei didn't mistreat Jilong, allocating a considerable portion of resources and benefits to them. Whether these resources would ultimately fall into the hands of the Lanling family remains to be seen. Besides the pure Yang divine art, Wu Wei also used the previous Seed of Light system to recreate a divine artifact. This artifact possessed a virtual world with 99 levels, each containing different types of enemies. Anyone with Wu Wei's permission could enter this virtual world with their consciousness to complete the challenges. He named this artifact Heavenly Gate. The inspiration came from games played on Earth, as well as electronic virtual worlds created by some technological civilizations. In terms of immersive virtual worlds, some technological civilizations were quite advanced, even those at the first and second levels had developed their virtual worlds quite successfully. Therefore, Wu Wei simply borrowed knowledge from some technological civilizations and quickly created the Heavenly Gate with the characteristics of the Divine Kingdom. As for the enemies, they naturally came from enemies encountered along the Divine Kingdom's journey, ranging from low-level enemies like those at level 7, 8, and 9 to several peerless powerhouses at level 13. Every cultivator entering the Heavenly Gate world receives ample training, and fatigue, injury, and even death can be mitigated using items. Little Sanzi, Wu Wei ordered, summon all the contestants from Day and Tao. Yes, young master. Little Sanzi, the servant who had been guarding outside the secret chamber, immediately obeyed with fervor, gathering dozens of contestants from Day and Tao in less than a quarter of an hour. Including Little Sanzi, all the young talents from Day and Tao were now Wu Wei's staunch followers, even the least devoted were fanatical believers. Even if faced with a soul test, they would never betray Wu Wei. This was the principle of the Kingdom of Light in selecting warriors. You may not be outstanding, your aptitude may be lacking, but loyalty and faith must be guaranteed. As long as one possesses sufficient loyalty and faith and can render meritorious service to the kingdom will bestow upon them immense power. Greetings, young Master Wang Dong. The young talents all bowed to Wu Wei, their eyes filled with worship and fervor. Through years of nurturing, their loyalty was beyond question. Even on their journey from Day and Tao to the Immortal Palace, they hadn't forgotten to cultivate relentlessly. With Wu Wei's support, they were all full of energy, seemingly on the verge of advancement. However, this kind of cultivation had its drawbacks: weaker combat skills. The Immortal Palace, a large organization, had extremely strict requirements for recruiting disciples, especially inner disciples. Talent, cultivation level, and combat experience were all comprehensively considered. Therefore, if Wu Wei wanted to achieve excellent results in this Immortal Palace assessment, he needed to find another way. The Heavenly Gate artifact naturally came into being. Come, try out this new artifact, Wu Wei said with a smile, briefly explaining the effects of the Heavenly Gate artifact. The young people's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. They knew their weaknesses, and if they could gain a lot of combat experience through the Heavenly Gate, they might even gain insights and advance their cultivation further. Don't rush, everyone gets a share. Wu Wei's Heavenly Gate artifact is powered by omnipotent divine power. The divine power consumed to accommodate each person is considerable, and the stronger the individual, the more divine power is consumed. If a small number of level 10 experts enter, Wu Wei's divine power can handle it. However, if level 11 or even 12 experts enter, the divine power consumed becomes astronomical. Therefore, the Heavenly Gate artifact is suitable for cultivating a small group of elites, but not for widespread adoption within the Divine Kingdom. Under Wu Wei's guidance, everyone quickly integrated their consciousness into the Heavenly Gate artifact. However, less than 5 minutes later, the first young talent's consciousness was ejected from the artifact. Upon returning, his face was deathly pale and filled with terror, as if he had suffered immense fear and torment. Young Master Wang Dong, this is too terrifying. So many monsters, like a tidal wave, instantly tore me to pieces. The bloody scene seemed to be right before his eyes, exactly the same feeling as when he was truly torn to pieces. As soon as he finished speaking, the remaining men and women were ejected one after another, all of them experiencing apocalyptic terror. Many with weaker mental fortitude even vomited on the spot. These young talents were all among the best of their age in Yanzhou, level 8 being the starting point, with several at level 9, and even a few at level 10. Any one of them would be a superhuman being in the post-apocalyptic Earth where Wu Wei was born. Yet, this group of people was tortured to the point of wishing for death on the Heavenly Gate artifact. Cousin, even Wang Yuan couldn't last 10 minutes, vomiting violently after emerging, curled up trembling. Heavens, the Heavenly Gate is too cruel. He certainly thought it cruel. Wu Wei had specially increased the difficulty for Wang Yuan to give him special treatment. Moreover, the time coefficient inside the Heavenly Gate was 10 times that outside. Wang Yuan's ability to endure 10 minutes under the added difficulty was already quite remarkable. Cruel? Wu Wei sneered twice. You bunch of incompetent weaklings, the cruelty of the universe is far beyond your imagination. Have you rested enough? Go back to the Heavenly Gate for training. Anyone who can't even pass the Heavenly Gate shouldn't participate in the Misty Palace recruitment conference. With Wu Wei's strict order, one by one, they entered the Divine Artifact's Heavenly Gate. Unlike their first entry, which was full of enthusiasm, this time they all looked utterly defeated. Meanwhile, Wu Wei himself tried it out, but less than 5 minutes later, he was also kicked out. He felt the Heavenly Gate's difficulty was disgustingly high and vowed never to enter again. This difficulty is disgusting. Wu Wei complained about the difficulty of the Heavenly Gate, but then began to adjust the difficulty to an even higher level. My believers, I'm doing this for your own good. Only by enduring hardship can one become an immortal. Naturally, those young talents kept dying on the Heavenly Gate, only to be resurrected and continue to challenge it under the belief of our Lord. 1 day, 2 days. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 years had passed. Countless contestants from remote planes had arrived at the Immortal Destiny Palace one after another. The deadline also came to an abrupt end. After that, contestants who arrived late for any reason would lose their qualification to compete for the position of Disciple of the Misty Palace. On this day, at the Immortal Destiny platform of the Immortal Destiny Palace, Wu Wei and the others, guided by the venue stewards, entered the Immortal Destiny platform. On the surface, the Immortal Destiny platform appears to be a magnificent, ornately decorated pavilion, seemingly only capable of holding tens of thousands of people. However, upon arriving at this point, Wu Wei and his companions discovered that the platform utilized special technology to expand its surroundings to accommodate millions. Simultaneously, similar Immortal Destiny platforms were replicated like mirror images, each encased in a bubble, countless in number. Such a feat even impressed Wu Wei, the Lord of Light, who gave it a thumbs up, let alone the young disciples of the ordinary cultivation world. They were all immersed in the grand and domineering immortal techniques of the Misty Palace, their excitement overflowing, their confidence in joining the Misty Palace growing even stronger. Many fellow villagers gathered together, excitedly expressing their feelings, a constant buzz of discussion filling the surrounding area. Silence. No noise is permitted before the Immortal Destiny platform. A clear, angry shout rang out, like a thunderclap that sent shivers down everyone's spines. A chill ran through them, as if they'd been doused with ice water. The young people on the countless mirrored platforms fell into complete silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. In the sky, purple clouds churned, and a fairy in a purple dress, seemingly dozens of feet tall, descended from the boiling clouds, slowly landing at the highest point of the Immortal Destiny platform. Her gaze was like lightning, sweeping across the entire area as if she could see right through everyone's soul, filling them with a sense of impending doom. They dared not even look at her, bowing their heads respectfully, obediently listening. Only Wu Wei remained unconcerned, squinting as he sized up the fairy. Though called a fairy, judging from her demeanor and bearing, she was clearly not young, possessing a certain mature charm, though still retaining some allure. Hey, truly powerful Dharma body. For a mere Dharma body to be so awe-inspiring, this woman's cultivation level must be quite high, at least a celestial immortal. She's also quite beautiful, though a bit too old. Wu Wei observed her, silently evaluating her in his heart. Fortunately, he was only speaking his mind, otherwise, if the woman in the purple dress had seen through his thoughts, it would have likely caused a bloodbath. I am Mo Yu, the guardian of the Immortal Destiny Palace. Guardian Mo Yu's voice resounded throughout the entire arena, reaching the ears of tens of millions, even hundreds of millions, of young disciples. Furthermore, I am also the vice envoy of this Immortal Destiny Assembly. The guardian of Immortal Destiny Palace, Moyu, has guarded the palace for 1,000 years, a renowned figure throughout Immortal Destiny Star Lake, and everyone is familiar with him. Many talented young men from wealthy families assumed that Guardian Moyu would again preside over this year's Immortal Destiny Assembly. However, to their surprise, Moyu was only the deputy envoy. Many young noble families who had painstakingly cultivated relationships and curried favor with Guardian Moyu lamented in disappointment, their previous preparations all for naught. But many more were curious about who would be the host this time. Could it be a high-ranking figure from the Immortal Destiny Palace headquarters? Just as countless people were eagerly anticipating the event, a hearty voice suddenly rang out, "Guardian Moyu, I, Shattered Star, have come to offer my support. Do you welcome me?" As that voice rang out, another enormous figure stepped through the air, landing on the Immortal Destiny platform like a towering giant. Chapter 436 Ink Listening to Plum Blossoms. Elder Shattered Star. Many knowledgeable young talents exclaimed in surprise, and whispers arose. Amidst the surrounding discussions, Wu Wei understood that the newly arrived elder was named Elder Shattered Star, one of the inspectors of the Immortal Fate Star Lake region, and a renowned celestial immortal level expert in his youth. In his younger days, he fought a battle with an extraterrestrial demon, actually shattering a star, thus earning the nickname Shattered Star. Over time, Shattered Star became his synonym. Even now, Elder Shattered Star himself has probably almost forgotten his original name. "Shattered Star, what are you doing here?" the Ink Feather Guardian said coldly. "As the Star Lake Inspector, instead of fulfilling your duties, you're here shirking your responsibilities. Hell, my Misty Palace is now a powerful force in the Purple Heaven Star River, enjoying years of peace. What villain would dare to cause trouble?" Elder Shattered Star laughed nonchalantly. "The Immortal Destiny Assembly is a once-in-100 years event for my Misty Palace. I've come to guard the area for you, just in case anything goes wrong. HMPH. The Ink Feather Guardian seemed quite disdainful of Elder Shattered Star, but in front of tens of millions of young talents from the Immortal Destiny Star Lake, he didn't bother arguing with Elder Shattered Star. He simply said coldly, "You can come and visit if you want, but behave yourself, or I'll expel you at any time." "Yes, yes, yes, I will obey the decree of Envoy Moyu." Elder Suxing grinned, seemingly quite taken with Moyu's words. He then manipulated his enormous avatar to sit down obediently, looking around with a sigh. "Time flies so fast, another Immortal Affinity Assembly has arrived in the blink of an eye. Looking at these countless outstanding young people, I can't help but think of 3,000 years ago." "Shut up." Moyu's enormous avatar was somewhat annoyed. "If you dare to mention those days in front of me again, don't blame me for turning ruthless." Moyu is right. Suddenly, another magnificent voice rang out, and another colossal avatar of an immortal descended from the sky. He stared at Elder Suxing with an unfriendly expression. "If you hadn't acted recklessly back then, we wouldn't be in this situation." Wu Wei looked at the powerful avatar that had appeared later and couldn't help but touch his nose, a smile appearing on his face. This one was very familiar. It was the inspector who had wanted to take him as a disciple before. It seems the world is indeed small. He could even encounter an inspector again. However, judging from the expressions and tones of the inspector, Suxing, and Moyu, there seemed to be quite a story between them. Sure enough, Elder Suxing stood up, his face changing drastically. "Link Su, how much better were you back then? What right do you have to talk about me like that? Enough." Inspector Moyu was furious, his cold gaze sweeping back and forth between Inspector Link Su and Elder Suxing. "Today is the Immortal Destiny Assembly, how long are you two going to keep this up?" With Moyu's suppression, Elder Suxing and Inspector Link Su became more subdued, though they still glared at each other coldly, clearly disliking one another. Meanwhile, the hushed whispers around them gave Wu Wei a general idea of what was going on. Inspector Suxing, Inspector Moyu, and Inspector Link Su had formed a friendship while participating in the Immortal Destiny Assembly in their youth, then joined the Immortal Palace together, supporting each other as they grew. Finally, something happened that caused a rift between the three, and they remained at odds ever since. The information Wu Wei heard was fragmented, but even a fool could guess it was just the usual petty squabbles between men and women, the entanglements and grudges of love. This left Wu Wei speechless for a while. These were all ancient people, thousands of years old. Was it really necessary to be so melodramatic? However, this kind of thing was none of Wu Wei's business. He just needed to behave himself, Relax during this Immortal Destiny conference, and become a core disciple of the Immortal Palace. Even though Wu Wei was the great god of light, he never expected that he would ultimately be dragged into this melodramatic story. After a short while of staring at each other, Inspector Ling Su and Elder Suxing couldn't contain themselves any longer and muttered to themselves, "I heard this year's Immortal Destiny conference is quite something. There are countless young talents, especially the most outstanding ones, who are far stronger than the participants from previous Immortal Destiny Starlight conferences." Ling Su and Mo ignored his casual remarks, merely rolling their eyes at him. Guardian of Mo Town. Elder Suxing, with his thick skin, continued to chime in without a care, "I've heard that your Mo family has produced an extraordinary descendant." This topic seemed to have hit a nerve with Moyu. A glint flashed in her eyes, and she said casually, "Elder Suxing, you're so busy with your high position, yet you still care about a junior." It's not that I'm paying special attention." Elder Suxing pressed on, "It's just that the name of that genius from your Moyu family has already spread throughout the entire Star Lake. Even our Immortal Palace has begun to hear of her. It's said that 2 Grand Elders have already taken notice of her. With such a renowned reputation, how could I not know?" "What?" Inspector Ling Su exclaimed in surprise. "Could it be that the famous Mo Tingmei is actually a descendant of the Guardian of Mo Town?" "How, Ling Su, you're truly ignorant," Elder Suxing sneered. "That child, Mo Tingmei, has already been hailed as a once-in-a-millennium genius. She broke through to the immortal realm at less than 150 years old, and now at only 200, her strength is already unfathomable. I've heard she's very likely to become a true immortal in the near future." Inspector Ling Su hurriedly cupped his hands to congratulate Inspector Moyu, saying, "Moyu, congratulations. For the past 3,000 years, you've single-handedly shouldered the burden of reviving your Mo family, which has been incredibly arduous. Now that the clan has gained another peerless genius, you can relax a bit more." Ling Su knew Moyu very well, knowing that her talent was actually superior to Suxing's and his own. If she hadn't been burdened with the responsibility of reviving the Mo family, and had spent most of her energy and resources on her maternal family, the possibility of her becoming a level 13 golden immortal would have been extremely high. The flattery from Sui Xing and Ling Su really hit a nerve with Moyu. Her icy expression softened considerably, and her tone became much gentler. "Ting Mei is indeed a good child. She'll need the guidance of all the elders in the future." With that, she beckoned, "Ting Mei, why don't you come up and pay your respects to the 2 elders?" "Yes, Ancestor Mo." A clear, youthful voice rang out. From beneath the countless mirrored Immortal Destiny platforms, a woman in black robes slowly floated up, landing gracefully on the main platform. "Ting Mei greets Elder Sui Xing and Ling Su." Mo Ting Mei bowed gracefully, neither arrogant nor humble. Because she wasn't using her avatar, she appeared to be only the size of a normal person. Compared to the 3 elders' enormous avatars, she looked as small as a canary. However, her temperament and demeanor were in no way inferior to these 3 powerful figures. "Miss Mo, you are too kind." Sui Xing and Ling Su were both elders of the Immortal Palace, already considered mid to high-level members. Even so, they still showed ample respect when facing the young girl Mo Tingmei. They even dispelled their imposing auras and returned a greeting to Mo Tingmei in normal human form. The reason was simple: Mo Tingmei's talent was simply too outstanding. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, reaching the level of a 13th level golden immortal was a certainty. There was a vast difference between ordinary celestial immortals and golden immortals. Within the vast organization of the Immortal Palace, golden immortals were called Grand Elders, each a pillar of the palace, possessing absolute authority. The only ones who could restrain a Grand Elder were the Palace Master and the Supreme Elders. Moreover, with Mo Tingmei's aptitude, she was among the top golden immortal Grand Elders, possessing the potential to glimpse the path of the Tai Golden Immortal. Who would dare to act arrogantly before such a promising young talent? You might wake up one morning to find that someone has already surpassed you. During the pleasantries, the Guardian of Mo Town also withdrew his avatar, looking at Mo Tingmei with hopeful and gratified eyes. She was the future hope of the family. Once she rose to prominence, she could ensure the family's eternal prosperity. While a group of powerful figures and rising stars were exchanging compliments on the main stage, discussions were also taking place below the Immortal Destiny stage. Compared to Wang Yuan and Wu Wei, who came from small planes like Dian Zhao, many young people from developed cultivation planes were much more knowledgeable. The discussions revolved around Mo Tingmei's past achievements, the #1 young talent of Immortal Destiny Star Lake, a surefire direct disciple this time. The Immortal Destiny Assembly merely a formality, and several Golden Immortal Grand Elders already having taken a liking to Mo Tingmei, wanting to accept her as their direct disciple. Undoubtedly, she was a super shining star. The other young talents of the Immortal Destiny Assembly were merely supporting characters. Even Wu Wei secretly nodded in approval at the other party's outstanding aptitude. Such potential was exceptional even by the standards of the universe. In the terms of the cultivation world, they were prodigies embodying all the best qualities. In the words of some faith-based civilizations, they were the sons and daughters of gods, and in the technological world, they were called the darlings of the universe. Any being with the potential to reach level 14 was an extremely rare genius, even among the high-ranking, elusive level 6 civilizations. Cousin, while Mo Tingmei is indeed extraordinary, Wang Bian said, flattering Wu Wei, she is still far inferior to you, cousin. In Wang Bian's eyes, no one was more powerful than the supreme god of light in his heart. This remark drew agreement from the other believers. Young Master Wang Dong is indeed the most powerful. We could consider making Mo Tingmei his young mistress. Some unfriendly glances drifted over, fixing on Wu Wei and his group. Ahem, you brats, keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Wu Wei coughed twice, waving his folding fan a few times, striking a pose of elegant and refined charm. Those brats, though not particularly strong, still had some discernment. Mo Tingmei was indeed qualified to be the young mistress. Chapter 437 Lingsu hit by happiness. Hey, I wonder where this country bumpkin came from, spouting such arrogant nonsense. A group of handsome young men in celestial robes around them launched extremely aggressive provocations. Don't you even know your place? You think you can eat swan meat like a toad? The leader was a young man who was fairly handsome, but with a hint of gloom in his brows. Naturally, the followers of both sides began a standoff, exchanging insults and a barrage of hurls at each other. Of course, because there were also a group of celestial immortals on the main stage of the Celestial Fate platform, the two sides could only exchange insults and dared not actually fight. Logically speaking, with countless young contestants in these countless mirror spaces, even if the celestial immortals were powerful and their divine sense covered a wide area, they couldn't possibly take care of everything. Unless they made a big fuss, it wouldn't attract any attention. However, what surprised Wu Wei was that as soon as the two sides started arguing, a massive divine sense enveloped this mirror space of the Celestial Fate platform. A stern rebuke followed. What nonsense are you all spouting? Elder Shattered Star? Wu Wei glanced sideways. That old man, Shattered Star, was actually paying attention to this small area. Could it be that he had sensed something amiss? Had he come specifically to observe and investigate him? If so, then everything from now on would have to be done with caution. Unexpectedly, the young man leading the group became even more nervous, hurriedly bowing towards the Immortal Destiny platform. Greetings, Master. Your disciple was indignant at someone's arrogant words and reckless actions. Master? Wu Wei rubbed his nose. What a coincidence. The young man he had clashed with was actually Elder Shattered Star's disciple? A smile crept onto his lips. This matter was probably not so simple. Although Immortal Destiny Star Lake was only the most remote of the 5 major star lakes and the Purple Cloud Star River, it still had tens of millions, even hundreds of millions, of Immortal Destiny candidates. Such a coincidence was even less likely than winning the lottery. Clearly, the other party was targeting him. Whether it was targeted at Wu Wei or not, Wu Wei glanced mockingly at the Spirit Void Inspector on the Immortal Fate platform, whose expression showed a slight surprise. Hey, this matter is starting to get interesting. He's actually been targeted by Shattered Star and become a pawn. Hearing his disciple's words, Elder Suxing's divine sense swept over Wu Wei with a hint of disdain. He then scolded his disciple, Yuchi, you're getting worse with age. Getting entangled with a mere mortal. Get up here and pay your respects to the elders. Yes, Master, the young man replied, casually stepping onto the Immortal Destiny main stage as if traversing time and space. He bowed respectfully to Mo Yu and Link Su. Junior Yuchi Jialian pays respects to Garrison Commander Mo Yu and Inspector Link Su. After the ceremony, he bowed to Mo Tingmei. Yuchi greets Junior Sister Mo. Junior Sister is even more extraordinary than rumored. Mo Tingmei's delicate brows furrowed slightly, but she remained polite, nodding lightly. Greetings, Senior Brother Yuchi. Shattered Star, your disciple is quite remarkable. The garrison commander Mo Yu was clearly in a good mood, unusually offering a compliment. Judging from his aura, his cultivation is probably no less than Ting Mei's. Governor Commander, your insight is truly remarkable. Yu Jiayan said with an expression of admiration. This junior has cultivated the art of concealing one's aura since childhood, making it impossible for others to see through my cultivation. Unexpectedly, Senior saw through my true nature at a glance. However, this junior is nearly 100 years older than junior sister Mo. I'm truly ashamed. That's quite good. Mo Yu nodded slightly in praise. With your current level, accumulating a few more decades of foundation will allow you to break through to the true immortal realm. Perform well in this immortal fate assembly, and you're destined to become a true disciple. The immortal palace disciples are divided into outer disciples, inner disciples, core disciples, and true disciples. Given Mo Tingmei's demonstrated talent, regardless of her performance in the immortal fate assembly, becoming a true disciple is inevitable. While Yu Jiayan's talent is undoubtedly excellent, whether he will be accepted as a true disciple depends on his specific performance. Of course, with the talent Yu Jiayan had displayed, he could at least become a core disciple. Back then, Mo Yu, Sui Xing, and Ling Su all entered the ranks of core disciples after passing the assessment at the Immortal Fate Assembly, eventually becoming mid to high-level members of the Immortal Palace. Thank you for your praise, Commander. Yu Jiayan said with both elegance and confidence. This junior will do his best to catch up with junior sister Mo, so that I can contribute my meager strength to her in the future. Upon hearing this, Mo Tingmei frowned slightly, her expression unconsciously becoming somewhat indifferent. Haha. Elder Suxing seemed quite satisfied with his disciple, laughing heartily. Yuchi, I always urge you to cultivate diligently. But you insist on slacking off. Now you know the pressure, don't you? Yu Jiayan smiled wryly. Master is right to reprimand me. In the future, I will definitely work hard to cultivate and never fall too far behind Mo family junior sister. The master and disciple, working together, unknowingly positioned him as Mo Tingmei's protector, forcibly establishing a connection between them. Having achieved his strategic objective, Suxing, taking advantage of Mo Yu's momentary lapse in attention, quickly changed the subject, speaking with concern to Ling Su. Ling Su, we're both getting on in years. Shouldn't we find a successor to carry on our legacy? Suxing's words make perfect sense. Moi's garrison commander rarely agreed with Elder Suxing's suggestion, and asked Ling Su's inspector with a hint of concern. Ling Su, why not take advantage of this immortal fate assembly to find a suitable disciple? That way, when you're truly old, you'll have someone to rely on. Although Moi didn't give Ling Su and Suxing a friendly look, they had actually bickered and argued together for thousands of years, and their feelings for each other were naturally not as weak as they appeared. Elder Suxing seemed to have seized an opportunity, saying with a beaming smile, Moi, you don't know, Ling Su already has a disciple in mind. Moi said with slight surprise, Ling Su, you've kept it well hidden. You brought him along to the Immortal Fate Conference this time, right? Why don't you call him out so we can all get to know him? This. Inspector Ling Su's beard bristled with anger, and he glared fiercely at Suxing. Your nose is really sharp. Are you always so bored, staring at this old man for no reason? Ling Su, you're going too far. As your brother of thousands of years, it's normal for me to pay more attention to you. Suxing didn't hide his smugness at his successful scheme. Could it be that your disciple has something to hide, that you're unwilling to let us get to know him? At the same time, both Ling Su and Suxing's divine senses enveloped Wu Wei. Wu Wei, looking bewildered, rubbed his nose. Things had finally come to this. It seemed Elder Suxing and Ling Su had been feuding for millennia, and this time they'd seized an opportunity to embarrass Ling Su in front of Mo Yu. The actions of Ling Su and Suxing also attracted Mo Yu's attention. Her divine sense also enveloped Wu Wei and the others, but she completely ignored Wu Wei, who was only level 8. Instead, after a search, she focused her attention on Wang Tian. Her divine sense swept over Wang Tian, and she commented, Ling Su, your judgment is good. This child is still young, but his cultivation is not bad. His future prospects will certainly not be inferior to yours or mine. To be honest, Wang Tian's appearance isn't bad either. He's young but has already become an immortal, and after years of arduous cultivation, his realm has stabilized. At first glance, he really does look like a promising young talent. Of course, he's still inferior to Yu Jiayan, the disciple of Sui Xing, let alone compared to Mo Tingmei, who is a rare talent. Ahem. Ling Su Inspector glanced helplessly at Wu Wei, his old face quite embarrassed. Just as he was about to explain, Elder Sui Zhang spoke first. Moyu, you know that although Ling Su seems like a kind old man on the surface, he's actually very arrogant at heart and doesn't respect ordinary people. Isn't that, young man? Moyu was slightly surprised, then continued to search the crowd with her divine sense. However, even with her powerful divine sense, she couldn't find a single decent-looking young person in that mirrored space. Moyu blinked, wondering if there was something wrong with her divine sense, or if Ling Su's disciple wasn't even in this mirrored space. Just as Elder Suxing was about to fan the flames, Inspector Ling Su became somewhat annoyed. Suxing, that's enough. I was just politely refused the disciple offer, why are you making such a fuss about it again and again? Refused. Moyu was slightly taken aback, seemingly incredulous. Which young person is so audacious as to refuse you? You must know, Ling Su is a powerful elder of the Immortal Palace, a dignified celestial immortal, someone countless families and forces would rather die than curry favor with. Could it be that this young man is either exceptionally talented with unparalleled vision, or comes from an extremely prestigious family? He's just an ordinary young man. It's normal that we don't get along. Ling Su was quite magnanimous, laughing it off. Ahem, who said we don't get along? Wu Wei coughed twice, then stepped into the air and gracefully ascended to the main platform of Immortal Fate. He closed his folding fan and said to Ling Su with a smile, Inspector Ling Su, my rash actions earlier have damaged your reputation, senior. If you don't mind, then let's establish a master-disciple relationship. As the god of light who controls trillions of lives, although he bears heavy responsibilities, ultimately, he still wants to live a carefree and joyful life. Although this Ling Su is a bit weak, he still finds him quite pleasing to the eye. To make a name for oneself in the Immortal Palace and break into the core of the higher levels, one must have a reputation, and the best way to increase one's reputation is the Immortal Fate Assembly. Since Elder Suxing has placed such a good opportunity in front of him, it would be a pity not to make good use of it. What? Elder Ling Su's eyes flashed with a bright light, a warm current flowing through his heart, feeling as if he had been drenched in sweet rain when he was parched in the desert. Even with thousands of years of cultivation, he could not control his emotions. Boy, are you serious? Senior, although I, Wang Dong, am just a nobody, Wu Wei said with a serious face, I know that a promise is a promise. Since I have promised you, I will naturally not go back on my word. Good, then it's a deal. Ling Su's gloomy mood vanished instantly, and he said excitedly, Kid, we don't need to go through the formalities for now. From now on, you are my obedient disciple, Ling Su's disciple. Seeing his eagerness to finalize the title, Wu Wei couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, and immediately bowed and greeted him, Master. Good. Ling Su's beard bristled with joy. I, Ling Su, finally have a disciple I find pleasing to the eye. Just as he finished being excited, a strange feeling swept over him. Before, it seemed that many prestigious families wanted to offer him their outstanding disciples, but he had never agreed. And this kid, Wang Dong, was just from a remote continent, and his own strength was only at the 8th level. Whether he could even pass the exam to become an outer disciple was still unknown. But why was he so excited the moment this kid agreed? It felt like he was being favored by the heavens. How strange. Chapter 438 Mo Family Junior Sister. However, this thought was fleeting. In his excitement, Ling Su directly handed Wu Wei a storage ring using his divine sense. I've lived for thousands of years, always alone. Take these spirit stones and cultivate, striving to break through to the immortal realm as soon as possible, so you can bring honor to your master. Wu Wei took the storage ring, his expression slightly surprised. He infused it with his spiritual power and was immediately dazzled by the large number of high-grade spirit stones. In addition, there were also various top-grade magic treasures, flying swords, armor, talismans, and so on used by those below the immortal realm. This amount of supplies wasn't particularly astonishing for Wu Wei, the leader of a 4th-level civilization. However, for a level 12 powerhouse, it was already a considerable fortune. Ling Su's willingness to part with so much was beyond Wu Wei's expectations, making him feel much closer to Ling Su. Just as Wang Dong and his disciple Ling Su were displaying their affection, Elder Suxing said with a mocking tone, Old friend Ling Su, congratulations on gaining such a fine disciple. I wonder if your disciple, with his current cultivation level, can enter the ranks of the outer disciples of the Immortal Palace. Ling Su's expression hardened, and he sneered, Elder Suxing, our master-disciple relationship is none of your business. The path of cultivation is long and arduous, and aptitude is not the only way to seek the Dao. You're right, Suxing said with a smile, but if one doesn't even have basic aptitude, no matter how many resources you use to cultivate it, you'll only end up with a piece of trash. You? Ling Su's face darkened with anger, but he didn't want to argue with Suxing, so he just snorted, you just mind your own business with your disciple, we don't need your concern for our affairs. Ling Su, look at what you're saying, Elder Suxing sneered. You and I, Moyu, are close friends, so your affairs are my affairs. How about this? If your disciple passes the outer sect test at this Immortal Destiny Assembly and enters the inner sect trial arena, I, Suxing, will acknowledge your good judgment, Ling Su, and am willing to offer 10 heavenly spirit stones to help you train your disciple. No way. Before Wu Wei could respond, Ling Su resolutely refused. My disciple, Wang Dong, is only at level 8. It's already a stroke of luck that he passed the outer sect disciple test. I dare not hope he can enter the inner sect. If it weren't for this incident, he might have been able to find a way to get his disciple Wang Dong into the inner sect. But this time, Suxing was clearly targeting him, and any shortcuts were definitely not going to work. Even if his disciple Wang Dong managed to enter the inner sect trial arena, it would only put him in a huge crisis. The Immortal Destiny Assembly was no child's play, many people could die. Ling Su didn't want to finally take in a disciple only to have him perish before he even had a chance to warm up to him. Ling Su Inspector, Yuchi Jian said respectfully, cupping his hands in greeting. Our cultivation is inherently defying the heavens, daring to contend with the heavenly Dao. I understand your protectiveness, Senior. Rest assured, if junior brother Wang Dong successfully enters the inner sect trial grounds, Jian is willing to offer assistance and do his best to protect him. Assist? I'm afraid you'll be the one secretly plotting against him then. Wu Wei was fully aware of the other party's treacherous intentions and immediately said with a mixture of joy and surprise, with senior brother Yuchi protecting us, nothing will happen. Master, we can't miss such a good opportunity. Ling Su nearly coughed up blood, staring at Wu Wei with wide eyes, seemingly surprised that he would agree so rashly. Just as he was about to refuse, Yuchi Jian praised, good, junior brother Wang Dong is indeed generous. Then the bet is settled. Not bad, not bad. Although nephew Wang Dong's cultivation is ordinary, his spirit is boundless. Elder Suxing said with a face full of praise, with such determination, I, as his uncle, cannot fail to show my appreciation. Ling Su, as long as my nephew can persist in the inner disciple trial arena for 3 days without quitting, I will personally reward him with 20 heavenly spirit stones. Then it's a deal. Thank you for your guidance, uncle. Ling Su trembled with anger, pointing at Elder Suxing and cursing, Suxing, are you planning to kill my disciple? Ling Su, what do you mean by that? Elder Suxing asked innocently. As a senior uncle, what's wrong with me encouraging my junior nephew to forge ahead and strive for a brighter future through his own efforts? Besides, my junior nephew himself feels it's the right thing to do. Could it be that you, as his master, intend to hinder your disciple's future? Yes, what senior uncle Suxing says makes sense, Wu Wei chimed in. As a young man, I must forge ahead bravely, even if it means death. Besides, with senior brother Yuchi looking after me, nothing will happen. Ling Su's beard bristled as he stared at Wu Wei with suspicion. Something seemed off. His disciple didn't seem that stupid. He was so shrewd when he tricked people before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken him as a disciple. Could it be that he's become stupid in just a few years? Just as Ling Su was filled with doubt and uncertainty, Wu Wei's voice transmission rang in his ear, Master, please cooperate. Let's make a big splash out of him. This. Ling Su's mind went blank, and he suddenly realized something was wrong. Something was definitely not right. Not only was what he said wrong, but what surprised Ling Su even more was that he was actually transmitting his voice to him. Moreover, what he couldn't understand was that his voice transmission to him hadn't been detected by Suxing and Moyu. He was only at level 8, as weak as an ant in front of a level 12 celestial immortal. Any slight movement or fluctuation of divine sense would be difficult to escape the eyes of a celestial immortal. Not to mention him, even if Yuchi Jian or Mo Tengmi dared to transmit their voices in private in front of them, although they wouldn't be able to eavesdrop on their conversations, they would still be detected. And yet, his disciple, who was only at level 8, had managed to do it. Linksa shuddered. Just what kind of monster was this disciple? Was it that he had mastered an extraordinary sound transmission technique, or was he definitely not as weak as he appeared? If it was the latter, then another question arises: what kind of concealment technique did this kid learn? With 3 dignified celestial immortals present, how could not one of them see through his concealment technique? Master, calm down, stay calm, Wu Wei continued via sound transmission. I never said I was only level 8, nor did I intend to trick you. However, I did have some fortuitous encounters and obtained some ancient immortal inheritances. In short, that elder Shattered Star wanted to trick us, so we, master and disciple, joined forces to give him a good thrashing. So he obtained ancient immortal inheritances, no wonder. Ling Su suddenly understood everything that was amiss. In the world of cultivation, strength is paramount. The young people of Diansahao all implicitly respected their own disciples, and would never follow his lead simply because he was their so-called elder cousin. Even that young man in the immortal realm respected his own disciple. In that instant, Linksa understood perfectly, his first instinct being that he had probably struck gold. With such confidence and composure, and the audacity to swindle Suxing, how could he not have some hidden strength? Could he be a peerless prodigy no less talented than Mo Tingmei? For a moment, Linksa's heart fluttered. However, he quickly dismissed this absurd thought. Mo Tingmei was an existence of unparalleled power, appearing only once every 1,000 years even within the entire Immortal Palace's sphere of influence. However, judging from his disciple's appearance, he should at least be no less talented than Yuchi Jialian. Upon thinking of this, Linksa's dormant heart suddenly ignited, and he immediately roared, "No, I object. Wang Dong, you are still young. Even if you don't enter the inner sect this time, you can still get started slowly with the resources I have given you. You can then take the internal advancement path and gradually climb up to the ranks of inner sect disciples. Master, with senior brother Yuchi looking after me, I want to take a chance and give it a try," Wu Wei also earnestly argued. Besides, as cultivators, if we are timid and hesitant, what are we talking about defying the heavens? At this point, Moyu, the guardian of the town, couldn't sit still any longer and advised, "Link Su, I know it's not easy for you to take on a disciple you like. However, the path of immortality is not easy, and you still have to let him forge his own path. How about this? I'll have Tingmei protect him as well, so that if anything goes wrong, he can give up the trial on his own." "Tingmei, what do you think?" Mo Tingmei, who had been keeping her head down and silent, frowned slightly and secretly cast a look of disgust at Wu Wei. However, she seemed unwilling to disobey the garrison commander of Moyu, and could only obediently cup her hands and say, "Tingmei will obey the ancestors' decree." "Master, you should be relieved now, right?" Wu Wei said with an innocent look. "With senior brothers and sisters protecting you, nothing will happen." This. Linksa hesitated, as if he couldn't make up his mind. After hesitating for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Since you have junior nephew Yuchi and junior nephew Tingmei protecting you, then go ahead and take the plunge. But remember, don't overexert yourself. If you can't withstand it, quickly withdraw from the trial." "Yes, master," Wu Wei responded, and then began to grin and try to get closer to Yuchi Jialiang and Mo Tingmei. "Senior brother Yuchi, junior sister Mo," Wu Wei began, using Wang Dong's actual age to establish a connection with both sides. "I am Wang Dong, from Diansahao. From now on, we are family. Please take good care of me." Yuchi Jialian maintained a facade of politeness and amiability, occasionally chiming in with Wu Wei. As for Mo Tingmei, she completely ignored Wu Wei, her eyes downcast and ears closed, refusing to utter a single word no matter how much he pleaded. It seemed Mo Tingmei had made up her mind that, apart from protecting him as instructed by her master, she absolutely did not want any involvement with Wu Wei. With Wu Wei's thick skin, he naturally didn't care about her indifference, continuing to flatter her as usual, putting on a show of trying his best to please her. Yuchi Jialian appeared amiable, but the contempt for Wu Wei in his eyes grew increasingly intense. Time passed slowly. The garrison commander of Moyu Town frowned slightly. The Grand Elder should have arrived by now. Could something have happened? Elder Suxing also noticed this and immediately asked with concern, "Has the Grand Elder, the chief envoy of the Star Lake Immortal Destiny Conference, not arrived yet? Should we send a celestial message to inquire?" Suddenly, the jade token at the garrison commander's waist trembled slightly. After listening for a few moments, she relaxed her brows. The Grand Elder was delayed by some trivial matters and will arrive in 2 more days. She instructed us not to wait for her and to begin the Immortal Destiny Conference first. Suxing, Link Su, since you are also present, assist me in managing the order of the Immortal Destiny Conference. Yes, Garrison Commander of Moyu Town. Elder Suxing and Inspector Link Su immediately became serious and bowed in unison to accept the order. Their cultivation levels were similar to Moyu's, and they were all at the Elder level. However, Moyu, who controlled the Immortal Destiny Palace, held a half-rank higher position. In the event of war or other emergencies, Moyu, as the garrison commander, had the authority to summon them. The Immortal Destiny Assembly then commenced amidst a series of elaborate formalities. After listening to a long list of rules, a fixed-point spatial teleportation array appeared out of thin air on the Mirror Immortal Destiny platform where Wu Wei had previously been. As an outer disciple selector, he naturally returned to the Mirror Immortal Destiny platform and, along with his companions, stepped into the teleportation array. After crossing the teleportation array that distorted space, Wu Wei suddenly appeared above a rugged continent. Looking down from above, the continent was crimson red, filled with rubble and ravines, and dotted with clusters of sharp stone peaks, like spears piercing the sky. 2 fiery red suns blazed overhead, staining the rubble-covered earth a blood-red hue. Not far away, a river of scorching lava meandered along the ravines, eventually flowing hundreds of miles away into a lava lake spanning 1,000 miles. This was the Infernal Demon Star. This was the legendary home planet of the powerful race that once dominated the entire Purple Cloud Galaxy. Moreover, this demon star didn't just have 2 giant suns, but a full 3. Another, even more enormous star was currently on the opposite side of the planet. This isn't even at its hottest. Wu Wei, after a brief assessment, determined the air temperature to be at least 800 degrees Celsius, demonstrating just how harsh the natural environment of the Infernal Demon Star was. It seemed that only such a harsh environment could give birth to the powerful Infernal Demon race. A race capable of dominating an entire galaxy must possess exceptionally superior genes. The nearest contestant is 100 miles away. Wu Wei squinted, his senses sharpening, and the environment within 1,000 miles appeared in his mind with meticulous detail. Aside from the extremely well-hidden native species, many outer sect disciples were scattered sparsely across the area. At least tens of millions of participants were vying for outer sect disciple positions at this year's Immortal Destiny Conference. Yet, this massive group of participants was so sparsely distributed, indicating that the Purgatory Demon Star was a gigantic dimensional planet. Moreover, the environment in which the outer sect disciples competed was relatively safe, and the native species used for training were generally weak. Even with Wu Wei's extensive knowledge, he had rarely seen such a massive Earth-like planet. Facing this ancient, ravaged planet, Wu Wei could easily imagine the glory of the Purgatory Demon Clan at its peak, a prosperity that likely surpassed even the current Bright God Kingdom by a significant margin. If they hadn't encountered the outsider, the Immortal Palace, they might have had a chance to advance further and become one of the true cosmic overlords millions of years later. Of course, this was merely a hypothetical scenario. In short, the former overlord has long since been reduced to one of the test monsters for recruiting new disciples to the Immortal Palace. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 439 The Moon Fairy. Huh? Just as Wu Wei was inwardly sighing, about 200 miles to his left, an outer sect disciple contestant was attacked. The attacker was a giant fire-type toad-like monster hiding in scorching magma, with a strength of only level 8. On some lower-level planetary planes, level 8 would be considered legendary, possessing extraordinary strength. But on a high-level plane like the Purgatory Demon Star, a mere level 8 was just a common wild monster. The contestant was quite formidable, with a strength reaching level 9. Even though he was slightly flustered by the sneak attack, he only needed 7 or 8 moves before unleashing a powerful flying sword attack that cleaved the fire-type toad in two. Unfortunately, before he could even collect his spoils, he was ambushed by a level 9 fire dragon that had been lying in ambush in the magma river, and was swept into the magma river, creating waves of lava. A dozen or so breaths later, the magma river was quiet, but the contestant never resurfaced. However, on the other side of Wu Wei's perception range, several more contestants encountered various attacks. Some survived, while others perished. This scene was constantly unfolding throughout the entire trial grounds. Even someone like Wu Wei couldn't help but gasp. If calculated proportionally, it was almost 1 million contestants who had died in a short period of time. This was only the outer sect trial of one star lake. If the trials of the other star lakes were added together, the number of youths who had died in this wave would be terrifying. Just as Wu Wei was observing the situation within the trial grounds, a huge light screen appeared on the Immortal Destiny main platform, displaying the situation within the trial grounds in real time. Because the trial grounds were so vast, and so many things were happening at the same time, one light screen was simply not enough. Therefore, below the main light screen, many smaller subscreens were scattered around, looking like layers of blooming petals from a distance. The control center for these light screens was located on the Immortal Destiny main platform. The Ink Feather Guardian, who was in charge of overseeing the trials, could control the switching of the main screen's display. Of course, if no one intervened, the images displayed on the main screen would automatically switch, and it would also automatically capture some interesting shots to showcase. At this time, all the disciples participating in the trials had entered the trial arena, leaving only the Ink Feather Guardian and his 2 companions, along with some elders who had accompanied their clan disciples, on the main platform. However, no one cared about these details at this point. Everyone's attention was focused on the main screen. The trial arena was divided into an inner and outer area. The outer area was only used for trials for outer sect disciples, and the demonic beasts inside ranged from a minimum of level 8, the fusion stage, to a maximum of level 9, the tribulation transcending stage. All disciples would first appear in the outer area after entering the trial arena. Killing a level 8 fusion stage demonic beast would earn 3 to 10 points, and killing a level 9 tribulation transcending stage demonic beast would earn 50 to 100 points. A trial disciple who accumulated more than 100 points would automatically qualify as an outer sect disciple. At this point, the trial disciples can choose to either crush their J tokens to teleport out of the trial field or enter the inner field to continue participating in the inner disciple trial. The demonic beasts in the inner field are significantly stronger than those in the outer field, with the lowest being level 10 Immortal Realm demonic beasts, and some even reaching level 11 true Immortal Realm. The dangers faced by the trial disciples are far greater than in the outer field. A trial disciple must successfully hunt down a level 10 Immortal Realm demonic beast to qualify as an inner disciple. If they successfully hunt down a level 11 true Immortal Realm demonic beast, they automatically qualify as a personal disciple. These rules seem simple, but successfully qualifying is not so easy. Both the perilous environment of Purgatory Star and the demonic beasts themselves pose a huge challenge to the trial disciples. The demonic beasts won't just stand there waiting to be killed, they might even ambush the trial disciples. To qualify, strength, experience, and luck are all indispensable. At this moment, the main screen switches to a group of erupting volcanoes. Boom! With deafening roars, the volcano erupted one after another. Scorching lava churned and rolled down, transforming into rivers of lava that flowed wildly. Continuous plumes of black smoke stretched to the heavens and earth, almost swallowing the entire sky as far as the eye could see. Within the billowing smoke, 2 figures could be vaguely seen frantically fleeing. The 2 appeared to be a brother and sister, wearing similar robes, and even the flying swords they rode were remarkably alike. However, their robes were now tattered, and their bodies were covered in wounds, making them look utterly wretched. A huge black raven with flames burning on its feathers, enveloped in billowing black smoke, clung tightly to their backs. Its piercing screech, accompanied by scorching flames, swept through the air, its terrifying power and intense heat distorting even the air itself. Under its fierce onslaught, the brother and sister struggled to defend themselves, and within moments, they were on the verge of collapse. Sister. This phoenix feather black crow is at least at the peak of the 8th level fusion realm, and the environment on Purgatory Star is perfect for it. The 2 of us are no match for it. The younger brother, exhausted from being chased, finally couldn't help but say, Sister. Let's retreat. No. The Immortal Destiny Assembly only happens once every 300 years. If we miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to enter the Immortal Palace again. The older sister refused to give up. Hold on a little longer. There are always demonic beasts on Purgatory Star that we can handle. As long as we can successfully escape the Phoenix Feather Black Crow, we still have a chance. But sister, just as the two were arguing, a sharp screech came from the sky. The Phoenix Feather Black Crow seemed to have finally lost its patience, and its attack suddenly became fierce. The two immediately abandoned their argument and began to flee for their lives. However, they were already at their limit, and under the sudden fierce attack of the Phoenix Feather Black Crow, they only lasted a moment before being struck again, almost falling headlong into the scorching lava. Strike while the iron is hot. The Black Crow seized its opportunity, the flames coiling around its wings transforming into a massive fire tornado that roared towards them. Its terrifying power spread wildly across the sky, threatening to engulf the siblings in flames. Caught off guard, the siblings' faces contorted with terror. However, in that split second, a sword light suddenly descended from the sky, piercing the fire tornado. A dazzling, clear light erupted. Boom! The fire tornado exploded, scattering countless sparks. Amidst the deafening roar of the volcanic eruption, the explosions continued to ring out, but to the siblings, it was like heavenly music. Instinctively, they looked in the direction from which the sword light had come, and saw a powerful figure slowly descending through the billowing black smoke. This figure was like a pine tree, like a crane, against a backdrop of the billowing black smoke. His entire aura seemed to be elevated significantly, his robes fluttering, ethereal as a celestial being. The unexpected turn of events stunned the Liu siblings, who didn't even notice the angry shriek of the Black Crow after its failed attack. However, while they missed, the young man did. HMPH. Under the Liu siblings' bewildered gaze, the young man flicked his sword, and the immortal sword that had shattered the fiery tornado shot back, charging towards the Black Crow. In an instant, the crow and the sword clashed in midair. Looking up, the siblings saw the immortal sword flashing, its clear light radiating, its sharp power almost suffocating them. The Black Crow, which had chased them relentlessly, couldn't even create a ripple under the sword's pressure. In just a quarter of an hour, it was pierced through the chest and abdomen, screaming as it plummeted into the lava. At this moment, the siblings finally recovered from their shock. You are young Master Huangfu. The older sister was overjoyed, pulling her younger brother along as they bowed deeply to the young man. The Liu siblings greet young Master Huangfu. We will never forget your life-saving grace. It's nothing, not worth mentioning. The young man glanced at the two of them. You know me. As he spoke, he casually gestured, and the immortal sword flew back to his side, hovering beside him and emitting soft humming sounds. A pure light emanated from him, swirling with wisps of immortal radiance. The billowing black smoke that filled the world only approached within a foot of him before automatically swerving away. This was a phenomenon possessed only by immortals of level 10 or higher, which also proved the young man's strength. Immortals of level 10 or higher had undergone a fundamental transformation under the tempering of immortal essence. Their bodies were entirely composed of energy, pure and immaculate, free from all impurities, completely incomparable to those before level 10. The Liu siblings, filled with awe, spoke with even greater respect. We dare not presume to know you. However, young Master Huangfu, you are one of the most promising young talents in Immortal Fate Star Lake. I have had the privilege of witnessing your battle footage before, so naturally I recognize you. The older sister, severely injured and barely able to fly, only managed to steady herself with her brother's support. However, battle footage is ultimately not as good as seeing it in person. Seeing you today, I truly understand why you are renowned. It turned out that this young man was none other than Huangfu Hanke, the second son of the current patriarch of the Huangfu family, a prominent figure in this generation, and one of the top contenders in this trial. On the main platform of the Immortal Destiny, Elder Su nodded approvingly. Not bad. This Huangfu Hanke truly lives up to his reputation as a prominent figure of the Huangfu family this generation. Not only is his demeanor and bearing exceptional, but his strength is also considerable. To kill a level 8 Phoenix Feather Black Crow at the peak of the Integration Realm with the strength of a level 10 Immortal Realm Cultivator in a quarter of an hour, and you actually consider this strength not bad. Elder Su Xing scoffed disdainfully. Link Su, when did your standards become so low? Elder Link Su glanced at him. To reach the level 10 Immortal Realm at such a young age, a spot as an inner disciple is practically guaranteed. As for the lack of practical experience, he can just practice more. Elder Su Xing understood this principle, of course, but he disliked Elder Link Su, and in front of the Moy Town Guardian, how could he show weakness? He habitually prepared to argue with Elder Link Su. Ahem, the Moy Town Guardian coughed, reminding Elder Suksing, the Grand Elder will be here soon. Elder Suksing's voice trailed off. He then realized that the Grand Elder, Fairy Yaoyu, was born into the Huangfu family. Huangfu Honke, strictly speaking, was Fairy Yaoyu's great-great-grandnephew. Even for Fairy Yaoyu's sake, he had to be polite. However, while this was the logical argument, he couldn't bear to submit to Elder Linksu like this. He couldn't help but glare at Elder Linksu. This Linksu guy must have already anticipated this, which was why he praised Huangfu Honke. This Linksu, so cunning. Elder Linksu rolled his eyes inwardly at Elder Suksing's expression. It was clearly this guy's own stupidity. What did it have to do with him? While undercurrents flowed between Elder Suksing and Elder Linksu, the Moy garrison commander was too lazy to care, her mind preoccupied with Mo Tingmei's performance. Whether she could gain the Grand Elder's favor depended on this opportunity. She wondered how Tingmei would perform. Thinking this, she decided to control the main screen to see Mo Tingmei's reaction. However, before she could even think of anything, another figure suddenly flew in from behind Huangfu Honke in the main scene. It was a graceful figure. Her face was veiled, obscuring her features, but the outline of her eyebrows and eyes vaguely resembled Huangfu Honke's. A moon-white long dress accentuated her noble and elegant temperament. From afar, she seemed as ethereal as a flower in the mist, or as if radiating a hazy moonlight, bringing an instant sense of tranquility to anyone who saw her. Compared to Huangfu Honke's high profile, her appearance was remarkably low-key, attracting no attention whatsoever. Even the Liu siblings, who were talking to Huangfu Honke, didn't notice her. However, upon seeing her, Mo Yu and the other two on the Immortal Fate platform were struck dumb, frozen in place. At the same time, in the trial field, Huangfu Honke also sensed something amiss and abruptly turned around. Upon seeing her, Huangfu Honke's expression turned slightly serious. He immediately abandoned his conversation with the Liu siblings and hastily dismissed them. As the Liu siblings disappeared from sight, Huangfu Honke's previously straight back instantly bent at a 120-degree angle. He turned to face the woman, forcing a fawning smile. Great-grandmother. His demeanor was completely different from before. If the Liu siblings were still there, they would probably be so shocked their eyes would pop out. What did you call me? The woman frowned slightly, giving Huangfu Honke a cold glance. Great-grandmother, Huangfu Honke was about to repeat when his expression suddenly changed, and he quickly corrected himself. No, it's my cousin. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to react. Before he could finish speaking, the woman had already raised her hand and lightly snapped her fingers. In an instant, a giant energy palm made of immortal essence appeared in midair, slamming down with terrifying force. No. Help. I was wrong. Huangfu Honke screamed, trying to escape. However, how could he escape? His scream stopped abruptly halfway through his plea for mercy. Chapter 440. Are you here for a picnic? Huangfu Honke, who had just been so imposing in front of the Liu siblings, was utterly powerless against this woman, instantly slammed into the magma beneath his feet by the giant energy palm. A level 10 Immortal Realm expert naturally wouldn't fear ordinary magma. However, the environment on this purgatory star was unique. Even the temperature of the magma was several times that of ordinary magma, and its destructive power was amplified. An Immortal Realm expert's physique wasn't as tough as those naturally advantageous demonic beasts. Upon entering the magma, Huangfu Honke emitted sizzling sounds, like a fish thrown into a frying pan. In just a few moments, he was scorched by the magma bath, his clothes tattered, his body charred black, emitting the aroma of roasted meat. His appearance was utterly miserable. Remember this now. The woman's clear, glassy eyes glanced at him indifferently. I remember, you're my cousin, Huangfu Danshu. You came with me to this trial. Huangfu Honke floated weakly on the lava, his face pitiful, his heart filled with tears. Why couldn't he learn his lesson? His great-aunt had already reminded him twice, yet he still made the mistake. If he accidentally revealed his great-aunt's identity, she would definitely not let him off the hook. Good that you remember. Seeing that he was really about to give up, the woman took pity on him and pulled him out of the lava. She then took out a jade bottle and flicked a drop of Zhuangbian jade dew onto his skin. In an instant, all his injuries were healed, even the dead skin from the burns peeled off quickly, and his skin returned to its original state in a short time, as if he had never been injured. However, while his physical injuries could be healed, The shadow in his heart would not heal anytime soon. Huang Fu Hongke collapsed on the ground, like a salted fish, not wanting to move at all. At this moment, the camera on the main screen of the Immortal Destiny Assembly had already switched to other seated contestants. However, Mo Yu and the other two, who were in charge of presiding over the trials, were still in shock and couldn't recover for a long time. The air was eerily quiet. After a while, the three of them slowly came to their senses. I didn't see wrong, did I? Elder Suxing's eyes widened, still showing shock. Wasn't the Grand Elder held up by some trivial matters? Elder Linksu and the two guardians, Mo Yu, also looked incredulous. It turned out that the woman with Huang Fu Hongke was none other than the chief envoy of this Immortal Destiny Assembly, the Grand Elder of the Immortal Palace, Fairy Yao Ayu. For some reason, she didn't attend the opening ceremony that she was supposed to preside over, but instead disguised herself as a disciple and sneaked into the trial arena. What is the Grand Elder trying to do? Elder Linksu asked suspiciously. Could it be to observe the disciple's performance up close? But that's completely unnecessary. The disciple's performance can be monitored in real time through the main control panel. Even if something is missed, there are archives in the background that can be reviewed at any time. This is much more comprehensive and clearer than personally infiltrating. Could it be something on Purgatory Star? But with a Grand Elder status, if she wants something from Purgatory Star, she can simply go through the sex channels. There's no need for her to take action personally. Elder Suxing was also full of questions, and for a moment, he even forgot to argue with Linksu. Alright, the Grand Elder must have her own considerations for doing this. Let's not speculate. The Moyu Town Guardian waved his hand to stop the two from continuing to speculate. Whatever the Grand Elder wants to do, since she didn't inform us in advance, it means we don't need to take action. We just need to do our job and preside over this trial. That's right. That's true. Elder Linksu and Elder Suxing both thought this made sense, so they stopped dwelling on the issue. Meanwhile, the trial continued, the main camera constantly switching, showing one contestant after another, quickly drawing the attention of the three. Wu Wei, hands behind his back, gracefully landed on a rough platform of weathered rocks, feeling the astonishing gravity upon landing. A creature of weaker constitution would likely be crushed into pulp by this force. This demonstrated the formidable strength of the native creatures of this infernal planet. According to the rules, killing an 8th level monster earns 3 points, a 9th level monster earns 50 points, and accumulating 100 points is enough to pass the Outer Disciple trial. Wu Wei looked at the desolate and lifeless landscape, sensing the well-hidden native creatures of varying distances, and remarked, "These rules seem simple, but the threshold for Outer Disciples is truly high." Wu Wei glanced at the J token hanging at his waist. The number on it was 0. Once he accumulated 100 points, he could crush the token. The small teleportation spell pre-crafted within the J token will transport its owner back to the Immortal Fate platform. Of course, even without accumulating enough points, one can crush the token and return at any time, but that would mean forfeiting the trial and losing any chance of becoming an Outer Disciple of the Immortal Palace. The native creatures of the Purgatory Demon Star possess a unique advantage, having grown up in this harsh environment lacking resources, making them far more cunning and ferocious than most cultivators. Those who can excel in such an environment are undoubtedly among the best of their kind. The fact that the conditions for accepting an Outer Disciple are so stringent demonstrates the immense strength of the Immortal Palace. However, this level of difficulty is far inferior to the heavenly trial I designed. It'll be perfect for those young men to show off. Wu Wei chuckled to himself, casually tossing a sphere. The sphere flew thousands of miles high before exploding with a bang, pure white flame spreading in all directions like meteors. While it wouldn't cover the entire Purgatory Demon Star, Wu Wei believed the young believers from the same Dianso would see it. Even if they couldn't see it, it didn't matter. Wu Wei's divine essence was linked to each of his high-quality believers through a faith channel. With a thought, divine pronouncements could descend upon their sea of consciousness. Setting off a big firework was merely a smokescreen. Purgatory Demon Star was territory that the Immortal Palace had cultivated for a long time, so there would undoubtedly be monitoring arrays covering it everywhere. The bigwigs presiding over the trials could call upon those monitoring arrays at any time to check the live broadcast. The Immortal Palace had an antique atmosphere, but it was ultimately a powerful level 5 civilization, and its various mysterious and unpredictable methods were countless. Sure enough, Wu Wei could clearly feel that a large-scale monitoring array was focusing its attention on him. Clearly, this mere level 8 newbie was attracting a lot of attention. Meanwhile, on the Immortal Destiny platform, Sui Zhang projected the footage of Wu Wei setting off fireworks onto the main screen and said disdainfully to Ling Su, "Ling Su, is your disciple any good? This is just the beginning, he hasn't even experienced a single battle, and he's already calling on his friends." Ling Su hadn't expected his precious disciple to summon companions in this way, but he still defended him, saying, "HMPH, there's no rule stating that you can't team up in the Immortal Destiny tournament. You, me, and Mo Yu, didn't we team up to clear the levels back then?" Sui Zhang scoffed. How, back then we teamed up, and your precious disciple was practically forming a gang. It's just a pity that this kid is still too green. What kind of place is the Purgatory Demon Star? The native creatures that survive there are all cunning and ferocious. With such a commotion, it's no wonder he can't hold out until his companions come to his aid. Maybe Wang Dong deliberately alerted those native monsters. Ling Su remained calm. The backup magic items he had given Wang Dong before were enough to easily deal with a few level 9 monsters, and at the very least, keep him alive. We'll see then. Elder Sui Zhang chuckled sinisterly. Let's see if your disciple can successfully enter the inner disciple trial. Ignoring the discussions about Wu Wei by the big shots at the Immortal Fate platform, Wu Wei, after setting off the fireworks, was too lazy to wander around anymore. He immediately touched his storage ring, and in the next instant, 2 small and exquisite wooden puppets appeared in his hand. With a flick of his finger, the puppet tumbled and flew out, growing larger and larger in the air until it transformed in the blink of an eye into 2 beautiful young women. One in a red dress and the other in a women's skirt. One looked fiery and passionate, the other gentle and graceful. "Greetings, young master." The 2 delicate and charming maids landed gracefully before Wu Wei, smiling sweetly as they bowed. At Wu Wei's command, they quickly got to work. First, they used a magical artifact to conjure a portable pavilion, brewed some top-quality celestial tea, one fanned Wu Wei to cool him, and the other set up a grill, roasting various kinds of fresh meat and seafood over spirit wood charcoal, her slender, white hands expertly sprinkling various seasonings. Soon, the aroma of tea wafted through the air, and the fragrance of meat filled the air. Wu Wei lay on a comfortable, ancient sandalwood armchair, a rare and precious artifact, its surface engraved with dense, silver tadpole-like characters that constantly emanated a cool breeze, relieving its master from the heat. Furthermore, the fan held by the gentle-looking young woman in a red dress was no ordinary item. Each wave created a cool, refreshing breeze, gentle and soothing like a soft hand caressing the skin, dispelling the intense heat. "Young master, your 9 heavens ice sparrow wings are ready. The main seasoning is your favorite jade spirit cumin seeds, and amethyst salt from the azure wave star cluster." The young woman in the red dress held a large roasted wing, kneeling before Wu Wei, carefully feeding him the wing. Fragrant, tender, and refreshing, with a lingering flavor, Wu Wei praised after tasting it. "Honglun, your roasting skills have improved again. Not bad at all. You haven't disgraced this delicacy. Thank you for your praise, young master." Honglun's face lit up with joy, her pretty cheeks flushing. "Young master, please try the 1,000-year-old mystical purple grapes that I peeled for you." The girl in the green dress began to vie for his favor. This series of outrageous actions naturally left the big shots on the main platform of the Immortal Fate program speechless, exchanging bewildered glances. Even Mo Yu, the garrison commander who always slightly favored Ling Su, couldn't help but complain. "Ling Su, what kind of bizarre disciple did you take in? Is he here for a picnic or to participate in the brutal trials of the Immortal Destiny Conference?" Tisk, Ling Su, it seems you really dote on this disciple." Elder Sui Zhang mocked. "The storage ring you gave me earlier contained so many good things. If I'm not mistaken, those 2 made puppets should be the work of the famous rogue cultivator, Ancestor Xianji. Although they are toys, they have reached the point of being indistinguishable from real people, with souls and spirits created and refined, and all human functions are complete. Each of these made puppets must be worth at least 100 heavenly spirit stones, right? Ling Su, you have good taste. What's even more unbelievable is that you would be willing to give such hard-won treasures to your disciple." Undoubtedly, the 2 beautiful girls, each with their own unique features, were indeed 2 puppets. However, their every word, action, and smile was indistinguishable from real people. In addition, They even displayed the aura of level 8 strength. The rogue cultivator, Ancestor Xianji, was a renowned golden immortal level expert throughout the entire Purple Cloud Galaxy, famous for his craftsmanship in mechanical puppets and immortal vessels. His status was so high that even the palace master of the Immortal Palace would show him deference. Even the smallest gadgets casually crafted by Ancestor Xianji would undoubtedly be incredibly valuable. Lingsu awkwardly blew on his beard, secretly glancing at Moyu, and hurriedly defended himself. Suxing, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I bear to buy a toy puppet worth hundreds of spirit stones? I certainly wouldn't give it to my disciple to let him indulge in such a plaything and lose his ambition. This kid must have bought it himself. Moyu looked thoughtfully at the image on the crystal screen. The raw material for that scorched fan is a million-year-old immortal scorched material from the northern star sea. If it had been refined into an immortal treasure by a master craftsman, it would undoubtedly be an outstanding immortal magical artifact. But unexpectedly, it was refined into a broken fan primarily for pleasure. Lingsu, your disciple's background is probably not simple. Moyu was speechless. Although she was a celestial immortal with abundant wealth, she was burdened with the fate of her family's rise and had always been frugal. She truly couldn't understand how such precious immortal material could be refined into an ordinary fan for cooling off and relieving fatigue. Even more incomprehensible was that someone would actually buy and use it. What could be so extraordinary? Sui Xing said sourly. According to my investigation, this Wang Dong is just a branch of a celestial family from an ordinary cultivation planet. His ancestor was at most a celestial immortal. With his mere 8th level cultivation, he probably just got lucky and made a fortune. Sui Xing was naturally envious. Wang Dong's lifestyle, his extravagance, and his ostentatious displays far surpassed Sui Xing's. To be precise, it was something Sui Xing's wealth couldn't even begin to comprehend. What 9 heavens ice sparrow wings? Those were celestial immortal level creatures. And someone actually used its wings for barbecue. This. Lingsu wanted to defend his disciple, but he couldn't utter a single word of explanation. Even he himself felt that the kid was being excessively extravagant. Even the Grand Elder of the Immortal Palace wasn't as extravagant as him, was he? For a moment, Lingsu regretted handing over his storage ring. All the items in that storage ring combined weren't even enough to buy half a puppet. Just as Sui Xing was feeling sore all over, he suddenly noticed something unusual in the image on the crystal screen. His expression immediately changed, and he sneered, Lingsu, I'd say your disciple is nothing but a nouveau riche. Foolish, utterly foolish. I'd like to see what real skills he has. Huh? Lingsu naturally noticed the anomaly as well, and his heart tightened, his expression changing slightly. On the Purgatory Demon Star. Young master, this is a 10,000-year-old immortal snail from the ancient Emperor Immortal Sea. It's an extremely rare chaotic spiritual material. Eating more of it can increase the purity of your divine soul. As you instructed, it's been made into garlic grilled flavor. Hong Luan served Wu Wei the immortal snail meat. Young master, you should also try this pot of drunken golden immortal, mined from ancient ruins. Green Ivy, naturally, wasn't going to be outdone and compete for a favor. Young master, are you tired? Let me massage your legs. Young master, are your shoulders sore? 2 puppet maids vied to please Wu Wei, their playful banter and flirtatious expressions making them seem indistinguishable from real girls. Wu Wei, caught on the middle, found it quite amusing. He had seen plenty of robots and androids from technological civilizations, and he even possessed a high-end AI android produced by a level 4 technological civilization, which was also very close to a real person. However, the puppets produced by this cultivation civilization were quite different. They were similar to artifact spirits, and the longer they existed, the more indistinguishable they became from real people. It was just a pity that neither the AI of technological civilizations nor the artifact spirit level puppets of cultivation civilizations could truly achieve the level of soul creation and spirit gathering. At most, they could only be said to be more intelligent and clever, far from reaching the level of soul creation and spirit gathering. In fact, not to mention other civilizations, even Wu Wei's Bright God Kingdom civilization, with its profound understanding of the soul, was far from achieving the level of true soul creation. Perhaps a level 6 civilization might touch that threshold, but more likely, even a level 6 civilization wouldn't be able to truly create a soul. Or perhaps, once a civilization truly reaches the point of soul creation, it could become a true cosmic overlord. Of course, All of this is irrelevant to Wu Wei now. The idea of an overlord is too far removed from him. He should focus on the present, dealing with the huge problem of the immortal palace first. He ate a huge roasted wing while enjoying the service of his puppet maid. Suddenly, a series of earth-shaking rumbling sounds echoed from the ground. Wu Wei swallowed a mouthful of tender, smooth wing meat, sighed helplessly, and turned to look to his lower left. He saw a colossal monster, 40 or 50 feet tall, covered in crimson rocks, approaching him with thunderous footsteps. The information he received before attending the Immortal Destiny Conference indicated that this was a common native monster on the Purgatory Demon Star, called the Crimson Rock Giant. Its most common hunting method was to disguise itself as a crimson mountain, waiting for its prey to approach before capturing it. This behemoth is likely a regional variant of the giant genes scattered throughout the universe. It possesses low intelligence but immense growth potential and astonishing combat power. When the Infernal Demon Clan dominated the Purple Cloud Galaxy, they raised large numbers of Crimson Rock Giants as cannon fodder for sieges. It's said that the most powerful Giant King at that time reached a terrifying level 13, capable of easily crushing ordinary planets with his heaven and earth manifestation technique. Of course, the Crimson Rock Giant before them is still weak, only at the initial level 9. On ordinary planets, it would be a near-invincible demigod. However, in the eyes of advanced civilizations at levels 4 and 5, it's merely cannon fodder. With Wu Wei's abilities, he had naturally spotted it crouching nearby, disguised as a small mountain. He hadn't bothered to provoke it, but unexpectedly, it couldn't resist the temptation and attacked. "Young master, be careful." The two puppet maids' expressions changed drastically. They stood in front of Wu Wei, each drawing their magical weapons, ready to fight the monster to the death. Unfortunately, their primary function wasn't combat, they only possessed the combat power of a nascent soul cultivator. Sigh, Wu Wei sighed softly. "This stupid Crimson Rock Giant, can't you just keep pretending to be a stone? I really don't want to bully a small monster like this." Suddenly, just as Wu Wei was about to intervene to protect the two maids, something strange happened. Above Wu Wei's pavilion, in the crimson air filled with scorching heat, space suddenly distorted. Whoosh! A pair of slender hands gracefully passed through space, grabbed it, and tore it apart with a mighty rip, actually shattering space into fragments. Then, a delicate and slender figure appeared in the air. Her beautiful eyes were indifferent, yet revealed a hint of tenderness. She glanced at Wu Wei with a cold and slightly disgusted look. "Mo Tingmei." Upon seeing Mo Tingmei, Wu Wei immediately stopped all his movements and waved his hand casually. "Junior Sister Mo, help. HMPH. Mo Tingmei glared at Wu Wei with annoyance, but she couldn't disobey her ancestral command. She immediately swooped down from the sky, charging towards the Crimson Rock Giant like a cannonball, her momentum incredibly powerful. The Crimson Rock Giant opened its giant hand and roared as it slapped the annoying fly. Boom! Under the violent impact, a loud bang exploded, and the Crimson Rock Giant, as large as a small mountain, actually staggered back 3 or 4 steps. Of course, Mo Tingmei didn't gain any advantage either. Under the powerful impact, she was sent flying more than 10 miles away, smashing a small mountain. Tisk tisk, Junior Sister Mo is really explosive. Chapter 441. What do you take me for? Wu Wei had initially assumed Mo Tingmei's seemingly delicate appearance meant she primarily practiced ranged and support-oriented immortal techniques, but he hadn't expected her to be so explosive in battle, actually going head-to-head with a Crimson Rock Giant. While this Crimson Rock Giant was clumsy and only at level 9, it was renowned for its terrifying physical strength. Even ordinary cultivators who had reached the immortal realm might not be able to defeat it in terms of pure brute force. Since Mo Tingmei dared to clash head-on with the Crimson Rock Giant, it was clear she primarily practiced melee combat. Even so, Wu Wei wasn't too keen on seeing Mo Tingmei directly confront it. Human cultivators were naturally less physically robust than the exceptionally powerful creatures of the universe, making melee combat techniques both difficult to master and ultimately not worth the effort. Whoosh! Mo Tingmei scrambled up from the pile of rubble, dusted herself off, and wiped the blood from her mouth. Suddenly, her gaze towards the Crimson Rock Giant changed. Her previously indifferent eyes suddenly burned with fervor, no, with fanaticism. Crimson gold light began to flicker in her black pupils, and she instantly flew back. With a grab in the air, a pair of celestial treasures shot out from her soul. The treasures expanded rapidly, transforming into a pair of 8-sided plum blossom-shaped, bright gold celestial hammers. Upon seeing these domineering weapons, Wu Wei was also taken aback, unable to suppress a laugh. This pair of celestial treasures clashes too much with Mo Tingmei's aura. HMPH. Mo Tingmei glared fiercely at Wu Wei, then her figure blurred as she unleashed the heaven and earth transformation technique. Her delicate body swelled, transforming into a Dharma body almost as large as the giant's. She erupted again in an instant, her feet planted firmly on the crimson earth, wielding her celestial hammer as she charged towards the crimson rock giant. Clang, clang. The octagonal plum blossom hammer slammed into the giant's body like the beating of war drums, each strike creating a deafening roar, sending tons of rubble flying like a crimson meteor shower. The crimson rock giant, as large as a small mountain, was forced back step by step, utterly powerless to retaliate. Roar. The crimson rock giant slammed down with its paw, but Mo Tingmei neither dodged nor evaded, casually blocking with her octagonal celestial hammer. Boom. Instead, the crimson rock giant's massive paw shattered. Hiss, even with Wu Wei's vast experience, he couldn't help but gasp. This Mo family junior sister was far stronger than he had imagined. Even among his subordinates, the battle angels with only level 10 strength rarely managed to defeat Mo Tingmei in a one-on-one fight. After she unleashed her full power, in just over 10 breaths, she pulverized the crimson rock giant into a pile of rubble, finally freeing it from pretending to be a small mountain. Meanwhile, on the Immortal Destiny main platform, this scene naturally caught the attention of the assembled powerful figures. The Mo Yu Town Guardian nodded with slight satisfaction. However, Sui Xing and Ling Su exchanged bewildered glances. Although they had long heard that the young woman from the Mo family possessed immense potential and was the hope for the Mo family's future rise, they never expected her to be this powerful. Compared to her, Huangfu Hongke from the Huangfu family was worlds apart. Mo Yu, it seems that Tingmei has awakened the ancient battle bloodline, hasn't she? Elder Ling Su's eyes were extremely serious. Otherwise, her power would be far greater than this. That's right. A hint of pride flashed across Mo Yu's face as he said with satisfaction, Tingmei's awakened ancient bloodline is extremely rich, which makes her potential immeasurable. Then congratulations to the Mo family. After exchanging glances, Sui Xing and Ling Su solemnly congratulated each other. Thank you, thank you. Mo Yu's guard couldn't help but beam with joy, as if a treasure he had kept hidden for a long time had finally been revealed to everyone, eliciting praise and envy. This feeling truly made Mo Yu secretly very happy. In the long history of the Immortal Palace, the Mo family was once one of the top families standing at the pinnacle. The family had never lacked a patriarch at the level of Grand Elder, and at its peak, it had 2 Grand Elders. However, the Mo family now relies solely on Mo Yu, a level 12 Elder, to barely keep it afloat, a truly pitiful situation. Mo Tingmei is now beginning to show her talent. Once she matures, the Mo family will undoubtedly rise again, and may even reach the pinnacle, propelling the family to its zenith. Leaving aside the mutual flattery among elders like Mo Yu, even Wu Wei was astonished by Mo Tingmei. In the vast universe, most intelligent life forms are mediocre. Only by sheer chance do exceptionally talented individuals emerge. As Wu Wei gradually understands, humanoid life forms are a widely distributed and diverse group on a cosmic scale. While these humanoid life forms may vary in form and level, there is a high probability they all originate from the same ancestral gene pool. The fact that an ancestral group could spread its genes across the entire universe indicates that it was no ordinary group. Therefore, some humanoid life forms may awaken powerful, deeply hidden genes of their ancestral groups. Signs of awakened ancestral genes exist in various civilizations, though the expression differs across civilizations. In some extreme cases, powerful ancestral gene awakeners can even lead their race to rise again, optimizing the genes of the entire race. Wu Wei couldn't help but smile wryly at the thought of Mo Tingmei's potential to optimize the race. HMPH. Clang. After dealing with the Crimson Rock Giant, Mo Tingmei dispelled her heaven and earth transformation technique and slammed herself down in front of Wu Wei like a stone, glaring at him with cold and hostile eyes. What are you laughing at? Is it funny? Just as the flying shards were about to hit Wu Wei, they were suddenly shattered by the shockwave around him, and the dust rays remained completely untouched. Seeing her somewhat exasperated expression, Wu Wei smiled and said, "Junior sister Mo, you've misunderstood. I'm just happy that you're so strong. Now I have a powerful backer. I thank you for saving my life." Mo Tingmei's hostility vanished, replaced by a cold disdain. Wang Dong, don't overthink it. I'm just following the ancestors' orders to protect you. Once you obtain your outer disciple qualification, get out of the trial grounds immediately. Don't delay my entry into the inner sect trial grounds. Junior sister is right. The ancestors' orders are hard to disobey. Wu Wei nodded in agreement. To get rid of this burden as soon as possible, please get started quickly. What do you mean, get started quickly? Mo Tingmei was slightly taken aback, not understanding what Wu Wei was implying. Naturally, I'll trouble you, junior sister, to find 2 level 9 monsters, weaken them, and then I'll finish them off. By the way, finishing off means I'll deliver the final blow and earn points. Wu Wei explained before calling over Green Vine and Red Phoenix to continue their barbecue feast, enjoying the delicious food. What? Mo Tingmei stared at Wu Wei, almost dumbfounded. She hadn't expected him to be so shameless, making such a brazen request. What did he take her for? A thug? No. Looking at his carefree, spoiled rich kid demeanor, was she merely a tool in his eyes? Wang Dong, you've gone too far. Mo Tingmei's face turned pale as she angrily rebuked him. The ancestor told me to look after you, not to treat me like this. Wu Wei leisurely enjoyed the various rare immortal fruits offered by Hongluan, saying casually, it's nothing excessive. Since junior sister Mo doesn't appreciate my flattery and clearly wants to distance herself from me quickly, why should I care about her thoughts? You can choose not to do it, or you can leave. But if something happens to me in the trial grounds, wouldn't I be letting down your ancestors' instructions? If junior sister wants to go to the inner sect trial grounds, go ahead. I'll slowly fight the monsters here. You, Mo Tingmei was raised and cared for by the ancestor and respected ancestor Mo Yu the most. Since she had received the ancestor's order, she naturally wouldn't leave so easily. If something happened, she feared she would be ashamed to face the ancestor. Seeing Wu Wei's shameless appearance, she had no choice but to suppress her murderous rage. Fine. I'll go lure a demon over, and you can kill it yourself. If you can't handle it, I'll lend you a hand. Junior sister, don't joke around. Wu Wei swallowed a fairy grape and looked at Mo Tingmei with the eyes of someone caring for a mentally challenged child. I'm a newbie who only reached level 8 by relying on resources. Do you think I can defeat any demon? If you're determined to lure a monster to kill me, just say so. Don't be so high-sounding. You, Mo Tingmei was so angry that she almost vomited blood. If it weren't for the fact that he was Master Ling Su's disciple, she would have liked to smash him to death with a hammer and end it all. She gritted her teeth and said, Wang Dong, if you want to die, this young lady will grant your wish. Don't worry, I'm always afraid of death, Wu Wei chuckled. If junior sister Mo doesn't want to protect you, then leave. I believe that with your talent, even your noble ancestor won't make things difficult for you, and my Master Ling Su doesn't have the ability to make things difficult for your Mo family. Fine, Mo Tingmei laughed angrily, I'll do as you say. With that, she turned and rode away on a cloud, clearly going to hunt down suitable monsters. At the same time, on the Immortal Fate platform, the Mo Yu Town Guardian, watching all this, had a face ashen with rage. She gritted her teeth and stared at Wu Wei in the scene. If it weren't for the rules, she would have really wanted to teleport to the Purgatory Demon Star and give this shameless brat a good beating. Ling Su, you certainly have good judgment. Your disciple is truly a gem in the cultivation world. Elder Suxing's eyes gleamed with malicious mockery. Not only is he utterly useless, but he also shamelessly exploited Tingmei's kindness and filial piety. Upon hearing this, the Ink Feather Garrison commander's cold gaze fell upon Ling Su, suppressing his anger as he said, Ling Su, you must give me an explanation for this matter. My original intention was to have Tingmei look after that brat, since he was too weak. Now, look at what he's done. He's actually humiliating my Tingmei like this. Yes, that brat has gone too far. Ling Su wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said guiltily, once this matter is settled, I will definitely make him apologize to Tingmei properly. His heart was pounding. His disciple had given him a series of plans in secret before, but were they all just lies? Had he misjudged that brat, or had he misjudged him at all? If apologies were enough, what would be the point of our patrols and law enforcement? Elder Suxing sneered. In my opinion, this kid should be arrested and imprisoned in the sinful star domain, never to return. Suxing, aren't you going too far? Ling Su said angrily, his face dark. My disciple is just a little weak and wants to take a shortcut. Countless people have tried to curry favor with powerful figures at the Immortal Fate Assembly. Besides, if Tingmei doesn't want to, who can force her? Hell, he's just exploiting Tingmei's filial piety and kindness. Suxing sneered repeatedly. If he delays Tingmei's performance in the inner sect trial, who will be responsible? With Tingmei's strength, she could easily ensure Wang Dong passes the outer sect test. It's not even a warm-up, so what could it possibly affect? Ling Su, also protective of his own, immediately retorted to Suxing, Tingmei is willing, what's it to you? As the argument between Sui Xing and Ling Su intensified, Mo Yu hurriedly intervened with a cold face, saying, enough. The Immortal Fate Assembly is still ongoing. We'll discuss everything after the assembly. Although Mo Yu gritted his teeth at that brat named Wang Dong, he knew that at most he could only reprimand him, he couldn't really do anything to him. Suddenly, Sui Xing's attention fell on another crystal screen, and he chuckled, that brat is shameless, there's going to be a good show. Mo Yu and Ling Su also noticed the scene, and their expressions immediately became quite interesting. Mo Yu was somewhat gloating, while Ling Su was filled with apprehension, muttering to himself, Wang Dong, you brat, I can't protect you anymore. Good luck to you. Chapter 442. This young lady is probably not someone to be trifled with. On the energy crystal screen, Fairy Yao and Huang Fu Hongke were rapidly approaching Wu Wei and Mo Tingmei. Ouch, I can't go on. Huang Fu Hongke finally managed to escape from a turbulent energy vortex, but when he looked up, he saw Fairy Yao still speeding ahead, showing no intention of waiting for him. He couldn't help but shout, Grandmother, no, cousin, please slow down. I really can't keep up. He had been running around with Fairy Yao the whole time, without even time to catch his breath, and was now so exhausted that he collapsed onto his flying sword, looking utterly disheveled. Fairy Yao gave him a disdainful look. She had also been flying for a long time, but her face showed no signs of fatigue. Her figure remained ethereal and agile, her light, moon-white gauze dress swaying in the wind, as cool as moonlight. It should be noted that, in order to enter the trial arena, she had used a secret treasure to suppress her cultivation to the 10th level of the immortal realm. In other words, the immortal energy she could currently utilize was only at the level of a 10th level immortal, not much more than Huang Fu Hongke's. Yet, she hadn't even started to feel tired, while Huang Fu Hongke was already exhausted. He was far too weak. Shaking her head, Fairy Yao reluctantly reduced her flying speed, thinking to herself, it seems I'll have to have my family strength in the practical combat experience training of the younger generation after we return. Otherwise, the once powerful Huangfu family will only decline further. Just as she was pondering this, the two passed through another turbulent energy flow, and suddenly an energy shockwave swept towards them. Fairy Yao waved her wide sleeves, and a cold, moonlit light shone forth, instantly dispersing the shockwave. The next moment, an unexpected scene appeared before them. Within the billowing black smoke, a woman dressed in black was using her Dharma body to fight two enormous lava dragons. The figure appeared slender, yet the aura emanating from her was far more powerful than that of the two lava dragons. She wielded a pair of eight-sided, golden, plum blossom-shaped immortal hammers with a domineering and fierce air, displaying remarkable ease even under the combined attack of the two lava dragons. Thunderous roars echoed through the air, the earth trembled, rocks crumbled, and the surrounding space distorted. The intensity of the battle could be clearly felt even from this distance. Not far from her, on a mountain peak, sat a young man in white robes. A large blue satin umbrella, taller than a person, held above his head. The clear light emanating from the umbrella shielded him from the surrounding energy shockwaves, ensuring complete protection from the aftershocks of the battle. He sat comfortably in the safe zone, chin in hand, legs crossed, leisurely watching the battle. Even more astonishingly, a barbecue grill was set up next to him, with a puppet maidservant grilling meat for him, and another puppet maidservant serving him tea and water, massaging his shoulders and fanning him, looking incredibly relaxed. It didn't seem like he was there for a trial, it looked more like he was on a picnic. This young man was none other than Wu Wei. Both Fairy Yao and Huang Fu Hongke were stunned. The scene before them was too bizarre and too shocking, completely beyond their imagination. The roar of battle continued, but the two of them fell into an eerie silence. After a long while, Huang Fu Hongke finally reacted, muttering in disbelief, "Wow, this guy really knows how to enjoy himself." He thought he was already quite the playboy, quite the connoisseur of pleasure, But he never expected there was always someone better, someone could actually turn a trial into a picnic. What a talent. HMPH Fairy Aoiu snorted coldly. She had always disapproved of extravagant and dissolute behavior, let alone such a situation where someone could comfortably watch others fight. Naturally, she wouldn't give them a pleasant look. Too lazy to even glance at the spoiled brat watching the spectacle, she turned her attention to the woman in black fighting on the other side. Upon seeing her, she was stunned. It turned out she recognized the woman in black engaged in battle. She remembered her name was Motingmi. A few days ago, news had just spread that she was to preside over this trial and intend to take on disciples, and someone had recommended this junior named Motingmi to her, praising her highly. She had been somewhat tempted at the time, but ultimately, one couldn't completely trust what others said, so she decided to wait until she saw it for herself before making a decision. Now that she had encountered her, she could observe her closely. With this thought, Fairy Aoiu's previously indifferent gaze suddenly became serious, and she carefully observed the battle between Motingmi and the two giant lava dragons. After observing for a moment, she nodded slightly. This Motingmi is quick-witted, her movements are methodical, and her hammer technique is quite good. Her strength is indeed remarkable. Coupled with her bloodline talent, her potential among her peers is truly second to none. Motingmi is the most outstanding disciple of the Mo family this generation, hailed as a genius seen only once in a millennium, so of course she's exceptional. Huangfu Hongke was unsurprised by this. He had no interest in Motingmi, and his attention was completely elsewhere. Compared to Motingmi, he was far more curious about the white-robed youth sitting on the mountain peak. Putting aside everything else, the youth's carefree and unrestrained demeanor alone was enough to win his favor, not to mention his attire and the large blue satin umbrella. They were all top-quality items. He glanced at the youth, then suddenly noticed the two puppets beside him, and his breath caught in his throat. Those two puppets. Huangfu Hongke enjoyed tinkering with puppets and even had a room in his house dedicated to them, possessing a deep understanding of them. He recognized their extraordinary nature at a glance. "Cousin, I'll go say hello to that brother," he casually told Fairy Aoiu, and before she could reply, he flew down on his sword, landing directly on the mountain peak where the young man was. "Greetings, brother." With his prized possession in mind, Huangfu Hongke forgot about pleasantries, quickly bowing to Wu Wei before eagerly asking his question. "Brother, were these puppets made by the heavenly mystery ancestor?" Fortunately, he remembered his persona as a chosen one, and although his words were somewhat impetuous, his demeanor remained dignified. Wu Wei was engrossed in watching Motingmi fight the monster and hadn't noticed Huangfu Hongke's approach at all. Hearing this, his attention was finally drawn back from Motingmi, and he glanced at him with some surprise. Recalling the auctioneer's introduction at the auction, he nodded slightly, giving him a definite answer. "That's right, it's indeed the work of Ancestor Xianji. I knew it." Huangfu Hongke was overjoyed, his expression unable to contain itself. There are many puppet refiners in this world who can create puppets, but only Ancestor Xianji can create puppets that are so lifelike, almost indistinguishable from real ones. Wu Wei was speechless. Judging from this, could this guy be a fanatical fan of that Ancestor Xianji? Glancing at Huangfu Hongke's ecstatic expression, as if he'd seen a celebrity's autograph, he tentatively asked, "I've heard quite a few rumors about Ancestor Xianji. Judging from your expression, you seem to know a lot about him." Of course. Mentioning Ancestor Xianji ignited Huangfu Hongke's excitement. He eagerly began recounting Ancestor Xianji's many amazing feats to Wu Wei, his expression and demeanor befitting a fervent fan enthusiastically recommending their idol to others. Wu Wei had initially thought Huangfu Hongke was a proper young master from a prominent family, never expecting his persona to crumble so unexpectedly. However, watching his incessant, frantic promotion, Wu Wei's mood inexplicably improved. Instead of feeling impatient, he even asked Green Ivy to make him a cup of tea to soothe his throat. Huangfu Hongke, caught up in his excitement, kept chattering away, completely oblivious to the fact that his carefully constructed persona had been utterly destroyed. The two were chatting happily, one speaking and the other listening attentively, and for a moment they were having a very pleasant conversation, as if they had known each other for a long time. Mo Yu and the other two on the Immortal Fate platform were all speechless. They had thought that Fairy Yaoi would be furious to witness this scene, but to their surprise, she didn't say anything. That was fine, but what they didn't expect was that Wang Dong and Huangfu Hongke, those two rascals, actually got along so well and even became friends. Elder Suxing had been expecting Elder Yaoyu to teach Wang Dong a lesson, but now he was naturally very disappointed. Elder Ling Su, on the other hand, secretly breathed a sigh of relief, overjoyed that Wang Dong had escaped a calamity. Mo Yu also hadn't expected Wang Dong to escape unscathed. However, she wasn't particularly concerned about this matter, she was only slightly surprised and then moved on. Compared to Wang Dong, she was more concerned about Mo Tingmei. She had just heard Elder Yao praising Mo Tingmei. Tingmei made a good impression on the Grand Elder at their first meeting, which undoubtedly greatly increased her chances of becoming his disciple. This was good news. Meanwhile, on the Immortal Fate platform, the three men each harbored their own thoughts. On the Purgatory Demon Star, Huang Fu Hongke and Wu Wei chatted happily. Both were pleasure seekers, with considerable experience in eating, drinking, and having fun. Their conversation naturally became increasingly congenial. "Brother," Huang Fu Hongke said with a sigh, "to be honest, every puppet of the Heavenly Mystery Ancestor is a masterpiece, some even considered legendary works. I've wanted to buy one for a long time, but Alice, I'm short of funds. I've saved for decades but haven't accumulated enough Heavenly Spirit Stones. The resources my family provides me are all for cultivation. I have far too few Spirit Stones at my disposal. I wonder if I'll be able to catch the next appearance of the Heavenly Mystery Ancestors puppets." Sigh. Wu Wei knew he was just lamenting, so he casually picked up a wine pot, poured him a cup of wine, and pushed it towards him. "Let's drink. Let's drink." Huang Fu Hongke picked up his wine cup and downed it in one gulp, feeling much better and his regret lessened considerably. The two drank a few more cups, and their relationship unknowingly grew even closer. Seeing Green Ivy and Red Phoenix standing beside Wu Wei, Huang Fu Hongke became increasingly envious. Taking advantage of their already close relationship, he couldn't help but lean closer to Wu Wei and whisper, "Brother, I can't afford the puppet of the Heavenly Mystery Ancestor for now. But don't you have to? Can I touch them?" "Touch?" Wu Wei raised an eyebrow. Did this kid know that his words were ambiguous? Yes, Huang Fu Hongke was completely oblivious to anything amiss, still looking at Green Ivy and Red Phoenix with shining eyes. "I've only seen the Heavenly Mystery Ancestors puppet at auctions. I've never touched it before. I heard that the made puppets personally made by the Heavenly Ancestor feel even better than real people." As he spoke, he rubbed his hands together and reached out towards Green Ivy. Wu Wei was suddenly speechless. Although it was a puppet, this kid was really acting like he was part of the group. While Fairy Yaoyu's main attention was on Mo Tingmei, she was also keeping a watchful eye on Huang Fu Hongke. She had been able to restrain herself when she saw him chatting with Wu Wei about a machine ancestor, but now that he was talking more and more outrageously and lewdly, she finally couldn't hold back any longer. HMPH with a cold snort, she raised her hand and made a hand seal. On the other side, Wu Wei was also preparing to slap the kid away when he suddenly felt a surge of energy above his head. He looked up and saw a giant blue energy hand rapidly forming above Huang Fu Hongke's head, solidifying in the blink of an eye and slamming down. The attack was ruthless and fast, showing no mercy and giving no one time to react. Wu Wei's expression changed slightly. He quickly grabbed a table and dodged to the side, also pulling Green Luo and Red Phoenix along with him, narrowly avoiding the giant blue hand. However, while he dodged it, Huang Fu Hongke, sitting opposite him, wasn't so lucky. Huang Fu Hongke's sensitivity to energy fluctuations was already inferior to Wu Wei's, and his reaction was a beat slower. By the time he sensed something was wrong and tried to dodge, the giant hand was already above his head, and it was too late to dodge. Boom! With a deafening roar, the towering mountain was shrunk by the slap, and rocks flew everywhere from the summit. Wu Wei's satin umbrella was shattered before it could even hold up for a moment, leaving only a huge handprint. In the very center of the handprint, Huang Fu Hongke lay face down on the ground, his life hanging in the balance. Young Master Green Luo and Red Phoenix, terrified, clung to Wu Wei's arms on either side, their faces filled with lingering fear. If Wu Wei hadn't reacted quickly and pulled them both up, they would be sprawled on the ground like Huang Fu Hongke. While they wouldn't be completely destroyed, injuries would be inevitable. Wu Wei was also sweating profusely. Too ruthless. Huang Fu Hongke's behavior was indeed a bit lewd and deserved a beating, but did he really have to go this far? Thinking of the source of that energy fluctuation, he couldn't help but glance at Chaoai Fairy, who had turned around at some point. The meaning in her eyes was self-evident. This young lady is probably not to be trifled with. Chapter 443. So you were that scoundrel all along. Fairy Yu, who had no intention of concealing her true feelings, glanced at Wu Wei upon seeing this and snorted coldly, indulging in pleasure and lacking ambition. This is just a minor punishment, you won't die. With that, she waved her wide sleeves and turned away, too lazy to pay him any more attention. Wu Wei was embarrassed. Was she insulting him too? He should have been angry, but seeing Huang Fu Hongke's pitiful state on the ground, he silently put away green ivy and red phoenix, and also collected the jade platters of delicacies on the table, lest this cousin dislike him and give him a loving slap. He wouldn't die, but it wouldn't be good to be laughed at, would it? On the main platform of the Immortal Destiny, Elder Suxing couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight. How isn't this kid always so arrogant? Why is he chickening out now? Aren't you chickening out in front of the Grand Elder? Elder Linksa silently wiped the sweat from his disciple's brow, but refused to admit defeat, and retorted to Elder Suxing without hesitation, this just proves that my disciple is clever enough. Even without knowing the Grand Elder's identity, he can sense that she is not to be trifled with. Alright, stop arguing. Envoy Moyu, impatient with their bickering, couldn't help but speak up to stop them. Keep watching. Tingmei's episode is almost over. Upon hearing this, Elder Suxing and Elder Linksu stopped arguing and quickly refocused their attention on the crystal screen. Ugh. Huang Fu Honke, who had been lying at the bottom of the pit for a long time, finally caught his breath and struggled to sit up. Perhaps because the satin umbrella had shielded him from the attack, his injuries this time were much less severe than before, and even without the nourishment of the Xuantian Jade Dew, he was mostly healed. After a few healing pills, his injuries were mostly recovered. Wu Wei glanced at his face and silently cast a healing spell on him. Brother, are you alright? Thank you, brother. Huang Fu Hongke thanked Wu Wei with a pale face, then added, don't worry, I'm fine. My cousin Dan Shu knew her limits. He spoke calmly, as if the slap hadn't been delivered to him. Wu Wei couldn't help but wonder, is this what they call knowing his limits? How many times must he have been slapped to maintain such composure? Just as the two were talking, on the other side, Mo Tingmei, who had been fighting two lava giant dragons, finally finished her battle and flew to Wu Wei, dragging the two half-dead lava giant dragons with her. With a muffled thud, the two giant lava dragons slammed heavily beside Wu Wei and Huang Fu Hongke. Their massive bodies rose like small mountains, casting shadows that completely obscured the two men. Upon closer inspection, the two lava dragons were covered in wounds, their flesh torn and their joints twisted, barely clinging to life. Above them, Mo Tingmei, wielding her eight-sided plum blossom bright golden immortal hammer, stood suspended in midair, her black robes fluttering like ink amidst the crimson light, exuding an aura of overwhelming power and displaying the might of a human warrior immortal. An eerie silence fell over the air. Huang Fu Hongke looked up at the massive bodies of the two lava dragons, then at Mo Tingmei, utterly bewildered. If they had defeated the lava dragons, why not just kill them? Why leave them half-crippled here? To show off? Fairy Yaoi was also somewhat puzzled and subconsciously looked at Mo Tingmei. Mo Tingmei, however, had no time to answer their questions. At this moment, she only wanted to finish her mission and get rid of Wu Wei as soon as possible. Her attention was entirely on Wu Wei, and she didn't pay any attention to the two extra people present. She looked down at Wu Wei and said coldly, weren't you going to finish him off? Why aren't you doing it yet? Wu Wei was completely unfazed by her cold face. Instead, he smiled at her and said, Junior Sister Mo, you're too kind. I'm unworthy of such kindness. With that, he apologized to Fairy Yaoi and Huang Fu Hongke, then casually straightened his sleeves, took out a sword, and walked towards the two giant lava dragons. Brother, what are you doing? Huang Fu Hongke followed behind him with a head full of questions. Finish them off. Wu Wei casually raised his hand, and two sword beams shot towards the necks of the lava giant dragons with a whoosh. Like this. PFFT. The sword beams pierced their bodies, instantly creating deep, bone-piercing gashes on the necks of both lava giant dragons. Blood spurted out, instantly staining the surrounding rocks dark red. These two lava giant dragons were already on the verge of death, and now with these fatal wounds to their necks, how could they possibly survive? Almost instantly, the two lava giant dragons perished on the spot. Wu Wei's points immediately increased from 0 to 150. The condition for becoming an outer disciple was to obtain 100 points, and with just this one, He already possessed the qualifications to become an outer disciple. No way? You can do that. Huangfu Hongke never expected that such a move was possible, and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in shock. While Fairy Yaoyu's reaction wasn't as exaggerated as his, her beautiful, aloof face froze for a moment, her eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. The entrance trials for the Immortal Palace had been ongoing for countless years, and those who participated were elites from various families. While mutual assistance during the trials wasn't uncommon, this level of achievement was unprecedented, even for a young man like Huangfu Hongke, let alone Fairy Yaoyu, a cultivator who had lived for over 2,000 years. For a moment, the expressions on their faces were quite remarkable. On the main platform of Immortal Destiny, the Guardian of Moyu, Elder Suxing, and Elder Lingsu had already been mentally prepared when they heard Wu Wei and Mo Tingmei speaking, so they weren't as shocked as Huangfu Hongke and Fairy Yaoyu. Even so, their expressions remained somewhat indescribable. Shameless, absolutely shameless. Elder Suxing shook his head and sighed, then couldn't help but glance at Elder Lingsu, saying disdainfully, "Look at the good disciple you've taken in." Elder Lingsu felt a little uneasy, but still forced a retort, "Within the rules, they're willing to hit and be hit, it's none of our business." The Moyu Town Guardian snorted, his expression not very pleasant. No one would be happy to see their junior being bullied like this. However, in the end, if she hadn't asked Mo Tingmei to look after Wang Dong, this situation wouldn't have occurred, so even though she was unhappy, she couldn't say anything. Meanwhile, on the Purgatory Demon Star, "Brother, you're truly a genius, actually coming up with such a method to easily pass the trial." Huangfu Hongke didn't notice Wu Wei's exclamation. He was still immersed in the shock brought by Wu Wei's amazing operation, unable to recover for a long time. Suddenly, something occurred to him, and he couldn't help but look expectantly at Fairy Yaoyu. "Cousin, how about we?" Although he didn't say it outright, the expectation in his eyes betrayed his thoughts. Fairy Yaoyu's face darkened, and without hesitation, she raised her hand and made a hand seal. Boom! A familiar blue energy giant hand appeared again, slapping Huangfu Hongke back into the pit he had just climbed out of. Oh. Seeing this scene, Wu Wei broke out in a cold sweat again. Such a miserable sight was truly unbearable to witness. He had seen many people who courted death, but someone who repeatedly courted death like this was truly rare. Cough cough. Huangfu Hongke, who had been slapped to the ground, forming a deep shape, slowly struggled to get up from the pit, coughing up blood. He patted the dust off his body and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression remaining calm and composed. As he wiped, he spat out another mouthful of blood with a sound. While spitting out blood, he pulled out an exquisite jade bottle and poured all the healing elixirs inside into his mouth. Huangfu Hongke swayed, his bones cracking as his displaced internal organs returned to their original positions, restoring his dashing and elegant demeanor. Judging from his appearance, he had clearly gotten used to being patted on the back. Wu Wei's lips twitched, and he said admiringly, "Brother, you are indeed no ordinary person. I admire you greatly." Huangfu Hongke straightened his clothes with a smug look on his face, cupped his hands towards Wu Wei, and said, "My name is Huangfu Hongke." We hit it off immediately. I haven't had a chance to ask your esteemed name yet. It must be admitted that Huangfu Hongke came from a prestigious family in the cultivation world. He possessed all the proper manners and etiquette, and his appearance was excellent. Naturally, he was the idol of countless young women in the cultivation world. Huangfu Yaoyu, standing to the side, frowned slightly, a faint, cold smile playing on her lips. To be honest, this descendant of the clan wasn't lacking in talent, and was quite good in all aspects. It was just that his personality, well, that spoiled brat who possessed two precious puppets was probably no good either. Instant rapport? How, more like birds of a feather flock together. So it's Brother Hongke, I've heard so much about you. Wu Wei, not one to put on airs when others were polite to him, returned the greeting with equal courtesy. I am Wang Dong of Dan, greetings to Brother Hongke. Dan? Never heard of it, Huangfu Hongke muttered, then suddenly his body trembled, his eyes almost bulging out. He pointed at Wu Wei and said, You, what's your name? I am Wang Dong of Dan. Wu Wei was somewhat bewildered by his sudden reaction. After examining himself, he said inexplicably, could it be that Brother Hongke has heard of my name? Wang Dong, Wang Dong. Of course I've heard of you. Huangfu Hongke's face flushed red, looking furious and indignant. So you're that scoundrel Wang Dong. It's like finding a needle in a haystack. Scoundrel? Wu Wei touched his nose, utterly astonished. What merit do I possess to deserve such a title? You, what have you done and you're still pretending? Huangfu Hongke jumped up and down excitedly. You, old? No, cousin Dan Shu? It's him, that dog who dared to tarnish our ancestors' reputation. Huangfu Yaoyu coldly stared at Hongke, then turned her icy gaze to Wu Wei, her expression seemingly unfriendly. Chapter 444. Keep it up, brother Hongke. This. Wu Wei was even more bewildered. He looked left and right, and asked helplessly, Brother Hongke, Sister Danshu, please don't get agitated. I've traveled all the way from Dianzhou to the Immortal Destiny Gathering, and I've never had any dealings with anyone from the Huangfu family. How could you say that someone has tarnished your ancestors' reputation? Pretending, you still dare to pretend. You look respectable, but your actions are so despicable. Huangfu Hongke was furious. You dared to spout nonsense before, saying that in the entire Zixiao Star River, only our Yaoai ancestor is worthy of being your master, and you even dared to make fun of our ancestor's appearance and physique. This matter has spread throughout our Huangfu family, and everyone in the clan is indignant and wants to beat you up as soon as possible. Ancestor Yuiao? Oh, so it was the Grand Elder of Zion Mao Palace who invited the fairy. I didn't expect Fairy Yuiao to be your family's ancestor. Wu Wei suddenly realized. I remember now, it seems there was indeed such a thing. But how did it reach your family's ears? Could it be? HMPH, this is called if you don't want others to know, don't do it in the first place. Huangfu Hongke was furious and sneered. Your outrageous remarks were witnessed by Inspector Ling Su. In a fit of anger, he passed this on to our Huangfu family. Wang Dong, what do you have to say now? Surely the dignified Inspector Ling Su wouldn't slander a junior like you without cause. Inspector Ling Su? Wu Wei was speechless. He originally thought Ling Su was fair and a good-natured person. Seeing him being bullied again, he had become his disciple to save face for him. Unexpectedly, that old scoundrel was quite wicked. After being rejected as a disciple, he actually went to the Huangfu family to file a false complaint. Judging from Huangfu Hongke's indignant attitude, the complaint was probably embellished and fanned the flames. Meanwhile, on the main stage of the Immortal Destiny, Elder Suxing and Garrison Commander Moi both stared at Ling Su with strange looks, making Ling Su's face turn red. He coughed a few times and said, cough cough cough, you don't know what happened back then. That kid's appearance was just too annoying. I'm a dignified inspector, and I took him on as my disciple, only to be rejected in every way. I was so angry at the time, and now that I think about it, I'm still a little annoyed. Elder Suxing twitched his beard and said sarcastically, Ling Su, you always seem like an honest and kind old man, but I never expected you to dare to do such a thing as tattling behind people's backs. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears, I wouldn't have believed it even if someone else told me. You old fox, you've hidden your cunning quite well. Moyu, it seems we'll have to be more careful around him in the future. Upon hearing this, Moyu stared at Ling Su with an even stranger look. Moyu, don't misunderstand. Ling Su was a little anxious and hurriedly explained, I'm really not that kind of person. It's just that this time, I don't know what happened, I was just so angry with that kid that I lost my temper. Obviously, Ling Su didn't care what Sui Zhang thought of him, but he still cared about what Moyu thought of him. Everything has its second instance, Suxing sneered. Behind that good guy mask, who knows how many despicable tricks you've hidden? My relationship with Moyu was so close back then, but then I gradually drifted away. Don't you think you were behind that? Nonsense. Ling Su roared furiously. Moyu distanced himself from you because he saw through your true nature. You're not the kind of person I can grow old with. On the contrary, it's you who's been working tirelessly to hinder my relationship with Moyu. You're truly treacherous and cunning, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Bullshit. You're the ultimate obstacle between Moyu and me. Suxing's neck turned red as she angrily retorted. Before, Moyu was burdened by his family and had no time to consider his own marriage. Now, Tingmei has grown up and is capable of shouldering the responsibility of the Mo family. The more Moyu, the town garrison commander, listened, the more uneasy he became. He hastily set up a soundproofing array, then, his face flushed, he hissed angrily, enough. You're all old, yet you act like children. This is the time for the Immortal Destiny Assembly, none of you are allowed to cause trouble. Yes, Yes, Mo Yu is right. We need to focus on our work now. Sui Zhang quickly backed down, obediently saying, after this is over, I'll settle the score with that old geezer Ling Su. HMPH, do you think I'm afraid of you? Ling Su retorted firmly, I'll give Mo Yu face. After the Immortal Destiny Assembly, we'll find a secluded place and catch up. The two had been fighting for over 2,000 years, and even Mo Yu often found it difficult to truly stop them. As long as they didn't fight during the Immortal Destiny Assembly, she let them be. Immediately, she removed the soundproofing array and continued to monitor the situation at the Immortal Destiny Assembly. On the Purgatory Demon Star, Huangfu Honke, like an enraged fighting rooster, glared fiercely at Wu Wei. Tell me, haven't you insulted our ancestor, Yaoyu? Brother, Wu Wei said, rubbing his nose, speechless, if saying your ancestor is beautiful, young, and powerful enough to be my master is an insult, then I have nothing to say. Of course it's an insult. Look at yourself, greasy-haired, slovenly, clearly a good-for-nothing rich kid. Huangfu Honke was unusually serious about this, scrutinizing Wu Wei with undisguised disdain. My ancestor, Yaoyu, is such a noble being. You think you can become her disciple? Up, just now, he even said they hit it off immediately. Wu Wei silently looked at Huangfu Honke. You're making yourself sound like some good-for-nothing rich kid, aren't you? We're cut from the same cloth. Why are you fighting like this? Ahem, I was talking to you. Why are you looking at me like that? Huangfu Honke felt uncomfortable under her gaze and hurriedly turned to Huangfu Yaoyu, saying, Cousin Danchu, what do you think we should do with this brat? Huangfu Yaoyu gave Honke a cold stare, then glanced at Wu Wei before saying indifferently, his desire to become an apprentice of Ancestor Yaoyu is nothing but wishful thinking. What's there to be upset about? After a pause, she began to carefully examine Mo Tingmei, a hint of appreciation flashing in her eyes. Compared to her own bloodline Huangfu Honke and that slick-haired spoiled brat, Mo Tingmei was the disciple she envisioned. I never expected Mo Tingmei to be so extraordinary, Huangfu Yaoyu greeted with a smile. I am Huangfu Danchu, greetings to the Mo family's younger sister. Mo Tingmei, suppressing her pent-up anger, bowed and said, Mo Tingmei greets elder sister Danchu. She was somewhat puzzled. This Huangfu Danchu possessed extraordinary beauty and exceptional bearing. Even Huangfu Honke, a direct descendant, treated her with great respect. Clearly, she was no ordinary person. How could she not have heard of such a remarkable individual? Normally, she would have made an effort to befriend him, but in her current bad mood, she wanted to leave that detestable spoiled brat Wang Dong as soon as possible. She continued, Sister Damshu, I must continue with my inner sect trials. Farewell. Let's have a proper get-together after the Immortal Destiny Conference. Please forgive me. Of course, Huangfu Yaoyu smiled sweetly. Please make yourself at home, Sister Mo. I wish you great success in the Immortal Destiny Conference. Thank you, Sister Damshu. After a few hurried pleasantries, Mo Tingmei flew away with a bang, not even bothering to look back, let alone glance at Wu Wei. As for Huangfu Honke, he was probably just like Wang Dong, a spoiled brat, and there was no point in paying him any attention. Whoosh! Mo Tingmei's flying speed was extremely fast. She disappeared almost in the blink of an eye. Wu Wei and Huangfu Honke were both stunned by her speed. Just how much did this girl hate someone? She ran away so swiftly. Huangfu Yaoyu frowned and pondered for a moment, seemingly lost in thought, before she too flew away and disappeared without a trace. Cousin, where are you going? Where are you going? Huangfu Honke shouted a few times, but received no response. He immediately rolled his eyes and bowed to Wu Wei with a grin, saying, Brother Wang, I had no choice just now. Please forgive me if I offended you. No problem, no problem. Wu Wei waved his hand generously and said with a smile, however, Brother Huangfu, you don't blame me for defiling your ancestor now. What's there to blame? Huangfu Honke rolled his eyes, then revealed a look of great admiration. On the contrary, I admire Brother Wang's ability and courage. Not only did you dare to bully the precious daughter of the Wang family, but you also dared to tease my ancestor. Such boldness and domineering spirit truly make me admire you. I've decided to be your brother. Making friends is one thing, Wu Wei said, fanning himself with his folding fan and keeping a distance. But the two puppets, Red Phoenix and Green Vine, are my forbidden possessions. You'd better put away your filthy thoughts, Or don't blame me for being ruthless. Alice, I understand the principle that a brother's wife, no, a brother's puppet, should not be taken advantage of. Huang Fu Hongke sighed. What a pity, what a pity. I should have gritted my teeth and bought one. If I have the chance in the future, I definitely won't miss it. Oh, my cousin is back again. He immediately wiped the envious look off his face and put on the air of a gentleman. He Wu Wei also looked at Huang Fu Danchu, who was flying back. She was flying ahead, followed by two huge demonic beasts. The two demonic beasts had a powerful aura and their demonic energy soared to the sky. They had probably reached the peak of level 9 and were not far from level 10. Huang Fu Hongke, you get over here. Huang Fu Danchu's voice arrived before she did, her clear voice booming in Wu Wei and Huang Fu Hongke's ears. Hey, cousin, you've finally figured it out. Huang Fu Hongke was overjoyed. He leaped forward with a graceful movement. Cousin, I'm here. Quickly cripple them first, and I'll deliver the final blow. In this way, the champion of this immortal destiny tournament will undoubtedly be me, Huang Fu Hongke. Wahaho, his cheeky laughter echoed throughout the sky. Brother Hongke. He was so fast that Wu Wei didn't even have time to stop him before he flew into the battle. Wu Wei immediately broke out in a cold sweat. This kid was so quick to offer himself up for defeat. Cousin Danchu, what are you doing? Where are you going? Come back. HMPH. Huang Fu Hongke, you're supposed to be a pillar of the younger generation of the Huang Fu family, yet you're so impetuous. You'd better hone yourself. If you can't even pass this test, get out of the Immortal Destiny Assembly. That cold voice drifted further and further away. No, cousin Danchu, help. These two are both at the peak of level 9. Amidst the roars and howls of the demons, Huang Fu Hongke's miserable cries mingled. Hey. Wu Wei shrugged, having already guessed this outcome. That girl named Huang Fu Danchu seems to be no simpleton. Even Wu Wei couldn't discern her strength and background without using some special methods. It seems this Immortal Destiny Assembly is getting interesting. Brother Wang. Huang Fu Hongke cried out in agony. Brother Hongke, are you perhaps asking me for help? Wu Wei replied with a smile. That's right. Brother Wang, come quickly. I'm almost overwhelmed fighting 2 against 1. Huang Fu Hongke cried out in alarm. Wu Wei ignored him and instead released his 2 puppet maids, Green Vine and Red Phoenix. He lay there in a very comfortable position, eating various delicacies while shouting, Brother Hongke, I'm only level 8. You can't help in this battle at your level. Keep it up. Go, young Master Hongke. Under Wu Wei's command, the 2 puppet maids began to strike cheerleading poses, enthusiastically shouting, Go, young Master Hongke. You can do it. Shout louder. Hongke, invincible. Boom. Huang Fu Hongke was smashed into a rock by a demon, spitting blood, his mind filled with only one thought, damn it. Chapter 445 Tragic. Hongke. Just as Huang Fu Hongke was being tortured to the point of near death by 2 level 9 demons, another group of people was gradually approaching the edge of the inner training ground. Bang! A muffled sound came from the dark volcanic cave, and a gigantic hellfire tortoise suddenly crashed through the rocks and slammed into the valley formed by the volcanic rock. A huge crater was immediately created in the valley. Behind the hellfire tortoise, a ball of azure light shot out from the cave, radiating a powerful energy fluctuation. While still in the air, this ball of light unfolded into a human figure, delivering a powerful punch to the hellfire tortoise. The terrifying force of the punch exploded within the hellfire tortoise's body, causing it to shudder and immediately let out a shrill scream. Already covered in wounds, this punch exacerbated its injuries, and crimson blood gushed from the corner of its mouth, making it look utterly miserable. At this moment, the azure light gradually dissipated, revealing the figure enveloped within it. It was a handsome, imposing young man. He wore a tight-fitting indigo immortal robe, the close-fitting cut showcasing his perfectly sculpted muscles, exuding power. The lingering energy fluctuations from his fists were fierce and domineering, seemingly capable of shattering stars and breaking the sun, sending chills down one's spine. This young man was none other than Elder Shattering Star's prized disciple, Yuchi Jialian. Boom! Seeing that the Hellfire Demon Turtle was still alive, Yuchi Jialian raised his hand and threw another punch. The powerful fist force exploded within the Hellfire Demon Turtle's body, causing it to shudder again and let out another miserable scream. The Hellfire Demon Turtle was a peak level 9 demon, its shell possessing astonishing defensive power, but against Yuchi Jialian, its defenses were utterly useless. After several punches, its screams grew weaker and weaker, gradually fading into silence. Seeing this, several young men wearing the insignia of the Yuchi family leaped down from the surrounding cliffs and landed beside the Hellfire Demon Turtle. They were disciples of the Yuchi family, who had been on guard duty on the surrounding peaks. Clean up the corpses, and while you're at it, look for any usable spiritual herbs and materials nearby, Yuchi Jialian casually ordered as he jumped down from the turtle's back. Yes, young Master Yuchi. The disciples bowed and accepted the order, then quickly got to work. They divided the tasks clearly. Some cleaned up the corpses, others searched for spiritual herbs. Their movements were skillful and their teamwork seamless, clearly indicating that they were already used to it. At this moment, a Yuchi family disciple suddenly landed beside Yuchi Jialian, bowed to him, and reported, "Young Master Yuchi, I found Wang Dong." Wang Dong? That kid actually has the ability to get to this area. Yuchi Jialian raised an eyebrow in surprise. This was already close to the inner sex training grounds, where the demons and monsters were far stronger than those on the outer level. Level 9 demons were common, and there were quite a few at the peak of level 9. He hadn't expected that Wang Dong would actually be here. However, given that kid's strength was only at the level 8 fusion stage, getting this far was probably his limit. He wondered how disheveled Wang Dong must look. Thinking of this, he extended his hand to the disciple. "Let me see." "Yes, young master." The disciple respectfully took out an exquisite bronze mirror from his robes and presented it to Yuchi Jialian with both hands. This bronze mirror was an ancestral immortal artifact of the Yuchi family, named the Haoshin Mirror. The Haoshin Mirror had no offensive power and could not be used for defense, but it possessed the ability to see and hear, allowing one to see scenes at extremely far distances. Theoretically, as long as there was enough immortal energy, the Haoshin Mirror's ability to observe had no distance limit. The Haoshin Mirror's ability is useless in combat, but it's incredibly effective in the complex and perilous environment of the Purgatory Demon Star. That's why he specifically brought it with him for this trial, entrusting it to a disciple of the Yuchi family to monitor the surrounding area in real time. Now that Wang Dong is closer to them, the Haoshin Mirror will naturally detect him. Yuchi Jialian took the bronze mirror, intending to see Wang Dong's disheveled state, but the Haoshin Mirror's image completely surprised him. Not only was Wang Dong not in the sorry state he expected, but he also seemed quite relaxed, watching others' antics as if he were on a picnic. His face darkened with displeasure. Remembering his master's instructions before entering the trial grounds, a thought struck him, and he suddenly sneered. "It seems our junior brother Wang Dong is still too young and inexperienced, unaware of the dangers of the trial grounds. As his senior brother, I need to teach him a lesson and temper his character." The disciple who was attending him had followed Yuchi Jialian for many years, and from his tone, how could he not understand his meaning? He immediately said, "Don't worry, young master, I will definitely give young master Wang a good lesson." After saying that, he bowed to Yuchi Jialian and quickly retreated. A moment later, he left with several disciples, heading swiftly towards the direction where Wang Dong and the others had been found. Meanwhile, on Wu Wei's side, Huang Fu Hongke was struggling against two powerful level 9 monsters, facing various perilous situations. Boom! Huang Fu Hongke was stomped into the ground by a monster engulfed in flames, creating a huge crater. He lay sprawled at the bottom of the crater, seemingly on the verge of death. His bones were likely shattered in many places, and even his internal organs were broken beyond recognition. The sight of this gruesome state made Wu Wei gasp in horror. It was truly horrific. However, Wu Wei felt no sympathy for him. Who told this kid to dare tease his puppet? Besides, this kid, despite being a level 10 immortal, couldn't even defeat two level 9 monsters. His cultivation was entirely built on rare and precious materials. He was truly a spoiled brat with a glittering exterior but a rotten core. If Wu Wei's level 10 battle angels had performed like this, they would have been thrown into the evolution pool and converted into pure energy long ago, saving resources. His cousin Dan Chu's decision was correct. This kid not only needed a lesson, but also lacked true life or death experience. Young master, that young master Hongke is so pitiful. If this continues, he might be beaten to death. The outgoing and fiery maid Hongluan, however, was soft-hearted and compassionate. Should we intervene and save him? Hongluan, you're too soft-hearted, Green Luo retorted with a displeased snort. What's there to sympathize with such a despicable and vile scoundrel? He's just a dog's life after all. Don't worry, Wu Wei said calmly, fanning himself with his folding fan. That Huang Fu Hongke is, after all, a pillar of the new generation of the family. His talent, bloodline, and inheritance are all top-notch. He's just too good for himself and deserves a beating. Only true life and death trials can make him grow quickly. Young master is wise. The two pretty puppet maids expressed their endless admiration and respect for Wu Wei. Meanwhile, as if his life hung by a thread, Huang Fu Hongke's eyes suddenly became vacant. He coughed up blood and laughed loudly. Cough, I, Huang Fu Hongke, am so arrogant, claiming to be one of the most outstanding young prodigies of immortal destiny Star Lake. Cough, even one of the most outstanding young talents in the Purple Cloud Star River. No, without exception. It's laughable that two mere level 9 monsters have forced me into this predicament. Shameful, utterly shameful. Roar! The monster didn't understand his words at all. It simply roared and then stomped down, trying to crush the damned, troublesome ant. Don't underestimate me. Huang Fu Hongke roared. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from him, and waves of energy swept out, creating a terrifying hurricane. The two enormous level 9 monsters were actually blown backward by the hurricane. Me. Huang Fu Hongke. I am the chosen one of the universe. With each word Huang Fu Hongke spoke, his aura surged dramatically. Clang. A crystal-clear flying sword hovered around him, emitting a dragon-like sword roar, as if it too sensed its master's anger and fighting spirit. At the same time, countless free energies in the air and on the ground converged towards him, his body continuously expanding and growing taller, quickly transforming into a majestic immortal battle form. Mere ants, yet you dare to be arrogant before me, Huang Fu Hongke. Huang Fu Hongke grasped the equally gigantic crystal flying sword in one hand, unleashing the gathered energy of heaven and earth in a single strike, demon-slaying sword. Whoosh! A massive sword aura burst forth from the sword, the highly condensed sword energy transforming into a crescent-shaped sword beam that tore through the air and even space itself, radiating a terrifying and immense killing intent. Oh, this is getting interesting. Wu Wei finally became interested and began to observe more seriously. The two level 9 monsters seemed to sense the terrifying aura of destruction and instinctively fled for their lives in terror, but unfortunately, they were no match for Huang Fu Hongke's powerful attack. Crack! The crescent-shaped sword light shattered the shells of the level 9 monsters, cutting them in two like a knife slicing through rotten trees. Boom boom boom, the massive monsters were reduced to 4 pieces and slammed heavily to the ground. Interesting. Wu Wei nodded secretly. This move finally showed the true potential of a prodigy from the Huangfu family. Even he could faintly feel the power of that powerful attack. An ordinary level 10 monster would probably have a hard time withstanding this blow. Unfortunately, after Huang Fu Hongke used this move, his life force was almost completely exhausted, and his war immortal body rapidly deflated and shrank like a punctured balloon. Bang! He sprawled on the ground, shouting with boundless pride, "Brother Wang, is there any more wine? Give me 10 jugs, I'm dying of thirst." Brother Hongke, what a skill. Wu Wei clapped his hands in praise. As for wine, of course, there's as much as you want, but what? Huang Fu Hongke, lying there, also looked quite dashing. Could it be that Brother Wang is reluctant to part with it? It's not that I'm reluctant, it's just... Wu Wei sighed, squinting at the distance, and said with a half-smile, "Brother Hongke won't have time to drink for a while." What? Huang Fu Hongke jumped up, his face filled with fear and uncertainty. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 446. Brother, hold on. I'm retreating first. A rumbling sound began to echo from the rugged stone forest as a large horde of demons, each with a unique shape and enormous size, charged forward. The shrill cries of avian demons could be seen in the crimson clouds. An initial estimate suggested at least 6 level 9 demonic beasts and a dozen or 20 level 8 demonic beasts. This is deadly. Huang Fu Hongke slumped to the ground. Meanwhile, not far away, behind a sheltered rock face, a young man dressed in the robes of the Yuchi family stood quietly, his head bowed, his eyes fixed intently on the Haoshin mirror in his hand. Behind him stood several Yuchi family disciples. They were all wounded, two quite severely, yet all wore smiles. Hiss. That demon was really cunning. I almost fell for it when I was luring it in. A disciple of the Yuchi family grimaced as he applied medicine to himself, but he didn't forget to gloat. I bet Wang Dong is scared out of his wits by now. This remark drew laughter from the others. You guys did a good job this time. The young man staring at the Haoshin mirror smiled. With these demons around, they should be able to teach Wang Dong a lesson. He'll either have to slink away or die. The task assigned by the young master has been successfully completed. When we get back, I'll ask the young master for credit on your behalf. Good. Thank you, Brother Jiachen. The disciples cheered immediately. At the same time, Mo Yu and his two companions, who had been watching Wu Wei and Huang Fu Hongke on the Immortal Fate platform, immediately noticed something was wrong. What a ruthless mind. Looking at the scene on the crystal screen, Elder Ling Sung's face immediately darkened, and he glared fiercely at Elder Suxing. Suxing, your disciple is truly audacious. He lured so many demons at once, he clearly wants my disciple dead. HMPH in the trial arena, everyone relies on their own abilities. Jialian's actions don't violate the rules. Elder Suxing snorted coldly, unmoved. Besides, your disciple has already completed the outer sect trial. If he's truly outmatched, he can teleport out at any time. It's not as serious as you make it out to be, is it, Moyu? Moyu, don't listen to his excuses. Elder Ling Su exclaimed anxiously. Those are 6 level 9 demons. Anything can happen during a battle. Even if he can teleport, he might not be able to make it in time at a crucial moment. He could have chosen to teleport away the moment he saw those demons. No one stopped him. Suxing retorted disdainfully. If he overestimated himself and insisted on fighting demons beyond his strength, he deserved to die. Is your disciple so precious that you can't even take the slightest risk? Enough. Envoy Mo Yu, annoyed by their bickering, abruptly interrupted them. Shut up, both of you, calm down, Mo Yu commanded decisively. The Immortal Destiny Tournament trial is no child's play. Although Yuchi Jialian harbored malicious intent, he didn't break the rules. Of course, all of this will be recorded. If an inner sect elder wants to accept a disciple, they have the right to access the files. Now, calm down. Yes, Elder Ling Su and Elder Suizing both bowed in response. Meanwhile, in the outer sect trial grounds of the Purgatory Demon Star. Your Majesty, what do we do now? Huang Fu Hongke crawled out of the pit, his face filled with terror and confusion, completely at a loss. Looking at the group of powerful demons approaching menacingly, Wu Wei touched his nose, his expression grave. There are too many demons. I'm afraid we can't hold them off this time. Brother Hongke, you were too exhausted in the previous battle and are probably too weak to fight again. How about this? I'll use my abilities to fight off this wave with all my might, and you should retreat quickly. What? The exhausted Huang Fu Hongke was shocked. Seeing Wu Wei's extremely serious expression, a surge of passion welled up in his heart, and he resolutely shouted, No, Brother Wang, you're only level 8. You're simply powerless to resist. I'll fight them off with all my might, and you can take Honglun and Luo and leave first. Brother Hongke is right. Wu Wei nodded seriously, looking at Huang Fu Hongke gratefully. Brother Hongke is very righteous. I'll take my leave first. With that, Wu Wei grabbed the 2 puppet maids and ran away at top speed. His movements were graceful and incredibly fast, not inferior to even some level 10 immortals. What? Is that even possible? Huang Fu Hongke was completely bewildered and shocked. Why wasn't his brother playing by the rules? Shouldn't they be showing their loyalty and running away together? Seeing Wu Wei and the maids fleeing in a flash, while the horde of monsters charged menacingly towards him, Huang Fu Hongke shuddered. He'd be a fool to hold out against this. Loyalty, my foot. He suddenly realized that in this crucial moment, he didn't necessarily need to run the fastest, just outrun his companion. Without another word, Huang Fu Hongke also used his immortal technique to soar through the clouds, desperately catching up with Wu Wei. Brother, I've thought it through carefully. In this critical moment, we brothers should advance and retreat together, sharing weal and woe. Slow down, wait for me. The 2 of them ran incredibly fast, one overtaking the other, with a large group of demons chasing after them, a truly spectacular sight. Even Mo Yu and Ling Su, who were closely watching everything on the Immortal Fate platform, couldn't help but chuckle helplessly amidst their tension. Wang Dong and Huang Fu Hongke were truly a pair of like-minded cronies. At least they understood the situation and weren't fools. They knew they had to run. Otherwise, even if they died, they couldn't blame anyone else. Screech. Unfortunately, before Wu Wei and Huang Fu Hongke had run far, a sharp owl's cry echoed from the sky. Immediately afterward, a fierce gust of wind swept in, and a huge shadow suddenly loomed overhead. Huang Fu Hongke subconsciously looked up and saw a giant demonic bird closely following them. At first glance, its curved and sharp beak seemed stained with blood under the smoke, a chilling light flowed from its claws, and its broad, fleshy wings seemed to blot out the sky. Even though it was still some distance away, the immense pressure it exerted was almost suffocating. Beside it stood another identical demonic bird, their combined power creating an even more terrifying sight. Dragon-winged dove. Huang Fu Hongke's expression changed drastically. It's over. Now none of us can escape. The dragon-winged dove was a level 9 demon. Moreover, it was one of the fastest level 9 demons on the Purgatory Demon Star. Once targeted by the dragon-winged dove, it would be virtually impossible for him and his brother to escape, given their speed. And once they were even slightly entangled, the other demons would swarm them, making escape impossible. Huang Fu Hongke, running with a face full of despair, said, "What bad luck. I thought I could at least get an intersect spot at this Immortal Destiny Assembly. Oh well, saving my life is the most important thing. Brother Wang, let's crush our teleportation jade tokens and escape the battlefield." He Wu Wei said calmly, "Brother Hongke, you're not going to chicken out like this? I was aiming for first place in the intersect at this Immortal Destiny Assembly. PFFT. Huang Fu Hongke almost spat out a mouthful of blood. As he ran away, he glared at Wu Wei with a sinister look. Level 8? You think you can get first place in the intersect with just level 8 strength? Honestly, you managed to get into the intersect trials by being shameless and incredibly lucky. Brother Hongke, you don't believe me. Wu Wei replied with a smile. How about this? If you can hold off these monsters for 30 breaths, I have a way to deal with them all. Besides, are you really willing to go back in such a sorry state? Aren't you afraid of being punished by your elders? How is that possible? Huang Fu Hongke said in disbelief. Don't even mention you. Even if Mo Tingmei came, she couldn't do it. He secretly thought that only his great aunt could truly achieve that. He believed Wang Dong had some hidden strength, but to say that his hidden strength was comparable to his great aunt was pure nonsense. Judging from his escape speed, his overall strength was probably about the same as his own. Brother Hongke, if you don't believe me, let's make a bet, Wu Wei said quickly. If you can hold out for 30 breaths, and I can't handle the rest, I'll give you green vine. What? Huang Fu Hongke trembled with excitement. Brother Wang, are you joking? You're willing to give up green vine? It's just a mere life skill puppet. Do you think I would break my promise for that? Wu Wei said with a half-smile. Of course not, I trust Brother Wang. Huang Fu Hongke was immediately excited. I accept this bet, but I want Honglun, not Luluo. Besides, if you win this bet, from now on you'll be my elder brother. You can tell me to go east or west, and I'll go east or west. Deal. Wu Wei patted his chest and agreed. In that case, just wait for me, Wang Dong, to take you flying. We'll strive for the top spot on the intersect together. Such bold words naturally drew a cold sneer from Elder Suxing on the main platform of the Immortal Destiny Assembly. HMPH, Ling Su, your disciple is really shameless and full of boasting. The top spot on the intersect, how can he say that? With such arrogant words, where does he place Tingmei? Upon hearing this, Mo Yu also stared at Ling Su with some unfriendly eyes. Mo Tingmei was the most outstanding bloodline descendant in the history of the Mo family, and she already regarded the champion of this Immortal Destiny Assembly as something in her pocket. If a prodigy were to challenge her, Mo Yu would accept it. It would give Mo Tingmei some experience. But what was Wang Dong? What did he consider the intersect leader of the Immortal Destiny Conference to be? Ling Su was also filled with apprehension, inwardly cursing his precious disciple. However, given the circumstances, he had to defend his disciple. Wang Dong was just trying to boost his own morale. A fine young man shouldn't be allowed to be spirited, right? HMPH, I'm afraid he'll spout nonsense and mislead Huang Fu Hongke into dealing with those demons, Sui Zhang sneered. If something happens to Huang Fu Hongke, let's see how you, Ling Su, handle it. It shouldn't be that bad, right? Huangfu Hongke is a direct descendant of the Huangfu family, possessing countless magical abilities. Besides, couldn't he use the Jade Tablet to teleport out in a crisis? Ling Su's heart pounded, and he could only secretly pray that nothing bad would happen to Huangfu Hongke. Leaving aside the various conflicts on the Immortal Fate platform, Huangfu Hongke, after hearing Wu Wei's bold words, felt a surge of pride welling up within him. He gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Wang, I'll do my best. You mustn't let me down." With that, he beckoned, "Sword, come." Whoosh! A crystal-clear flying sword flew from his spiritual platform, hovering above his palm with lifelike agility. 10,000 swords technique. Huangfu Hongke, with one hand behind his back, made a hand seal, and the immortal sword in his palm immediately roared and soared into the sky. Its sword light flashed, instantly splitting into hundreds of smaller sword beams, engulfing all the demons like a storm. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sword beams rained down, and some weaker level 8 monsters died instantly after being struck by several sword beams. Even the level 9 demons were injured by the sword beams. Ow! The demons living on the Hellfire Demon Star were all ferocious and violent creatures. Their injuries, far from frightening them, only fueled their savagery. They roared deafeningly, charging towards Huangfu Hongke. "Brother!" Huangfu Hongke cried out tragically, leading a group of monsters in retreat. "You mustn't let me down." He continued running, drawing monsters away to buy time for Wu Wei. "Brother, hurry, faster. There are too many demons, I can't hold on much longer." Chapter 447. Let's have a big one. Although Huangfu Hongke was shouting excitedly, Wu Wei remained unhurried. He casually rummaged through his storage ring and pulled out a purple talisman. The talisman was about the size of a palm, with shimmering red patterns on it, occasionally even flashing with wisps of electricity, making it look quite mystical. A heaven-shaking talisman. Wu Wei glanced at it, then shook his head. No, too weak. The heaven-shaking talisman's power was roughly equivalent to a strike from a level 9 expert, and it had a lightning effect, capable of injuring and paralyzing opponents simultaneously, making it very practical. But relying on the heaven-shaking talisman to deal with this group of demons was unrealistic, unless he had enough heaven-shaking talismans to squander at will. He casually tossed the heaven-shaking talisman aside and rummaged through his storage ring again, pulling out a palm-sized gilded bronze ring. A Vajra ring. Wu Wei recognized the small object at a glance. The Vajra ring was a restrictive magic item, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities, making it a very practical magic item. However, this thing has limited use in group battles. Shaking his head, he casually tossed the Vajra ring aside and began rummaging through his storage ring again. After picking and choosing like this, he quickly amassed a pile of magical treasures and talismans, a rather impressive sight. Just then, Huangfu Hongke led a group of demons past him with a thunderous roar, their footsteps echoing across the sky. In the distance, Huangfu Hongke's pitiful wails could be heard. "Brother! Hurry up! I can't hold on much longer." Wait a little longer. Wu Wei glanced at him, seeing that he could still hold on, and calmly continued rummaging through his storage ring. Soon, a short mace flashing with lightning appeared in his hand. The mace was ancient and rugged in shape, yet it exuded an indescribable powerful aura, emanating the might of thunder, making it look extremely extraordinary. A celestial artifact. He was taken aback, then couldn't help but shake his head. "No, this consumes too much energy, I can't use it with my current cultivation level." With that, he tossed the short mace aside and began rummaging through his storage ring again. He was quite calm, but Mo Yu and the other two on the Celestial Fate platform, who witnessed this scene, were anything but calm. Heavenly Thunder Mace. Hiss. "Ling Su, you're really generous. You even gave him the Heavenly Thunder Mace." Elder Su Xing looked at Ling Su in disbelief. "That's your signature immortal weapon." "Yes, Ling Su." The Ink Feather Guardian also looked at Elder Ling Su with some disapproval. "Those level 8 or 9 magic weapons are one thing, but the Heavenly Thunder Mace is a special immortal weapon from an ancient ruin. Not only is its power extraordinary, but it also has the rare ability to resist lightning tribulations. Giving it to a disciple who is only at the level 8 nascent soul stage is really going too far. It's just an immortal weapon after all." Elder Ling Su rubbed his nose. "Besides, I don't need the Heavenly Thunder Mace anymore. If I don't give it to my disciple, am I supposed to let it gather dust at home?" As he spoke, Wu Wei took out a fist-sized sphere from his storage ring. This sphere didn't seem big, But even Wu Wei could feel a powerful and terrifying energy from it. What? Upon seeing the sphere, Elder Suxing's face turned extremely ugly. He angrily rebuked Ling Su. Ling Su, have you gone mad? You even gave this to that brat. The expression of the Ink Feather Guardian was also very solemn. Ling Su, you've gone a bit too far. Such a powerful artifact, and you actually gave it to an 8th level disciple? And you even let him take it to the trial tournament. Ling Su's face darkened, and he said with some anger, that's my disciple. I've only ever taken on 2 disciples in my life. My eldest disciple died 1,500 years ago. I absolutely cannot allow my newly taken disciple to die so easily. You all said it yourself, my disciple is only 8th level. 8th level. He can't even handle a 9th level demon. What's wrong with giving him some treasures for protection? HMPH, are you all hoping my disciple dies? When this honest man got angry, Inkfeather and Suxing exchanged glances and shut their mouths. At the same time, Wu Wei weighed the black sphere in his hand, nodded in satisfaction, and said, this thing should be quite powerful. Green Ivy, what's its name? Young master, this is called Yin Shat Heavenly Thunder. It's made by collecting the most yin and shat energy. It's a one-time explosive that can harm even a true immortal. Green Ivy recognized the treasure with a glance. When Green Ivy and Red Phoenix were making these puppet maids, they had already incorporated a lot of common sense and knowledge from the cultivation world into their cores. Especially for these high-end puppets personally made by the Heavenly Mystery Ancestor, they were packed with a lot of appraisal knowledge. And Red Phoenix and Green Ivy's professional knowledge was not entirely the same. This is why Wu Wei spent a lot of money to buy these 2 puppets. Besides serving his daily life, they also had some other functions. The most yin and shang. Wu Wei now had some understanding of the common sense of the cultivation world. He understood that yin shao is a collection of negative energies in the universe. For example, in magical civilizations it was called dark magic energy, and in technological civilizations it was called dark matter. Of course, dark matter or yin shang also has different grades. Some high-purity condensed dark matter, when refined into one-time explosive weapons, is indeed exceptionally powerful, and various civilizations have made corresponding applications of it. Not bad, not bad. Wu Wei nodded with great satisfaction. That's just right. Brother Honke, quickly use all the defensive measures you can. What? Huangfu Honke was like a butterfly flitting among the monsters, extremely dangerous. When he turned around and saw what Wu Wei was weighing in his hand, he was immediately terrified. Brother Wang, what are you doing? That's Yin Shat Heavenly Thunder. Quick, put it down. He was so nervous that he was almost hit by a monster. Then he frantically started to add various defensive measures to himself. First, he took out a life-saving talisman given to him by an elder in his family, the Vajra Indestructible Body. With an expression of great heartache, he crushed the golden rune talisman. Whoosh! A powerful golden energy was released from the talisman, condensing into golden protective shield around Huangfu Honke. Not enough. Immediately, Huangfu Honke summoned another shield-shaped magic weapon, inlaid with dazzling golden gems. With a hand seal, the shield expanded in the wind, protecting him. In such a life-threatening situation, he used everything he had to save his life. Truly worthy of being a direct descendant of the Huangfu family, each of his treasures was a lifelong pursuit for ordinary cultivators. Wu Wei's lips twitched, and he casually tossed out the Yin Shat Heavenly Thunder. Whoosh! The Yin Shat Heavenly Lightning shot out like a cannonball. Ah! Brother Wang, no. Wait, it's going to trap me again. With a scream, Huangfu Honke disregarded everything, hurriedly landing on the ground and sprawling down, his shield-shaped magic weapon covering his body, his hands tightly clutching his head. The horde of demons surged towards him frantically. Boom! The Yin Shat Heavenly Lightning struck the ground, a deafening explosion instantly resounding. The next moment, dense Yin Shat energy swept out like a hurricane. Huangfu Honke was the first to be hit, his whole body shuddering, blood instantly seeping from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. More than half of the defensive magic weapons around him couldn't hold on and shattered instantly. In just a short moment, he was engulfed by the dense Yin Shan energy, completely disappearing into the billowing smoke and dust. After him, the surrounding demons also suffered the same fate. A terrifying energy surge swept across the area, instantly blasting the level 9 demons besieging Huangfu Honke backward. The weaker level 8 demons were blasted directly into the air. Two dragon-winged doves in the sky sensed something was wrong and were about to flap their wings to escape when they were struck head-on by the rapidly approaching shockwave. In an instant, their wings were torn apart, their wing bones broken, and the dragon-winged doves screamed as they were completely engulfed by the explosion's flames. For a moment, the demon's shrill screams almost drowned out the roar of the explosion. A massive mushroom cloud rose from the ground, and terrifying energy waves swept outward wave after wave, even shaking the surrounding space as if it might collapse and be torn apart at any moment. Despite being prepared, Wu Wei was still forced to retreat several hundred feet by the terrifying energy surge before he could barely regain his footing. The power of this yin-shat heavenly thunder was unexpectedly strong. Elder Suizing, who had been leisurely watching the show on the Immortal Fate platform, paused slightly, his expression turning strange as he looked at Elder Ling Su. Ling Su, the power of your yin-shat heavenly thunder is quite different from what I know. How can the yin-shat heavenly thunder I personally refined be compared to the common yin-shat heavenly thunder on the market? Elder Ling Su said with a hint of pride, this is made from the yin-shat essence I personally collected from the earth, repeatedly refined and condensed with the power of thunder and fire. Its power far surpasses that of ordinary yin-shat heavenly thunder. Even if it hits a level 10 immortal, one hit will guarantee to annihilate their soul. You're not afraid of something happening. Elder Suizing's lips twitched, and a bead of cold sweat involuntarily appeared on his forehead. The strongest junior in the trial arena was only at the level 10 immortal realm. Wang Dong held the yin-shat heavenly thunder in his hand. If he had used it against Mo Tingmei or Yuchi Jiayang instead of these demons, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After all, who could have imagined that Wang Dong, a mere 8th level nascent soul cultivator, would possess such a powerful weapon? Stop arguing, the Moyu garrison commander abruptly interrupted their conversation, frowning as he stared at the crystal screen before him. The power of the yin-shat heavenly thunder far exceeds expectations. Huangfu Hongke is probably in trouble. Upon hearing this, Elder Ling Su and Elder Suxing suddenly realized what was happening. Yes, the power of the yin-shat heavenly thunder was so much greater than anticipated. Wouldn't Huangfu Hongke, who had been struck squarely by it, be in serious trouble? Chapter 448 Big Brother. You're the big brother now. The thought made them both tense. Although Huangfu Hongke didn't seem to be favored by the Grand Elder, he was still a junior member of her clan and someone she had personally brought into the trial grounds. If something really happened to him, how would they explain it to the Grand Elder? As they spoke, the smoke in the crystal screen gradually dissipated, and the three of them finally saw the situation on the battlefield. The place that had been struck by the yin-shat heavenly lightning was a mess. A huge crater, dozens of feet wide, had been blasted into the ground. The demons that had attacked Huangfu Hongke and Wu Wei lay scattered on the ground. Some had been killed, and those who were still alive were barely alive, all groaning miserably. And lying in the very center of the crater was none other than Huangfu Hongke. However, Huangfu Hongke's lower body had been blown away, leaving only half a body and a head still stubbornly alive. His remaining body was covered in charred marks, with wisps of black smoke rising from the wounds, faintly emitting the aroma of cooked meat. He looked utterly wretched. If it weren't for his eyes still blinking and his chest still rising and falling, he would likely have been mistaken for a corpse. Seeing this, however, the three garrison commanders of Moyu Town breathed a sigh of relief. Elder Ling Su couldn't help but let out a long breath. Thank goodness he's not dead. However, although he wasn't dead, he was only half dead. Wu Wei flew back to the edge of the pit from several hundred feet away. Seeing Huangfu Hongke like this, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. Brother Hongke, are you alright? Do I look alright to you? Huangfu Hongke turned his head and gave him a resentful look. Even though his body was in so much pain that he could barely move, he still couldn't help but complain to Wu Wei through his divine sense. I told you to wait a little longer. If you waited a little longer, I still had so many defensive magic treasures to use. If it weren't for my recent increase in my ability to withstand blows, that attack would have killed me. Head, Wu Wei laughed awkwardly. He hadn't expected the power of the yin-shat heavenly thunder to be so great, he almost messed up. Fortunately, this kid had many life-saving items. Of course, for Wu Wei, even if Huangfu Hongke's immortal body were completely destroyed, it wouldn't matter, he could still revive him. However, that would slightly expose his identity. If the Immortal Palace were to learn that the God of Light had infiltrated their territory, a terrifying level 14 being would surely appear to hunt him down. At that point, Wu Wei would have no choice but to flee home, and the immortal palace would likely track him down to his lair in a short time. As Wu Wei pondered this, suddenly, his spiritual senses detected a slight movement within their range. In the distance, a group of young cultivators were rapidly gathering, and soon they all appeared within his sight. Cousin. Young Master Wang Dong. A series of greetings rang out as figures landed beside Wu Wei, each one filled with surprise and affection, radiating closeness and admiration for him. Clearly, Wu Wei had contacted them from the beginning using unique methods, instructing them to gather and converge on his side. Although the pace was a bit slow, all the brothers and sisters from Diansahao were present, perfectly assembled. Although most of them were only at level 9, and some were even only at level 8, they all exuded an aura of unparalleled confidence. The heavenly trial that Wu Wei created was no ordinary trial. Ultimately, relying on their strong faith and willpower, they gradually adapted to the cruelty of the heavenly trial and were all at the peak of their combat strength. Lying on the ground, his body charred black, only half his body remaining, Huangfu Hongke looked at Wu Wei with difficulty and a complicated expression. These are all your men. That's right, they're all from my great Yanzhao, Wu Wei said. They're all good young men, each one full of energy and vitality. Huangfu Hongke's extremely miserable face, almost unrecognizable even to his own parents, twitched uncontrollably. You've really come at the right time. Cousin, Wang Yuan looked around, frowning. What happened? The battle seems unusually fierce. It's nothing, just a bunch of ignorant little monsters. Since you're here, you take the brothers who don't have enough points and collect some, Wu Wei said casually. Thank you, young master, thank you, young master. The followers under his command were extremely grateful, and then began to skillfully finish off the remaining enemies. They were men who had passed through the heavenly gate, and when killing those dying, bloody demons, their blades fell cleanly and swiftly. The dying Huangfu Hongke was stunned. Were all these guys from Diansahao so good at finishing off enemies? Brother, big brother. You've already recognized your relatives and accumulated points. Do you even remember there's a seriously injured person lying here? Huangfu Hongke's voice came from the bottom of the pit, his tone full of accusation. If this continues, my immortal body will disintegrate. What's the rush? Wu Wei said calmly, with me here, even if your immortal body disintegrates, I'll save you. Wu Wei's figure flickered, and he flew to the bottom of the pit, landing in front of Huangfu Hongke's half-broken body. My immortal body is mostly damaged, and ordinary muscle regenerating pills are basically ineffective. I need a creation pill to repair it. But one of those things costs dozens or even hundreds of heavenly spirit stones. I've always wanted to buy one, but I haven't been able to bring myself to do it. Huangfu Hongke was in so much pain that his whole body was convulsing, but he still had the leisure to chatter with Wu Wei. If I had known this would happen, I should have gritted my teeth and bought one back then. Wu Wei felt a pang of sympathy for him after hearing his heartbreaking words. It's just a creation pill, isn't it? Look at your poor, stingy appearance. Sigh, is this how your Huangfu family treats its direct descendants? Look, isn't this a creation pill? Huangfu Hongke almost died of anger. Among the young talents of the major cultivation families in the immortal Fate Star Lake, he was at least in the top 3, if not the richest, and he had no shortage of various magical treasures and talismans. But how could he really be considered poor compared to this Wang Dong? Meanwhile, on the main platform of Immortal Destiny, Elder Suxing couldn't help but glance at Elder Link Su again upon hearing this. Link Su, you've prepared quite a lot, even the creation pill. I only have one precious disciple, who else would I give it to if not him? Reshaping an immortal body is no easy task. Elder Link Su retorted, then shook his head solemnly, his expression not optimistic. Given the severity of the Huangfu family boy's injuries, even with the aid of the creation pill, it will take several months for the lost part of his immortal body to fully recover. Several months? The trial will have long been over. The Ink Feather Guardian sighed. Actually, with his strength, if he had been more cautious and honed his skills a bit, he could have potentially entered the inner sect. What a pity HMPH in the end, it's all because of that Yin Shat heavenly lightning. Elder Suxing glanced at Link Su with a hint of schadenfreude. If that Yin Shat heavenly lightning hadn't been so powerful, even if that brat from the Huangfu family was injured, he wouldn't have been so badly hurt. Elder Link Su couldn't refute this. In a way, Huangfu Hongke was indirectly killed by him. He really didn't know how he was going to explain this to the Grand Elder after the trial. What if the Grand Elder held Wang Dong responsible? Elder Ling Su was filled with worry and couldn't even bother arguing with Elder Suxing for a moment. He sighed inwardly. He had finally found a disciple he thought was worthy, but it turned out to be a complete disaster. If this continued, he wondered if his old face could still cover it up. After swallowing the creation pill, Huangfu Hongke felt the pure energy slowly repairing his damaged immortal body. He breathed a sigh of relief, but a heavy sigh escaped his lips. Brother Wang, although I won't die this time, it will take several months to recover my immortal body. I'm afraid I'll miss the chance to enter the inner sect at this year's Immortal Fate Assembly. He was the highest-ranking bloodline disciple among the younger generation of the prestigious Huangfu family, yet he couldn't even enter the inner sect. Wouldn't he be laughed at to death if he returned in disgrace? Hongke, are you looking down on me? Wu Wei chuckled coldly. I said before that as long as you can hold off those demons, I can resolve the battle and, incidentally, take you to the inner sect training grounds. What? Huangfu Hongke was dumbfounded. Brother, you're not joking, are you? I keep my word and never joke. From today onwards, you'll have to call me Big Brother according to the contract. Snap. With that, Wu Wei snapped his fingers, directly drawing out some incredibly pure divine liquid from the divine power pool, adding a little chaotic essence. To avoid revealing his identity, he deliberately disguised it as a beam of immortal light. The dazzling immortal light surged from his fingertips, shooting straight towards Huangfu Hongke, instantly merging into his body. Huangfu Hongke was taken aback. Brother, my injuries, ordinary healing immortal techniques are useless. Even if I get old, my cousin is here. However, before he could finish speaking, his eyes suddenly widened. In that instant, a powerful life force surged within him, sweeping over his entire body with overwhelming force. In just a few breaths, his scorched muscle tissue, burned by the yin-sha thunderfire, regrowed. Layers of dead skin peeled away, revealing smooth, restored skin. Simultaneously, new limbs began to grow from the severed area at his waist at an unexpected speed. Pelvis, thighs, knees, calves, his lower body regenerated in a short time. Moreover, unlike the body that grew after consuming the creation pill, which required time to temper and solidify, this newly grown immortal body possessed solid muscles and abundant immortal energy, even surpassing his original immortal body in strength. Huangfu Hongke was utterly dumbfounded. He lay on the ground, stunned, for a long while before suddenly reacting, rolling to his feet. I'm healed. I'm really healed. He touched his lower body in a daze, completely bewildered, a mixture of disbelief and confusion. Chapter 449. Do you think this is nutrient solution? Not only him, but even Mo Yu and the other two on the Immortal Fate platform were stunned. Am I seeing things? Elder Suxing couldn't help but rub his eyes. It's grown already. Mo Yu, the usually composed guardian, also showed a look of shock. This immortal technique is far more powerful than the creation pill. What kind of immortal technique is this? I've never seen it before. Hearing this, Elder Suxing jolted and turned sharply to Elder Ling Su. Ling Su, do you know what kind of immortal technique this is? How would I know? Elder Ling Su was also confused. Hearing this, he quickly waved his hand. You know, I only just took him under my wing, and I haven't even had time to teach him anything yet. Upon hearing this, Elder Suxing also came to his senses and realized he had asked a stupid question. However, if it wasn't taught by Ling Su, then it could only be something that Wang Dong already knew. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but feel a mixture of envy and jealousy. Ling Su, you've taken on a good disciple. Just based on his healing magic alone, regardless of whether he passes the inner sect trial this time, his status within the Immortal Palace will not be low in the future. Perhaps you, as his master, can also benefit from it. Ling Su also came back to his senses upon hearing this, and couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. However, although he was secretly pleased, he didn't show it on his face, remaining humble and composed. Not at all, Elder Suxing, you flatter me. Everyone has their own opportunities. I, as his master, am happy for my disciple to have such a destiny. This is probably not a celestial technique. After his initial shock, Mo Yu pondered for a while, then said with a serious expression, thinking about it carefully, this seems more like the legendary Chaos Elixir. Chaos Elixir. Suxing and Ling Su trembled violently. Could it be the legendary Chaos Elixir, which is so rare and hard to come by, and can even improve the essence of a celestial body and soul? Ling Su, your disciple is probably not simple. Moyu sighed. Chaos elixir is no ordinary thing. Even with the capabilities of our immortal palace, we cannot create chaos elixir unless it is from a legendary 6th level immortal cultivation civilization. A 6th level immortal cultivation civilization? Suxing and Lingsu looked at each other, somewhat incredulous. No matter how they looked at it, Wang Dong didn't seem to have any connection with the 6th level civilization. You must understand, a level 6 civilization is incredibly powerful. They are true cosmic overlords. If they want to destroy the immortal palace, it will be difficult for the immortal palace to escape unscathed. Impossible. Impossible. Sui Xing hurriedly shook his head in denial. What merit does that kid have to have anything to do with a level 6 civilization? He probably just got lucky and picked up some natural chaos elixir. I checked that kid's records. He was unremarkable before, with terrible aptitude, and he almost lost his life. He only miraculously rose to prominence in recent years, but he's only at level 8. It must be a stroke of luck. That's probably the only explanation. Moyu nodded in agreement. Although chaos elixir is rare and precious, our immortal palace occasionally obtains some every 1,000 years. Throughout history, there have been lucky individuals from the bottom of the cultivation world who picked up some natural chaos elixir and rose to prominence overnight. Moyu is right. Why him? Why him? Sui Xing muttered with envy and jealousy. If I had obtained chaos elixir when I was young, I would have improved my soul's origin aptitude long ago, and I would definitely be the Grand Elder now. HMPH Sui Xing, do you perhaps still want to covet this junior's chaos elixir? Ling Su said with an unfriendly expression. If you dare to harbor any wicked thoughts, don't blame me for not showing any mercy. Here, you think you can do that? Alright, stop arguing. Moyu said calmly. After the trial, we'll ask him if he has any left. If he does, I can buy some at a high price. However, judging from how carelessly he uses it, wasting it, there probably isn't much left. That bastard, what a waste. Sui Xing gritted his teeth and stomped his feet. Look at those young people from Daean's How, they're all full of energy and vitality. They've obviously all enjoyed the chaos elixir. What a waste, what a terrible waste, you worthless spendthrift. How my disciple wastes the chaos elixir is his own business. Elder Ling Su said fiercely. At the same time, while the argument raged on the Immortal Fate platform, Huang Fu Hongke in the trial field finally recovered from his shock and daze. Brother Wang, no, 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 from now on you're my elder brother. Huang Fu Hongke kept checking his body, marveling at his abilities. Elder brother, you're amazing. What kind of immortal technique is this? Incredible. Huang Fu Hongke suddenly froze, his expression extremely strange. Is something wrong? Wu Wei, also taken aback by his appearance, immediately asked with concern. He felt slightly uneasy. The divine liquid condensed from divine power combined with the chaos origin should only benefit him, not cause any problems. Suddenly, Huang Fu Hongke leaned closer, winking and whispering, Elder brother, I feel even stronger than before. How about another round? Let me. Before he could finish, Wu Wei kicked him, sending him flying. Wu Wei was speechless. What did this spoiled brat think of his chaos origin? They really thought it was just some cheap nutrient solution? Huh. While Wu Wei and Huang Fu Hongke were joking and fooling around, on the other side, Yuqi Jialian, who had already received a report from his subordinates, also saw the whole story through the Haoshan mirror. He had just wiped out a demon's lair and was in a good mood, but seeing the scene in the Haoshan mirror, his face gradually darkened. After a long while, he remained silent. Under the red glowing sky, his sharply defined profile looked particularly cold, especially the chilling look in his eyes, which was terrifying. For a moment, the surroundings were deathly silent, with only the howling of the gale, the rumble of the distant volcanic eruption, and the playful sounds coming from the Haoshan mirror still echoing in the air. The disciple of the Yuqi family behind him, who had returned to claim credit, suddenly felt his legs go weak upon seeing this and knelt down without realizing it, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Young master, I failed in my duty. Please punish me, young master. Yuqi Jialian glanced at him and said indifferently, no need for punishment, it's not your fault. So many demons couldn't do anything to him, even I didn't expect this. Hearing this, the disciple immediately breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly tried to make amends. Young master, this time they were just lucky. Please give me another chance, this time, I will definitely. No need. Yuchi Jialian raised his hand to interrupt him. This young master doesn't have time to get entangled with an unknown nobody. Important matters are paramount. Saying this, he turned to look at another disciple on the other side. Pass down the order. Those who haven't accumulated enough points yet, hurry up. In a quarter of an hour, depart to enter the inner sect trial grounds. Yes. At this time, Wang Bian and his group had almost finished off the demons who were barely clinging to life. Young master, my points are 100. Young master, my points are full too. Me too. I'm only 10 points away. Watching their points rise rapidly, the Wang family disciples all wore excited smiles, and they became even more efficient in their actions. Hey, those who have already reached the maximum points, stop fighting. Leave the opportunity for the brothers who haven't reached the minimum points yet. Wang Bian shouted to the crowd from afar, and a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. He turned to Wu Wei beside him, excitedly saying, "Brother, you're amazing. You've helped most of the people accumulate enough points to become outer disciples in one go. Cousin, tell me, what's the plan next? What other plan could there be?" Wu Wei glanced at him, speaking matter-of-factly. Of course, it's to quickly accumulate points for the brothers, get them into the inner sect trial grounds, and try to make everyone an inner disciple. Inner disciple. Wang Bian was stunned, his happy smile instantly freezing. Cousin, becoming an inner disciple isn't easy, let alone getting everyone to become an inner disciple. You're not joking, are you? Nonsense. When have you ever seen me joke about something like this? Wu Wei rolled his eyes at him. I'm not only going to lead everyone into the inner sect, but I'm also going to dominate the top ranks, letting all the families witness the brilliance of the Wang family of Dian. Huh? Wang Bian's eyes widened, his face looking as if he'd been struck by lightning. On the main platform of the Immortal Destiny Assembly, Elder Suxing couldn't help but sneer, ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. What's wrong with a young man having lofty ambitions? Elder Linksa glanced at him, his eyes filled with disdain. You had your share of boastful words back then, do you need me to help you recall them? What a joke. Elder Suxing glared at him angrily. Back then, I at most dreamed of being the number one in the inner sect. How can that be compared to him? Although it was indeed surprising that Wang Dong could produce chaos spirit liquid, to dare to make such a boast that he would lead everyone to sweep the top spots in the inner sect was not just youthful arrogance, but overestimating his own abilities. Alright, the difficulty of the inner sect trials is not on the same level as the outer sect trials. Mo Yu coldly interrupted their banter. Once Wang Dong experiences the cruelty of the inner sect trials, he will naturally understand how ridiculous his current thoughts are. Although Linksa also knew this was true, a thought flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but recall the secret instructions his disciple had given him before leaving for the Immortal Destiny Assembly. He had a gut feeling that his disciple was no ordinary person, seemingly hiding something very deep. Immediately, Linksu muttered defiantly, "No one can guarantee anything until the very end." "Oh, Linksu," Elder Suxing scoffed disdainfully, "you're not really so naive as to think your disciple can get first place, are you? Even if the possibility is small, it's still possible," Linksu said, his confidence seemingly wavering. Elder Suxing's eyes darted around, and he intensified his mockery. "Linksu, don't say I don't trust you. How about this, if your disciple Wang Dong really has the ability to win, I'll give you 500 heavenly spirit stones." "Suxing, are you crazy?" Linksu exclaimed in surprise. 500 heavenly spirit stones is no small sum. These 500 aren't free. If my disciple wins, you'll have to give me 500 heavenly spirit stones. Elder Suxing said provocatively, "If you really have confidence in your disciple, you wouldn't be too cowardly to accept this bet, would you?" Before Linksu could speak, Moi raised an eyebrow, his tone slightly displeased. "Suxing, judging from your tone, it seems you're certain that Yuchi Jialian will win. If it were just a joke about that spoiled brat Wang Dong, Moi wouldn't care at all, because it was just a joke." But Suxing's bet on Yuchi Jialian winning first place felt like a blow to Moi's weak spot. Although Yuchi Jialian is considered one of the best among the younger generation and will likely achieve good results this time, what makes him worthy of competing with Mo Tingmi for the top spot? Mo Yu, don't be angry. Even Linksu can boast that his disciple can win the championship, so as his master, I have to grit my teeth and support my beloved disciple, right? Sui Zing greeted Mo Yu with a playful smile. "HMPH, since you're so interested, Sui Zing, I'll play along." We'll each bet our own way. I'll bet on Tingmani, Sui Zing on Jialian, and Ling Su on that brat Wang Dong. Everyone puts in 500 spirit stones, and the winner takes all, said Mo Yu, the town's garrison commander. She even added the term brat when mentioning Wang Dong. Fine, no way. Ling Su was about to agree, but remembering the words his disciple Wang Dong had secretly instructed him before leaving, he immediately shook his head vigorously. Mo Yu, Suxing, if you want heavenly spirit stones, just say so. I'll give you a few dozen or 100 each. But this kind of betting is clearly trying to scam me. You two play by yourselves, don't drag me into it. Ling Su, you're not that cowardly, are you? Suxing was anxious. His original purpose was to scam Ling Su, but if he ran away, who would he scam? Could it be that he would only scam Mo Yu? Anyway, I don't do things that are guaranteed to lose. Ling Su looked completely unaffected. In that case, how about this? I'll put up 1,000 heavenly spirit stones. If Tingmei wins, Suxing, you lose 800 to me, and Ling Su, you lose 500. Mo Yu, the town garrison commander, seemed to be tempted to gamble as well, seeing this as a good opportunity to make a fortune. It wasn't that Mo Yu was greedy, but the Mo family was large and powerful, and she had supported most of it all by herself until now. They were too poor. Now, Mo Tingmei is in a period of rapid growth and needs a lot of resources. This. Ling Su hesitated for a moment. Ling Su, you won't refuse Mo Yu's request, will you? Suxing urged, that's too cowardly. Just as Ling Su was about to agree, he suddenly remembered his disciple Wang Dong's instructions before leaving, that he should both initiate the bet and pretend to be cowardly at the crucial moment. He immediately put on a look of heartache and hesitation. My expenses have been too high lately. I can only offer 300 spirit stones. 300. Suxing scoffed. Ling Su, are you getting worse? How about this, you still offer 500, and Mo Yu and I will each increase by 200 spirit stones. Whoever's disciple wins the championship takes all. Mo Yu opened his mouth, wanting to object, but when he thought of Mo Tingmei's strength, almost invincible among her peers, he swallowed his objection. Anyway, Tingmei wouldn't lose, so Mo Yu turned his gaze to Ling Su. All right. Ling Su said helplessly, forced to agree under the watchful eyes of Suxing and Mo Yu. The bet was thus established. Although the stakes were high, everyone involved was a respected elder of the Immortal Palace, so it was a done deal. Poor Suxing, who had been so eager to persuade them, had no idea what terrifying beings he was facing. Chapter 450. I've never seen anything like this before. This seat. While Mo Yu and his companions were making their bet on the Immortal Fate platform, the trials had already begun in the Inner Sect trial grounds. The Inner Sect trial grounds didn't have as many volcanoes or raging rivers of lava, but the air temperature was far more terrifying. Ordinary cloth without the enhancement of immortal magic would likely spontaneously combust upon contact with the air. Not only the air, but the jagged rocks on the ground also emitted terrifyingly high temperatures capable of baking cultivators. Looking around, the air was distorted, with wisps of black smoke constantly rising from the red glowing fissures in the ground, truly deserving of its name, purgatory. In such an extreme environment, cultivators below level 8 would find it extremely difficult to survive unless they possessed special protective treasures. Furthermore, demons lurked and lurked within this harsh environment, highlighting its immense danger. However, even the harshest environment couldn't dampen the enthusiasm of the trial disciples. Huff, huff, huff. From the deep fissure in the ground, a disciple struggled to climb out, panting heavily. Despite being covered in wounds, with half his body scorched and withered from the battle, a bright smile still graced his face. Although the process was perilous, he had finally succeeded in killing a level 10 demon, earning 560 points. When a disciple enters the Inner Sect trial arena, their previous points are reset to 0, and they must start accumulating points again. Only after accumulating 1,000 points can one pass the Inner Sect trial and automatically qualify as an Inner Sect disciple. Just one more kill, and he will become an Inner Sect disciple of the Immortal Palace. Elsewhere, a disciple, having exhausted all his strength to kill a peak level 9 demon, was preparing to reap the spoils when he failed to notice a level 9 fire lizard lurking nearby, launching an attack while he was off guard. Although he reacted quickly and barely managed to repel the fire lizard, he had used all his trump cards and suffered severe injuries, forcing him to withdraw from the trial. He was considered lucky. Many disciples cautiously traversed the scorching stone walls, only to be struck by sudden attacks and lose their lives before they could even comprehend what had happened. In comparison, the demons in the inner sectoral grounds were not only of higher overall level than those in the outer sectoral grounds, but also more cunning and troublesome. In such situations, disciples didn't even have the chance to break their jade tokens to teleport out of the trial grounds. On the Immortal Destiny platform, crystal screens slowly rotated, reflecting the situation of all the disciples, life, death, or injury, clearly demonstrating the cruelty of the trial. Yet, even so, countless disciples still rushed forward, willing to risk everything for that sliver of hope. Looking around, the trial grounds, filled with smoke and fire, saw life and death, rise and fall, no different from previous years' trials. However, there were always some who stood out from the crowd. In a corner of the inner sectoral grounds, there was a grove of Kyongho trees. The Kyongho tree itself isn't of high rank, but it's a rare immortal tree capable of surviving extremely high temperatures. Its Kyongho flowers are pure white and crystalline, resembling solidified ice crystals, possessing cooling and fire-repelling properties, making them highly sought after by female cultivators in the cultivation world. While the Kyongho tree itself isn't particularly rare, such a large forest of Kyongho trees can only grow in environments like the Purgatory Demon Star. It's not currently the flowering season, and all that can be seen are countless red leaves, but one can imagine the breathtaking spectacle when the trees are covered in translucent blossoms. In the forest, 2 disciples participating in the trial had finally managed to defeat a level 10 Azure Fire Phoenix and were resting and healing when a group of people suddenly passed by outside the forest. This group wore clothes with identical insignia, appeared well-trained, and each person possessed a remarkable presence. Together, they were a force to be reckoned with. However, what attracted their attention even more than these people was the carriage amidst the crowd. There was no way around it, that carriage was simply too luxurious. Not only was it adorned with dragons and phoenixes, its decorations exquisitely beautiful, but upon closer inspection, one could even see fine streams of light flowing across it, clearly indicating the presence of a magic array. Even more outrageous was that it was being pulled by 2 level 10 Azure Fire Phoenixes. These were the Azure Fire Phoenixes that the disciples had painstakingly managed to kill with their combined efforts, and these people were using them to pull the carriage. The 2 disciples' lips twitched, their expressions momentarily indescribable. After a long while, they recovered from their complex emotions of envy, jealousy, and hatred, and noticed the young man leaning against a carriage. "Hey, isn't that Wang Dong, Elder Ling Su's disciple?" One of them immediately recognized Wu Wei. The other trial disciples had all witnessed Wu Wei's greetings to Mo Yu and the other 2 on the main platform, and many had a deep impression of him, so they naturally recognized him now. However, after recognizing him, the disciple's expression became even more conflicted. "This is too much?" He couldn't find the words to describe his feelings. The other disciple's expression wasn't much better. After a long pause, he managed to stammer, "What a winner in life." In the carriage, Wu Wei reclined comfortably on the spacious armchair. The sisters, Green Ivy and Red Phoenix, were there. One was massaging his legs, the other peeling a spirit jade grape and feeding it to his lips. He looked incredibly carefree and relaxed. The 2 disciples stared at each other speechless. They were participating in the same trial, so how could the difference be so vast? Regardless of the blows suffered by the other disciples, Wu Wei himself seemed unaffected. To him, the inner and outer trial grounds were essentially the same, except the monsters were slightly higher level. With the powerful Wang family of Diane practically worshipping him, he didn't even need to fly himself to travel. Monsters he encountered along the way were readily available without his command, making his life even more leisurely than when he was in the outer sect training grounds. While Wu Wei was leisurely traveling through the Kyongho forest in his carriage, several miles ahead, another group of Wang family disciples led by Wang Yan was engaged in a fierce battle. Defense. Where are the defenders? Why aren't some in their positions? The support is too slow. Wang Xiaojiayu, what are you standing there for? Control. DPS. DPS. Haven't you eaten enough? Get your act together. With Wang Tian's shouts, dazzling magical light burst forth through the forest, the overflowing energy causing the entire Kyongho forest to sway. In the distance, a crimson leopard with silver spots could be vaguely seen charging left and right, roaring as it tried to break free of the encirclement. Bathed in the soft red light, the leopard's spots shimmered like stars, and wisps of flame flowed around it, radiating a chilling and domineering aura that instilled fear. It was none other than a level 10 Starfire Demon Leopard. As a demon renowned for its speed and attack power, the Starfire Demon Leopard's combat strength was undoubtedly among the best of level 10 demons. Even a single immortal cultivator might not be its match. However, it appeared extremely disheveled, covered in wounds, and its movements were severely restricted, completely lacking the imposing presence one would expect from a level 10 demon. Having undergone the tempering of the Heavenly Gate, the disciples of the Wang family had undergone a complete transformation, their combat strength far surpassing that of cultivators of the same level. They also possessed unique strengths in team combat, far exceeding those of ordinary immortal cultivators. Although only Wang Bian among these disciples had reached level 10, with everyone's tacit cooperation, the level 10 Starflame Demon Leopard couldn't cause any trouble and was quickly beaten to the point of near death. On the Immortal Fate main platform, Mo Yu and his companions, having finished their bet, had just turned their attention back to the trial arena when they noticed the situation here. The combat power of these disciples from the Wang family of Dian is actually so strong. Elder Suizing was somewhat surprised. Not to mention him, even Elder Ling Su, who had more confidence in Wang Dong, was somewhat surprised. They had focused most of their attention on Wang Dong, only giving a cursory glance to the other seated contestants, let alone these Wang family disciples who aren't even seated contestants. If they hadn't witnessed this scene with their own eyes, no one would have imagined that their combat power was so strong and their cooperation so perfect, actually able to suppress a level 10 demon. Of course, there might be a reason for this, as there were many of them. Mo Yu and his companions were slightly surprised for a while, but then they didn't pay much attention to it and instead focused their attention back on Wu Wei. At this moment, the magnificent carriage carrying Wu Wei arrived near the battlefield where the Starflame Demon Leopard was being besieged. Seeing Wu Wei approach, Wang Bian quickly flew over and respectfully bowed, saying, "Cousin, you've come at the right time. I was just about to bring the Starflame Demon Leopard over." He then waved his hand behind him. "Drag it over." Immediately, a member of the Wang family dragged the nearly dead Starflame Demon Leopard over and, as if touting it for credit, tossed it in front of Wu Wei's carriage. "Brother, impressive." Huang Fu Hongke exclaimed in surprise, poking the Starflame Demon Leopard, his eyes filled with admiration. This Starflame Demon Leopard is not easy to kill. Even two level 10 immortals working together could easily let it escape. When you said you were going to bring people to capture it, I thought you were bragging. Impressive. Impressive. Not at all. It's all thanks to your excellent teaching, cousin. Wang Bian puffed out his chest, a little smug. He had previously disliked this suddenly appearing Huang Fu Hongke, but now he found him much more agreeable. At least his eyesight was good. Seeing this, Wu Wei couldn't help but chuckle. He had just glanced around and saw that Wang Yuan and the other Wang family members had all returned unharmed, even those injured were within acceptable limits. It seemed the special training these past few days hadn't been in vain. He nodded approvingly and said to Wang Yuan, "Well done. Cousin, this is nothing." Overjoyed by the praise, Wang Yuan's smile widened. "You've worked so hard to cultivate us, isn't it all for today? Don't worry, we definitely won't let you down. With us here, you can easily take first place in the inner sect even if you're lying down. Alright. Then it's up to you guys." Wu Wei smiled and turned his gaze back to the Starflame Demon Leopard. He drew his wind fan from his waist and casually waved it, sending a sharp wind blade flying out, cleanly and decisively reaping the Starflame Demon Leopard's life. Not bad, 600 points. He glanced at the increased points and smiled with satisfaction. This trial couldn't be easier, he could play it forever. But at the same time, the Immortal Destiny main platform was in an uproar. Elder Shattered Star, in particular, was furious, his beard and hair standing on end, cursing, "Shameless. Utterly shameless. In my thousands of years of life, I have never seen such a brazen and shameless junior." End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all, see you in the next video.